Want to welcome everyone to our board meeting today. First one of the year. Welcome to 2020. On the safety side, our exits, for those that are here for the first time, we go out these doors here, go right out the doors. You can turn right or left and exit the building. The restrooms are right across the hall from these two doors over here. Your safety is important to us. Okay. We're going to dive right into his agenda. We have a lot to get done today. Appreciate board members being here. Okay, we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Lear, will you lead us in that? Will everyone please stand?
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have a couple board members that will be running a little bit late today, and so we'll welcome them when they get here. Board member message will be from Board Member Davis. So is your mic?
So, am I live? Good morning, everyone. Happy 2020. So great to see all of you. I've just been thinking about how quickly the last year has gone, this first year working on the board, and just how much I've learned that I don't know, and I'm still trying to learn and figure out. And, I was thinking back to why we are here. And maybe we're all here for different reasons. I don't know. But I remember running for this seat and going out to community meetings or debates or different things like that. And people saying, well, what are you mad about? Like, what do you want to change? What's your agenda? What do you want to change? And I remember feeling a little sheepish sometimes, thinking, I've worked in schools for 25 years. I think we should be about continuous improvement always. But there are amazing things happening in our schools. And I'm not running to overthrow a system. I'm running to support and add and lend, because I believe that our public schools provide amazing learning opportunities for our students. They can always be better. Everything can always be better. But so many good things happen. I think that our schools provide they help to level the playing field, so to speak. They provide opportunities for all children. And I'm passionate about that. And that's why I'm here. But regardless of all of our different ideas or philosophies, I happen to think there are things that happen inside schools. I've seen little miracles happen over and over and over, and I happen to believe that those halls are sacred ground. That's my personal belief. But as a board member, when I stepped into the board, I asked someone who worked here at USBE who no longer works here, and I said, what do you wish that board members knew when they became a part of this state school board? And this person said, I wish they understood group governance. And I've thought about that over and over and over the past year. And I still don't think I fully understand it. But I'm trying to learn and trying to understand how group governance is different than an individual will driving a scenario. And I've been grateful to work with, as your liaison on the Utah State School Board's Local School Boards Association, and working on their board of directors. And one of my assignments as part of this assignment has been to work with their committee on board evaluations, how they are self-evaluating their board of directors, and how then each board, then their executive staff, how those evaluations work, and how board members are evaluating themselves. And so I just, for myself, I changed the evaluation I used the exact evaluation that we made for the board of directors on the local boards, and I changed it to say USBE instead of USBA, and I took it myself. And it was really helpful to me and to see where I think I'm kind of doing okay in this area. And then there were other areas where I thought, oh my word, I stink at that. I'm going to change that for this coming year. And so with the chair's permission, I'm going to assume that a non-response is permission. With the chair's permission, I'm just going to pass one of these little self-evaluation forms around to everybody. If you want to take it, great. If you don't want to, that's okay too. But it was helpful for me. And I did read in an article yesterday, in the Costco mailer, Font of All Knowledge, that only 80% of New Year resolutions make it past February. So I'm going to say, do not use this tool to set a New Year's resolution, but set it for February 1st. If you want to use it as just a little self-reflection and guidance throughout the year, that's my plan and how I'm going to use it to refer back. And if you'd like to use it, I'm going to pass it around for you also. And just want to leave this welcome to a new month and a new year, and let all of you know that I have learned so much from you and from all of our guests who come and share in the public and our staff. I'm learning so much, again, like I said before, how much I don't know, but I appreciate the opportunity to associate with you and grow, and especially to serve the children of this state. They deserve the best, and I think they have it in you all. I appreciate the opportunity, so thanks.
Thank you, and please feel free to pass that around for self-evaluation. And just for the board's information, Vice Chair Brittany Cummings, who isn't here, she'll be here shortly, has been working on an evaluation that for us to take for the State Board of Education, and I think it's, a month or so out from, we just been polishing it up, getting it ready to do. So the good timing. I wish Brittany was here. She'd be getting excited about it. So thank you. And next, we'll turn the time over to Superintendent Dixon for employee recognition.
Good morning, board members. Happy New Year. Thank you.
New Year.
Thank you, Board Member Newell. I'm going to make a note of that, who will be on my Christmas card list next year. This is really something that I just so appreciate that you spend time on each month, and that is recognizing our outstanding employees. This month, we are recognizing Michelle Martin from Child Nutrition Program. So, Michelle, if you would come up and let me embarrass you. Michelle is one of our stalwart longtime employees of Child Nutrition, and she has been nominated for not only just being that great, consistent employee, but also engaging in a process of monitoring that has really helped our schools. So rather than just going out and monitoring the use of federal dollars for child nutrition programs, she's been collaborating across departments with Title I and other federal programs to see how we can think about students who are in some of our most highly impacted schools can take advantage and really look across the spectrum of resources to ensure that they are getting proper nutrition and the support that they need. And Michelle is one who's just always willing to think in a systems perspective and think about how together we can do better for kids. So I just love having Michelle on our staff. She's somebody that we all admire and really appreciate. And she just had a baby in November and came back and came into a new role as a coordinator. So she's increased her load as well at home and here at work. So we really appreciate Michelle and are honored to have her as our January New Year Employee of the Month. So, Michelle. And now we'll turn the time over to our new employees who will come and introduce themselves, and if you would all just relay where you have been working and what you're doing here, and make sure to state your name. And they'll all have it memorized, for sure.
Good morning. My name is Dana Archuleta. I'm working in the special education department as the at RTC and UPIP's monitoring and compliance. And for the last 4 years, I was working as the special ed director at Maria Montessori Academy in North Ogden.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jayalakshmi Sridharan. I'm working in IT department as an IT analyst for MSP application. I have been working as an IT consultant for Utah State Board of Education in SEEDS application. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alvina Heron Basic. I am in the Child Nutrition Program as the Administrative Secretary, and my past employer was Standard Optical.
Good morning. My name is Becky Dangerfield, and I work with the Child Nutrition Programs as the Special Office Specialist. And the past 6 years, I worked for the Salt Lake City Council just across the street. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Camp. I'm with the HR department as an HR Analyst 1. I come from the Department of Public Safety.
Well, thank you for joining USBE. Next, we'll turn the time over to our education specialist, Kathy Jensen, on the acknowledgement of our student artwork.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman, and Happy New Year to everyone. The artwork today in the front part of the room comes from Harvest Elementary in the Alpine School District. The Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Specialist is Kate Watson. What I love about the student work that she has sent to us is the individual creativity that she allows each of the students. You're not seeing 30 of the same thing. And she has each of her students make a artist statement about every piece that they create. So they do a writing component, but more importantly, a self-reflection component. And I would encourage you to take the time to look at some of those. I picked out some of my favorites. This orange and red one is a bear. You might not be able to see that. It's a reduction print. And the student wrote, I got the idea from my parents who were both born in California. It took some time and effort, especially with the bear shape, but it was worth it. Then the stars right here. Since Esther means star in Hebrew, I decided to represent what stars mean to me. Her name is Esther. If the sky has no clouds, then the stars will show. The one that is different, the pencil drawing. This artwork represents my Samoan culture and the Samoan community. I have a deep love for Samoa and wish to go there someday. But I was inspired by my dad and my Auntie Julie, who have been there for me and have taught me to embrace my culture. Then the last one is the colorful orange, yellow, blue with the words on it. Be proud. I think that people should be proud no matter who they are, where they come from, or what people say. I hope that you will enjoy those artist statements from each of the students and take the time to look at the meaning in the artwork that they have created. Certainly, that's one of the goals of our education, is to have students reflect on their own life experiences and have school connect to those life experiences. In the back of the room are aspen trees from all 4 seasons. These come from East Lake Elementary in the Jordan School District. Believe it or not, these were done by second graders. And they used the process of putting masking tape on the paper to block off where the white tree trunk would be. Then they drew a horizon line, used watercolors to do the background, took the masking tape off, and then added the details on the second grade aspen trees. I don't think I gave the name of the specialist, Jackie Webster. And in all of our 300 BTS schools, there is no more enthusiastic BTS specialist than Jackie Webster. So we thank her for that. Thank you, Chair Huntsman.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next, we'll invite Holly Bell, our educational specialist, to introduce our education highlight that's from Granite School District. So Holly, you're up.
Holly Bell, Equity Specialist, Utah State Board of Education. And I do have the honor and privilege of introducing Granite School District this morning. Since the revision of R277-707, the Enhancement for Accelerated Students program, some colleagues of mine and I have been traveling the state doing equity labs and working with our LEAs to explore the plans that they have to encourage underrepresented students to participate in college and career readiness coursework, including AP and IB coursework. And we have just been discovering some great things that have been happening throughout the state. And Granite School District is really leading out in these efforts. One of the initiatives that they have started in their district in 2018-19 is the Equal Opportunity Schools program. So I've invited them this morning to share that with you, and they have brought with them an administrator, students, a teacher, that I'm excited to hear from them firsthand what is happening in their district. So I don't want to take their time. I want to introduce Sherry Sorensen, who is the Associate Director of Advanced Learning and Dual Immersion for Granite School District. And without further ado, I'm going to turn the time over to you and see if my computer will work to put up their PowerPoint.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and share the pathway that Granite has gone on. I've had ongoing, a lot of you probably know me, my background is in gifted education, and it's always been a passion of mine to make sure that all students had opportunity to participate in rigorous coursework. I had the advantage of participating in the early college committee that you all directed be formed. And so I had an idea of what types of things that you were going to be asking of the district. So I had a little bit of a jump start on probably some of the other districts. But as I was looking at the literature we read around in that committee and attending conferences and the journal reading I do and trade books, and just listening to what people were saying that we're moving the needle on equity and having students be involved in rigorous coursework, equal opportunity schools kept coming up all over the place as something that was making a difference. So I reached out to Equal Opportunity Schools and felt like they had some really positive things to offer us. And our superintendency agreed, and so we entered into a partnership with them last year. And so I'm here to share some of the positive results we've had in just a year in Granite. So initially, our cohort 1 was Cottonwood, Cypress, Hunter, and Granger high schools. And then this year, we had such positive results. All of the principals were really excited to go into the second year. And then our superintendency said Kearns and Taylorsville would also begin the partnership. So Kearns and Taylorsville high schools are in year 1, and the other 4, so 6 of our total 8 schools are participating with Equal 2018-19 AP participation with each of the groups designated up there, both by ethnicity and by income. And we had in those 4 high schools, 923 students of color and low income participating, and total 1,725 total students participating. So after working the year, I've brought an administrator that's going to talk about some of the different things they did at Cypress High School. Our next slide shows where we were after final enrollment counts. This year, 1,794 students of color and 3,124 total students participating in AP this year. So a significant increase you can see in the number of students across all categories and total student enrollment. And why this is important, part of the process with Equal Opportunity Schools is they have a survey. They survey every staff member and every student. So this year we surveyed 11,000 students in Granite High Schools. And of those 11,000 students, 80% of them say, I want to pursue secondary education. I want at least a 2-year or more degree. And so we know that participating in rigorous coursework in high school is going to lead more readily to having them fulfill that dream. So we have also the next slide, you will see all grades 11 and 12. This also, because we recognize concurrent enrollment, is an option. This shows our 11th and 12th grade this year across all 6 high schools, the total number of students participating 11th and 12th grade in AP and concurrent enrollment. So we're pleased with the numbers and expect them to continue to go up. There's value in just being enrolled in the class, whether they choose to take the test or not. But one of the things we also did in Granite is we decided to use our AP funds, and we are further subsidizing the test. So even when the students get the reduced test fee, we are using our funds to further pay down the test costs. Because in our survey of kids, that was one of the barriers that they indicated, is there was a barrier for paying for the test. So with the new AP program, whether you may or may not be aware, they have to commit to the test now in November. So our next slide shows our increase in test commitment. The dark blue is 2019 test last spring. 2020 is the lighter blue are students that have committed and paid for test this spring. So we've gone from 1,566 total students testing at those 4 schools in 2019 to 2,413 students have committed to the test. So nearly 1,000 student increase in those 4 high schools. So we are really proud of that. And today I have Jen Christensen, the assistant principal at Cypress, and I'll let her introduce the teacher and students she's brought with her.
Well, good morning. My name is Jen Christensen. I'm one of the assistant principals at Cypress High School. And we were really fortunate during the 2018-2019 school year to begin our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools. We were really excited about it because our goal was just to increase the amount of students that we had enrolling in AP, and we wanted to make sure that we included concurrent enrollment within that. And so that was our first goal. And then the other part of our goal as an administrative team was to make sure that we could increase rigor. And so what are other ways that we can increase rigor in our classrooms and just provide a lot of opportunities for our students? And so we worked hard throughout our course selection process last year. We started it in January, and we worked hard through the first part of February, and we increased our number of AP students throughout our entire school by 33%. And so we were really pleased with that result as a school, and it was due to our teachers working hard, and you're going to hear a couple other stories with that, but it was due to our teachers working hard and the efforts of our counselors and our administrative team just trying to really push and and provide opportunities for students to take AP and concurrent enrollment courses. So we knew that with that increase, we wanted to make sure that we had things put in place. And so in working with our EOS partnership, we did a lot to prepare for throughout the summer as people maybe decided that they didn't want to take those classes. We worked hard to come up with a process with our EOS committee at our school to have a plan in place, like if a student decides that they do want to drop an AP class, how do we want to make sure that we prevent that from happening? So through the efforts of our committee, we were able to reduce the number of attrition to 7%. So we have been able to keep those students in our classes, and so we've been really happy with that, those results. So one of the other advantages for us participating with Equal Opportunity Schools is we've had an invaluable amount of information that we have been able to use through our school professional developments. The data that we receive, so we receive student insight cards from the student surveys, and the data that we receive on all of the individual students has helped our teachers significantly. It's made them so that they've been able to provide a lot better relationships with students, but really realize, like, okay, what are the barriers that you need? And as we've looked at things and done our professional development, our faculty's loved it because it's data that, not that they've seen just from all over the place, but it's data that is from our students. And so this is what our students said that they wish their teachers knew about them. This is what our students said that they feel like are barriers at our school. And so it's been a big benefit to us because we have used that data in all of our trainings that we have done with our faculty every month at our school. And our teachers have been able to look at that and reflect on practices that they use in their classrooms to provide better opportunities for our students. So I'm excited to introduce you guys today. I brought one of the most amazing educators I think that you could ever meet. Her name is Alicia Johnson. And she teaches our AP World History class in addition to being our SBO advisor. And one of the things that students indicate on their student survey is they indicate trusted. Last year they were called trusted adults, and now they're trusted advisors. But our students indicate trusted adults or trusted advisors on their student survey. And Alicia had 245 students from our student body that listed her as their trusted adult at our school last year. And so she has had, she's definitely one of our pillars of, students absolutely love her at our school. So I'm going to turn the time over to her to tell you a few of the things that she did and how she increased, and she'll tell you about the classes, how many classes she went to for AP World History to what she has this year. And then you get to also hear from 3 of our first-time AP students this year. So I'll turn the time over to Alicia.
Hi, everyone. My name's Alicia Johnson. This is my 5th year teaching at Cypress High School. Actually moved from Ohio to Utah to teach. It was one of the greatest decisions I've ever made. So I teach AP World History. I've taught it for 4 years. It is a sophomore-only class, so I brought some of my 3 amazing sophomores here. This is the first AP class that also has 3 highly structured essay portions. It's a pretty difficult test, but these kids are rising to the challenge. We cover all of human history, starting about the year 1200 to the present in all of the regions of the world. So it's a lot. When I first started at Cypress, my very first year, I had about 2 sections of AP World of about 30 students, so about 60 kids. Now I'm up to 6 full sections of 30 to 35 students, which is a ton, but it's a good ton, right? That's kind of what we're here talking about today. So I wanted to just kind of talk about, as a teacher, what I did with the EOS information and then how we used it to improve our AP numbers. So last year, after taking the EOS survey and Jen letting me know about the trusted adult stuff and all that, I really worked with the freshman teachers underneath of my classes to kind of help identify students who weren't necessarily in AP classes, but based on their survey results, showed that they could be successful. And based on that EOS data, one of the things that we found out is most students said that the number one reason that they did not take AP is because they lacked adult encouragement. That was it, adult encouragement. And I was like, I can do that. So I went to the freshman course selection classes, and before I went, I surveyed my current AP students, and I said, what does it take to be successful in my AP class? And I was shocked. All they said was attendance and a willingness to try. And I thought, we can do that. We can do that. So I went to the freshman classes, and that's what I told them. I said, I asked your peers, and this is what they said. To take this class, you have to come to school, and you have to have a willingness to try, and that's it. And it was really funny when I was writing all of this yesterday. I had some students after school working on some assignments. It's the end of the quarter, so working on some assignments at the end of the quarter. And I asked them, I said, your first time AP, like what brought you to this class? And both girls said, it was when you came into our freshman classes. And I was shocked again. I'm always shocked by everything. But yeah, so I ended up doubling the numbers for the AP students. And yeah, it's been wonderful. So another issue with AP that a couple other speakers have mentioned is retention rates. We want them to sign up for the class, but we also want them to finish the class and take the test at the end, right? Because that's the point. They want to get college credit. And then another part of the EOS data told us that another reason that AP students, especially underserved students of color, that kind of thing, do not take AP classes is because they don't think they will be successful. Or that it's too much work or too hard. So what I have done, and with the help of the school at Cypress, is we have put a lot of things in place, not only in my class, but also school-wide, where we have, independent study for AP classes. In my class, they can do redo assignments to show growth, retake assessments, get extra help from me after school, like the girls yesterday. And then I also selected a textbook this year that is adaptable for ELL and ESL students as well, which goes right along with EOS. And then we also do a lot of project-based learning instead of traditional assessments, pen and paper tests. So that's kind of where I am right now. I haven't had anybody drop my class yet, so we're doing good. But what I really wanted to do is have you guys hear from the students. So I brought 3 first-time AP students today, Pedro, Daniel, and Litzy. And they are crushing it. Like I was asking, who would be interested in doing this today and who's a first-time AP students? And these 3 raised their hand, and again, I was shocked, right? Because they're doing wonderful, rising to the challenge, all that kind of stuff. So they were asked to share their thoughts with you on the following questions: why they chose to take AP this year, what they hope to accomplish by taking AP classes, what their experience has been like so far, and then why they think it's important other underrepresented students also have the opportunity to challenge themselves in an AP class. So with that, who's going first? Let's see. Daniel's parents are here. Do you want to take a picture of him? Oh, you can? Yeah. I just want them to know. Yeah. Let's see, go on first? Okay, so here's.
As a child, my older brother heavily influenced my desire to become a cardiologist. When I looked into it, I found that in 2018, only 20.6% of Latinos get accepted into medical school nationally. I was devastated because I thought I wouldn't be prepared enough to accomplish my dream. But then I heard about AP classes. Like many of my peers, I chose AP to test my limits and stretch my boundaries. Coming from an immigrant family that was in a poverty-stricken side of El Salvador, I really found the true beauty of taking advantage of learning in order to improve my life in the future. A marvelous attribution AP gives to students, including myself, is a sense of what they're up against beyond high school. I believe this will positively assist students later in their academic career. AP classes are inevitably stressful, but I conclude that my dedication, grit, and ability to push forward allows me to fully enjoy the experience of educational growth. My name is Litzy Rivera, and I thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and thank you for having me on behalf of Cypress High School and their program, which allows students to complete college-level courses during high school. Statistically, in the class of 2017, only 37.7% of the graduating class participated in an AP class. It is bewildering that more kids aren't taking advantage of this opportunity. I chose to take AP classes because it gives me the opportunity to flex my brain and to test my academic abilities. Another reason I took AP classes is to create new stereotypes for the Hispanic and Latino community. No longer can we be labeled as lazy or job stealers. Soon, Hispanics and Latinos will be known for being hardworking people who who deserve a place in society. I really like AP classes because it puts me in an environment with other intelligent collaborators who take education as serious as I do. I think it is important for others to take AP classes because it places them at an advantage for early success. 31% of all colleges and universities look at AP experience when making scholarship decisions. My experience in AP has been a really good one so far. The curriculum is challenging enough to keep me on the edge, yet enjoyable enough for me to feel satisfied. Thankfully, my AP teachers are really helpful and they make me feel as if I truly belong in their class. Without a doubt, I will be taking more AP classes in my following years of high school. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Pedro, and I would just like to say that I'm really nervous for this. I would like to thank Ms. Johnson for choosing us to represent Cypress High School. And the reason I took an AP class for the first time was because I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to step out of my comfort zone. I'm originally from Brazil, and I moved here when I was about 8. And English kind of became my second language. And it took me a while to learn it. And ever since then, I kind of just took classes that are easy for me, that didn't really challenge myself and that I knew I could pass. And my sophomore year of high school, I decided to do something new. I decided to take an AP class because Ms. Johnson actually showed up to my freshman class. And he always kind of stuck with me and said that I could do it. And when I first showed up to the AP class, I was scared. But then as time went on, Ms. Johnson became a great mentor to me and said that you could do hard things and it's very challenging, but you could do it. And she made me feel very comfortable in her class. And even though I did bad in the first few tests and I had to do a lot of test corrections, he still made me want to be in that class. It showed me that I could fail, but I still could rise up to the challenge. I want to tell people to take an AP class because it shows you that you can step out of your comfort zone and you can learn a lot more and become a better version of yourself. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Why don't we have the students come right back up to the front here? Board members, do you have any questions that or comments for these students? We appreciate the background and everyone in the education community that makes all of this wonderful stuff happen too, but this is an education highlight. We're glad these students were able to attend. Board Member Cannon.
Pedro, did you find that having English as a second language was more challenging in an AP class than in other classes?
Yeah, because on the textbook, there was words that I didn't know and I had to look it up. But I actually took the time and wrote what the words meant next to the textbook, and that really helped me.
Well done, sir.
Okay. Vice Chair Brittany Cummins.
Thank you for being here today. Can you share with us, is the AP class what you expected? Is it harder or is it easier than what you were thinking it would be?
And that's for all of you or any of you that want to speak.
Personally, I do believe that it was pretty difficult because I am a hardworking person, but I tend to slack a little bit. But I really found that once I appreciated what I was learning, it was a lot more easier to overcome the things that were going my way.
Board Member Gravitt.
Thank you all for coming. You guys are all really well suited for AP, it sounds like. I mean, I can just hear it in what you say, but I'm wondering, I know there aren't very many AP selections in 9th grade, but you guys did not take AP in 9th grade, correct? Can you tell me why? What prevented you from taking an AP class in 9th grade?
I guess just the new setting of high school, not knowing what's going on. And going into it, I was like, I really would like to stick to something that's easy so I can pass. But then Ms. Johnson came into my freshman class. I was like, you should take AP. And I was like, you know what? I will take AP.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I personally didn't take AP because it wasn't the AP that was given to us, it wasn't in my interest, so I dismissed it. But now that I figured out that there's more AP classes for students and it's a lot more varied, I just chose what I was interested in, and I began to fall in love with it.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, but I have one for you. And listening to your presentations and of course having all this support, it's clear that you are ambassadors in your schools for AP. Can you share any experiences of how you as an ambassador and with your experiences and that you've brought some of your friends and fellow students to choose to get into AP? Or is that something that you guys are doing now, or is it easy, hard, or how's that working for you?
So I'm part of the swim team, and most of my friends take AP classes, and I was the only one that didn't. And they kind of was like, "Do it, you can do it," and I just did it, and I kind of realized that I could do it, and they kind of helped me along the way. And having friends that really care about school helped me to get into an AP class.
Last year during freshman year, while we were still choosing out our classes for sophomore year, I remember me and my friends would sit at the lunch table and we would think about like what classes we wanted to take next for sophomore year. And I remember we all had like a big discussion about if we should take AP or not. And at the end of it, we took AP, and now we're like very satisfied with our choices.
I have friends that have huge dreams, and I'm super proud of them, and they really influenced my desire to just become big like they are as well. And so I kind of gave those or brought those experience with me from my friends and kind of spread it within classes and tried my best to help with other students if they have questions or maybe advise them to the teachers at some point. But I really found that helping others is what really kind of gets the community together and spreads a common goal.
Board Member Davis, did somebody else turn their light? Is that Board Member Lear?
I think it's me.
Okay, well, it's showing up, Davis,
Yep.
so.
Thank you for coming, and I just want to say that you are so fortunate at Cypress, and I hope you appreciate this. Your principal is still Rob McDaniel, right? What a wonderful role model for all of you and your assistant principal, and I hope you appreciate how lucky you are to have such great men and women who are, in addition to your teacher, who are supporting you and creating an atmosphere in that school that makes you the center of the school and makes your achievement so important. And do not overlook those people in trying to be like them, because I've known Rob for a lot of years, and there is no finer man and educator, and I hope you appreciate how lucky you are. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Thank you so much for being here, and the school district, support staff, you have your third-party vendor that's been all part of this solution, and hopefully there's others that are tracking this board meeting that's gonna want to have the success that you've had. So thank you for being the ambassadors and the examples you are. Excited to see where you guys go. You guys are on the right track. Thank you for being here. Okay, next we're going into our public comment. So we have 6 listed, but actually 7. 2 are coming up together. With our time and that, 2.5 minutes. So, well, 2.5 minutes, and as you're making public comment, kind of pay attention to Miss Lorraine here to my left. She'll kind of give you a little clue when your time's up. Time is of importance. But we're glad hearing that you're here and want to share a comment. We'll start off with Ramey Best. Did I get the name right? Okay. And then on deck will be Allison Bench.
Good morning. I'm here to speak to you today regarding the proposed law to include recess in the school day calculations. My name is Ramey Best, and I'm a parent of 3 boys that attend Centennial Elementary School in the Alpine School District. For those that are not aware, Centennial Elementary is in Orem and covers the former Sierra Park and Hillcrest elementary school boundaries. This is Centennial's first year in operation since the 2 schools were consolidated. With a new school came new schedules. One big change in the new schedules was going from 3 recesses a day down to 2. On this new schedule, during a full 6.5-hour school day, Centennial students only receive 35 minutes of recess a day. And that is on a good day when recess isn't revoked from a student or entire class, as my children have experienced as a form of punishment. When Centennial parents questioned the school about whether or not 35 minutes was an adequate amount of time for recess, the parents were told in a video posted on the school's Facebook page that the schedule was exactly as it needed to be to comply with instructional time requirements dictated by state law. Trying to learn how Alpine School District felt about the matter, a parent reached out to a district board member. The board member responded in an email with, quote, "As a district, we have moved to 1 recess in addition to lunch recess to meet the state requirements of 990 hours," end quote. Current rule states that school day calculations may include recess periods as long as they include organization or instruction from school staff. But this ambiguous wording of organization or instruction from school staff is causing confusion as to what can actually be counted, and as a result, students are losing valuable recess time, all in the name of complying with state law. So what exactly is recess? The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention define recess as, quote, "regularly scheduled periods within the elementary school day for unstructured physical and activity and play," end quote. And why is recess so important? An article published in 2013 from the American Academy of Pediatrics titled "The Crucial Role of Recess in School" explains that, quote, "recess is a necessary break in the day for optimizing a child's social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development," end quote. The article also states that, quote, "recess helps young children to develop social skills that are not otherwise acquired in the structured classroom setting." It also goes on to explain that students are more attentive and better able to perform cognitively after recess. Also, the article encourages, quote, "recess is a child's personal time and should not be withheld for academic or punitive reasons," end quote. Every student, no matter age or location, benefits from recess. With over half of their wakeful day being spent at school, 35 minutes of recess is not adequate to meet the physical and emotional needs of these children. Whether intentional or not, current rule is restricting our districts and schools and how much recess they can give their students. We need to stop this. We need to remove the ambiguous wording and pass the proposed board law that allows schools to include recess in their instructional time school day calculations and decide at a local level how much recess is needed in their school. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we'll have Allison Bench with Aaron Garrett on deck.
Good morning. My name is Allison Bench, and I'm a parent in Alpine School District. And my children are in the Chinese dual immersion program, and we've been in it for about 6 years with 3 of my children. Another child is just in the regular mainstream classroom. And we've come across an issue with dual enrollment and dual immersion. I am aware that this has been brought up before, where a family has wanted to dual enroll their child and take them out for the English portion and keep them in for the Chinese portion. And as a parent that has seen all of my children succeed in this immersion program, we've noticed that there were some other things on the other end that as a family and as a parent, we wanted to change in our family and our routine, and different things that we wanted to teach in different ways, whether with tutors or private schooling. And so my proposal here is that, and my opinion, is that they've always been told no. And there was no reason given except that it was illegal. And Mr. Perdue, the principal, has told me the same thing. He said, "We can't do it because the state board has said it's illegal." And so as I'm searching in the state code, it talks of receiving funds, and I quote, to provide a full day immersion instruction model to students. It says nothing about the parent's role or dual enrollment in this statement or in any of the other code. And logistically and educationally, the school district and the principal and the teachers have not seen any issue with this other family that has tried it, but then we're told no. And the education of the child in the Chinese program didn't have any problem. They continued to succeed. Is my opinion and the opinion of our state representative, that the section of code cited only applies to the local district and how they set up the program. It lists no prohibition on the student or parent in exercising their options, such as dual enrollment listed in other sections of state code. It is my proposal that we can better clarify the wording of the code in keeping the rights of the parents as the primary educator and working with the parent on the issue. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Aaron Garrett, and then we'll have on deck Tracy Collins and Duke Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Garrett. I'm a father of 2 boys in the Salt Lake City School District, and I'm also a former Utah State Board of Education employee in the School Children's Trust section. I was here about a year ago to talk with you regarding school grading, and I'm here again as part of a series of comments you've been hearing from a loosely affiliated group of parents. While there was momentum for accountability standards legislation in the House last year, unfortunately the Senate refused to even hear about that policy change in last year's legislative session. Ahead of this year's session, I'm encouraging all of you to clarify a couple of things with your senators and legislators. First, the senators who passed the original grading bill earnestly believed that grades were a critical component of reform, but that does not change the policy's track record. School grading has not increased achievement nor growth on a national scale. Rather than cement a well-intended but ineffective policy, the Senate should honor the legacies of their peers by committing to the best reform models, and you can help them with that. Second, data is important to drive administrative choices by schools and LEAs, and it is also important for teachers to modify instruction. But parents like me do not uniformly know how adaptive testing works, how data is normed, and we lack the skills and knowledge to compare school data for the purposes of school choice. When Utah uses a single-letter grade that's then published on real estate websites and used elsewhere, the state is essentially encouraging families to choose schools by income level and a lack of English language learners. This isn't fair and it's not right. Third, no one clamored for the return of the grade after the ACT and RISE were implemented, and it's my understanding that this board even needs a waiver due to concerns with RISE. While the U.S. Board of Education knows that data is useful and usable for federal reporting requirements and administrative purposes, schools and parents can't be beholden to that grade. And that should prove and the dashboard alone should be sufficient. I may be telling you things that you already know, but the Senate does not. Please communicate with them and make sure that this policy change happens for the good of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll invite Tracy Collins and Duke Johnson with Jimmy May on deck. Tracy Collins and Duke. Okay, let's have Jimmy May come up, please.
Morning. Thank you for having me. Appreciate this opportunity to speak. My name is Jimmy May. I live in Park City, and I'm grateful to be here. Your own rules, the USBE's own rules for core guides demand that collateral 1 meet Utah law, and 2, that the collateral be efficacious. Yet the mechanism currently in place is inconsistent with this mandate and has resulted in confusion for many of us in the community, as well as for some of you and your staff, as I understand it. And there's an absence of accountability and an apparent endorsement of inappropriate collateral in some cases. I'm here to endorse the need for a formal documented process for posting third-party collateral on the USBE website, to ensure that only qualified collateral is posted, and 3, that a mechanism is adapted to remove inappropriate collateral. For example, the current process has resulted in various references on the USBE site to collateral from the so-called Welcoming Schools program. It's a program which violates the law and your own rules in several ways. I'm a scientist by training, a data engineer by career. I am data-driven. As a Microsoft architect, I'm pretty good at internet searches, yet I can find exactly 0 results supporting the efficacy of Welcoming Schools, which brands itself as a broad-based anti-bullying program, but which is in fact focused almost exclusively on LGBTQ issues. There are other anti-bullying programs that are not only more comprehensive and genuinely inclusive, they also have evidence to support them, that is, empirical data, results to back them up. For example, BOTFA Life Skills programs and Operation Respect are 2 such programs that have been shown to work. But there's no such evidence, none, for Welcoming Schools. Some of our peers argue, often dismissively, sadly, that Welcoming Schools isn't sex education. Yet under Utah law, it clearly is, and therefore requires parental opt-in. References to human sexuality, human reproduction, physiology, marriage, and parenthood, all qualifying facets under Utah Law 53G 10403, are littered throughout Welcoming Schools. Also, I have no time to share the clear violations of Title IX promoted by Welcoming Schools. Advocates for Youth is another sex ed program. It's a comprehensive sex education program, and it's likewise against the law in Utah, yet appears in USBE core guides. Okay, in conclusion, our experience has proven that I have 3 asks, since my time is up. Please, 1, adopt a formal documented process for posting third-party collateral on the USBE site. 2, ensure that only qualified collateral is posted. And 3, provide a clear process to flag and pull down inappropriate content. Please let me know how I can help. Happy and eager to do so. And again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Allison Cook.
Good morning. My name is Allison Cook, and I'm a parent from the Park City School District. I'd like clarification on how programs are vetted before they are listed on the USBE website. In particular, I have concerns regarding Welcoming Schools. I believe the Welcoming Schools program represents an explicit violation of the prohibition on teaching political doctrine in public schools, except as is necessary to maintain constitutional freedom in the public schools. Quote, political doctrine may not be taught in the public schools, end quote. I believe that Welcoming Schools is overtly a program designed to politically indoctrinate children. For example, books written by political satirists such as A Day in the Life of Marlon Bundo by Jill Twiss and Santa's Husband by Daniel Kibblesmith are some of those recommended by Welcoming Schools for kids in grades K through 2. I brought the books for your reference. They're being passed around. In addition, the module on gender affirmation explicitly states, quote, educators should support students on their gender journey, even if they do not have affirming family, end quote. This is in direct violation of both Utah and federal law. The Supreme Court has found that parents have a fundamental right to control the upbringing and education of their children, and I've provided a copy of the gender affirmation guidelines for your reference as well. To be clear, I and all parents expressing concern would like to see an across-the-board anti-bullying program implemented, which includes an LGBTQ component. As the parent of a gay son, I'm grateful that the Sharp survey statistics show that my gender and my sexual orientation are the 2 least common reasons kids are bullied statewide and in the Park City School District. It's taken a lot of hard work and advocacy to get here. However, my son was one of the 20 students injured in the bear spray attack against a conservative group at the high school. Not one Park City School Board member nor administrator condemned the attack. No one reached out to me to see if he was okay. Nothing was done by the school board or administration to address this incident that was not only bullying, but criminal. A concern by many is that some bullying episodes have been immediately addressed, as they should be, while others are overlooked or perceived to be swept under the rug. I choose to voice my concerns publicly because I believe we can figure this out and legally meet the needs of most of the kids and constituents in Utah with an open dialogue. Welcoming schools does not fit the bill. It introduces political divisiveness into our schools, which leads to a culture where attacks like the one at PCHS can occur. I would like to understand how such a program has been recommended by the USBE on its website. Thank you very much for your time and attention today. I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns with all of you. Happy New Year.
We'll do one more shout out or call out for Tracy Collins and Duke Johnson. Okay, not seeing. This concludes our public participation, public comment portion of our agenda. Next, we'll have the superintendent's report.
Not on? There, I'm on. Okay. Two things I'd like to talk to you about today. One is just a quick summary of school tours, and we've given a ton of work to Barb Fuentes to, that they're all things that need to be done right away. So we didn't take time to do a video, but she's going to do a more comprehensive video with pictures. So I'll just send that out to you, or a link to you when we get that done. Today, I just want to talk to you about some things that I observed and some overall feelings I have about what I'm seeing, and then we're going to talk more in depth with the superintendents tomorrow when I meet with them during our board meeting. Secondly, I want to speak to you a little bit about the census, and I know that Board Member Newell had to leave to go to an appointment, but he can follow up with you as well if you have any questions about the census. So to begin, I just feel like the students that we heard from today just captured the wonder and beauty of being in the schools and interacting with students. That's by far the best part. Here are all the schools that I visited. You can see those by alphabetical order, not necessarily a calendar order that I visited. And I really appreciate the board members who were able to get out and visit with me, and it was fun to have you along for those of you that were able to come. I love that there were student docents at every visit. They were so excited about their schools and really articulate about programs and things in their rooms. This group happened to be students at Granger Elementary who belonged to a STEM club. And they were so excited, they were pointing out every beaker, every Petri dish, everything in their STEM lab. But the kids are so articulate and really willing to share, and they are my best focus group when I'm in the schools. I love talking to the students. My observation is that their voices are a really powerful form of data. I was telling the young people that presented to us about their AP experience in the hallway that I had a similar experience when I was at Granger High School recently, and it's a huge high school, so the students, it was like running around a track with them, and they were taking me on a tour, and they just suddenly stopped at a classroom, and they said, "Oh, we want you to meet Miss So-and-so, but she's not in the room." And I said, what do you want me to know about her? And they said, "Oh, she's our favorite teacher." And these were AP students, and they said, "She pushes us and challenges us. Kids either love being in her class or hate being in her class because she pushes us and challenges us." And so many of the students that I've spoken with are first-time college attendees. So many of the students who are in leadership positions really have some challenging life stories that they share. And yet the adults in the buildings are working very hard with families to ensure that these students have great and successful experiences. So there really are great things happening at every LEA. And context matters. It matters a lot. So I visited the largest district in the state, Alpine, and the smallest, Daggett, and you can imagine that their needs were very, very different. I was pleased to see how social and emotional learning and civic learning and character education is taking root at a more comprehensive level and a scaled up level, instead of it just happening a week during the school year or one day celebrating something. It's becoming an integrated part of the school day. I was really happy to see so many settings where feedback has become an integrated part of the work for students and for teachers. And where feedback is integrated into the system as a way of being, that's where you see schools really on the move. For example, at Minersville Elementary in Beaver County, that is a school that has been in turnaround, and it's been a comprehensive school on comprehensive school improvement as a Title I school. The principal and the teachers talked to me, and these numbers are off, so I shouldn't even be quoting them publicly, but it was something like they were at 14% proficiency in English language arts, and within 2 years got to 49%. And in talking to them about how they made that giant leap in just a couple of years, it was hyper-focused with families on literacy. And they not only brought in more paraeducators, but spent an inordinate amount of time on professional learning, and it was quality professional learning because they were constantly giving the paraeducators and the teachers feedback, and they were engaged in that kind of culture. The PTA was really focused on literacy as well and helping bring the culture of the students into the school. So their theme for that month was reading around Brazil. So they brought the culture of Brazil, and there were physical icons of Brazil all over the halls. But really, just thinking about how feedback, where kids can tell you how they're doing, and to see that very visibly was powerful. And I saw that in a lot of schools that have made huge gains. Leadership, as you know, we've talked about this so much, it's foundational to school success. And the teachers would talk about how their principals and their assistant principals were really supporting them. And you could just see the enthusiasm. Now, mind you, when I go to a larger school district where there are or even a smaller one where there are multiple schools, they're taking me to the things they want me to see. And my hope is that we have leadership built in, that every school is led by a fabulous leader. That will impact teacher retention as well as student success. So your initiative that you supported with leadership, I really appreciate that. And it's something that, as we're on the Hill, that we're going to ask for as one of your 5 priorities, that we really support growing leaders. And this is something you all know, but really when you see effective teaching in the classroom, it's amazing to watch. And it's not just about effective teaching, but it's the relationship. You can't have one or the other. And on social media, I see a lot of postings about, well, you just have to care about the kid. We're too focused on academics. Well, I've seen teachers who really care about kids, but they don't teach well, and so kids aren't learning. And you have to have both for success. And so to be able to observe teachers like you heard from Ms. Johnson today is really powerful when you see in the classroom the evidence-based practices that they're using. And then last but not least, when I was in a system talking to their local board, superintendent, their school principals, teachers, and parents, and you could see that whole system was aligned and everybody was on the same page. It was really, really powerful. I love when a superintendent, regardless of how small or large the district is, can articulate where best practices are happening in leadership and classroom instruction in the school and how it's making a difference. That was very powerful to see that alignment. So, you know, walking away from the visits this year, thinking about what we can do to improve, when you hear talk about equity, like we heard today, and people being really focused on making program decisions and funding decisions based on principles of equity, based on your definition, meaning that students have the resources and support they need when they need it most, or when they need it every day. When that is the foundational basis for decision-making, better decisions are made, and we're getting better outcomes. I think we really need to scale up instructional quality and not be afraid to say so. I'm going to be more bold about that. I always feel ill at ease when I'm walking down a school hallway and the principal wants to take me into a classroom to see a great teacher. I want to be able to pop into every classroom because I'm thinking they know I'm here. And how must a teacher feel knowing that I'm going into a certain classroom and not their classroom? So I want every teacher to have the support they need to be their very best self. I believe that a lot of our teachers just don't know what they don't know in terms of instructional practices. So I believe that it's something that as a board we could take on to really support scaling up instructional quality. And one of your asks of the legislature is around professional development for that purpose with early learning. We really need to invest school leaders. I've already talked about that. But one of the things that we've done this year that's been unique is to really support those who supervise principals. And they've been left out of the equation for far too long. We're expecting a lot of our school principals, and yet those who supervise, it's usually in that space of compliance. And while that's important, they're not always getting the kind of support they need to give feedback to principals around school culture and climate and working with parents and instructional quality and some of those things that really make for a successful leader. And then last but not least, I just am so proud of our strategic plan where they're the right things to focus on. And if we continue to just focus on those 4 goals and be really clear and intentional about it, that we can really make a difference statewide. So I'll shift from that. Oh, I had to point out this teacher. I so appreciate, I have to shout out to all the teachers and principals who I was in and out of rooms, and I really appreciated the teachers who just didn't miss a beat. I'm sure it was very unnerving to know that the state superintendent was coming into your classroom. And I watched them just go on as if I weren't there. And it happened on Halloween even. And so, yeah, I know, imagine that. I visited Paiute District on Halloween, and I was at Marysville Elementary, little tiny elementary, and they just were plugging along like I wasn't even there. And the same at Circleville Elementary. In fact, some of the best STEM education I've seen was on Halloween Day, where they were creating spider webs out of toothpicks and string and making these webs. They had a plastic spider and they had these dimensions and they had to create a web that the spider wouldn't fall through, working in these little groups. And they were graphing in math and doing a lot of great stuff. They had their candy out on the table and they were graphing, and so all sorts of good work going on. But I have to give a public shout out to the many teachers and principals who, I know it was stressful, and they were just so great when I walked into their classrooms. They just carried on as if I wasn't there. So I want to move into the census. Now, I get that you can't see these numbers, and this is in your backup. But I think it's really important as a board that we support the census, the forthcoming census. And the reason that I think it's so important, I want to point out that, the funding that we get. I was going to try and make that bigger, but it's not going to work. So for example, through the census, things like supplemental nutrition assistance program, so that's the SNAP program, Medicare, special education grants, so IDEA numbers are dependent on the census, our school lunch program, our Title I grants, early start programs, the CHIP program. So much of it is really about health and family support and foster care and energy assistance. So without these numbers that come from the census, we don't often have the head counts that we need, and that results in dollars. Board Member Newell he's serving on a committee about making sure everyone is counted. There are several organizations that are out in our schools trying to get the schools to engage families in participating in the census. So I just wanted you to be aware that it's not something apart from our schools. It really impacts the dollars that we get. And our schools are working with communities to make sure that all the kids get counted. So that's my report.
Great report. Questions or comments from board members? I'm seeing none. Thank you. We have a time certain presentation that's in 10 minutes, and it's quite a presentation. And so I know we have 2 items. I don't think we can get through. Okay. It's a good idea. Okay, so we're going to take your attention to the consent calendar. But if we pull any items, then we'll We'll approve what's left of the consent calendar, and then we'll come back to them after this presentation. So at this time, is there any items that board members want to pull from the consent calendar? Vice Chair, oh, sorry. Do
I move that we approve the consent calendar if there's nothing that needs to be pulled.
we have a motion and a second to approve? Not seeing any discussion, so let's vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting was unanimous. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, we're going to put you after this presentation, okay? So we're going to take a quick break while they're setting up for this presentation. Is that all right? Yeah, we want them to linger here a little longer for your, and get cameras set up. So board members, we are going to start promptly at, there's a 10-minute break, take care of your personal business and that, and we will start promptly at 20 till. So please be mindful of that. We still have quite a bit to get done today. Board members, if we can get you to take your seats, we're going to get started. And for those that can hear me, there's a white Cadillac outside with your flashers on. The horn's not honking, but the flashers are on or something. Oh, everybody got it? No, it's not yours, Scott. Nope, not yours. I know it's not mine, so. All right, well, it'll just flash away. One more call for board members. If you'll take your seats, we'll. All right. We get all the. Okay, I think I have the mics on. Yes, I do. All right, we're going to turn the time over to Chief of Staff Tiffany Stanley, who will introduce our speakers today, and been looking forward to this update. And then will you also share with the board on your expectations of how your presentation and when you want questions and et cetera. I don't know if you'll have pause moments for those or seek them, but
Yes.
we've got a lot to cover, so the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So we appreciate this opportunity to review an interim report of the education funding study that we've contracted with WestEd to conduct. Before I introduce WestEd, who will walk through the findings from their initial investigations, I wanted to provide a refresher for you on the origins of this study, some of the key activities over the past year, and then what's next. Back in early spring, the board voted to direct staff to engage with a researcher to conduct a comprehensive education funding study. As discussed at the time, and continues to be the case, the overall objective of this study is to really examine the extent to which the state's education funding system is continuing to meet the evolving needs of students within our state. Really, our system was designed in the 70s and hasn't been substantially reviewed since the 90s, so we saw it as very timely to take a comprehensive look at our system. As opposed to continuing to tinker at the edges, to really look at it from a systems design perspective. So after the board authorized the study back in the spring, we met with legislators, LEA reps, and other stakeholders to develop the scope of work with the goal of developing research objectives and asking questions that are relevant to decision makers. Then we put the study out for RFP, and WestEd ended up being selected through that process. The board approved the contract in June, and since then, WestEd's been hard at work completing this initial context-setting analysis detailed in the report that they'll be reviewing with you today. So the next phase leading up to the final report is where the more in-depth, rigorous analyses will be conducted to not only tell us the what. This initial phase is really telling us, is descriptive and telling us the what, but it will also tell us the why, which is really critical to inform policymaking. So our plan and process moving forward, leading up to the final report being published in November, would be to release findings of those analyses in phases, so that those findings have time to be really reviewed and considered, and things aren't just bundled up into one final report late in the session, because the intent is, or late in the year, because the intent is that these findings could inform policymaking for the next general session in 2021. With that, I will hand it over to WestEd. We have Jason Willis and Justin Silverstein from APA, who will walk through the study, and they'll also cover how they'd like to handle questions. So,
Great, thanks. And just logistical on PowerPoint? Are you gonna, yep, okay, great. Well, good morning, everybody. A pleasure to have an opportunity to present before you this morning. As I said, or as Tiffany introduced, my name is Jason Willis. I'm a Director of Strategy and Performance with WestEd, leading up the study in addition to our partners at APA. Justin Silverstein, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Justin Silverstein, the co-CEO of APA, and we're a Denver-based education policy consulting firm.
So a little bit about introductions there. So a couple of objectives for today. As Tiffany previewed, we really want to be able to spend some time with you all in presenting some of the findings from this first report, really intended to be interim, set the context of what we know about Utah over the course of the last several months. We'll talk a little bit about some of the developmental process for the report, the findings from each of the significant phases, questions that we investigated in this initial step, and then some of the implications and next step, laying out some of the work that'll be happening throughout the course of the remainder of this calendar year. In terms of the QA, to the chair's question, we're happy to take questions, a few questions. We'll pause between each of the substantial sections, but we, as the chair indicated, we've got a lot to get through, so we want to be mindful and respectful of your time, and we'll reserve about 15 or 20 minutes at the very end for other general questions. So let's get started. So this kind of lays out the two areas of the study investigation for the scope that was approved by this board. Today we'll be talking about those 5 bullets on the left-hand side of the screen under phase 1, identifying the core components of the minimum school program, talking about the role and balance of state and local contributions to public education, discussing some of the results of the equity analyses that were conducted by our partners at APA. And then we'll round out our presentation this morning discussing the kind of method of counting students and some of the investigations and findings that were raised through that, as well as a look at year-round schooling review. We'll talk more about some of the phase 2 things. You can see some of the activities that are listed. Suffice it to say that those things will be going significantly deeper than this first phase, both quantitatively and qualitatively, resulting in a series of findings and conclusions that this board and other policymakers here in the state of Utah may use with thinking about changes to its school funding formula going forward. So this is a look at our process and methodology. You can see each of the parts distinguished on the left-hand side under the task, and then the research questions, the 5 research objectives that were tied to each of the bullets that I previously noted. You can see on this slide we discuss each of the types of methods that we used in collecting information around each of those tasks, either document review, stakeholder input, or some series of data analysis. In every single one of these cases, one of the things we value at WestEd in terms of our research approach is always thinking about triangulating the data collection, so never using a single source of data, but always looking to ensure that what we're looking at, we can come at from a number of different lenses in validating some of the findings and conclusions that we're surfacing for, in this case, the state of Utah. So let's jump right in. This is the first component around identifying the minimum school program. This is the organizational framework that we used in making this assessment. It was really looking at how is the minimum school program, the program of funding here in Utah, aligned to the different priorities and the different activities that school districts and the state are performing. And we lay it out as, and I'll work backwards here from right to left. So starting with measures of success, what are those success indicators? How is Utah measuring its progress on the things that they care about, success for students in particular? And then outcomes, thinking about the results that you want to get, and sometimes, and in the case of Utah, are defined less than, say, a metric, but in thinking about the results for students. Where do you want them to be at the end of their time in formal schooling? We also look at, as a part of this organizational framework, the programs, policies, and practices, what you would describe as inputs. So you think about things like teachers or curriculum. Those are all considerations of inputs here in the organizational framework. And then finally, what kind of brings this all together is thinking about core components or categories of inputs, multiples of them, that are linked to the outputs that are necessary. So substantially in this kind of first set of research tasks, this is just a sampling of some of the sources that we used, looking at obviously this board's strategic direction going forward, pulling together RISE, Utah's core standards. I think also substantially in this investigation, talking a lot with stakeholders here in the state of Utah, district superintendents, chief financial officers, charter school leaders, really trying to get a sense of what their perspective is on the alignment between the activities that they're being asked to do on a day-to-day basis and the way that the funding program is designed to support those types of activities. And so if we look at the outputs and outcomes, that vision should look very familiar to you all here in the board. And that the results are really defined around the portrait of a graduate and that vision for Utah State Board of Education. And I think importantly in thinking about the outputs and outcomes for students, it was very clearly defined in a portrait of graduate that identifies the ideal characteristics of a Utah graduate after going through the K-12 system. So it gives you a sense of that output or outcome that you're looking for students going through the system. And measures of success, which are some ways in which Utah thinks about the measurement of that portrait of a graduate. You can see some of them displayed here. In thinking about the Education Elevated 2020 targets, you obviously also have your state-adopted math and ELA assessments. You also have graduation rates. There's lots of other indicators you use. These are substantial, kind of tied to the things you both care about and report out on a day-to-day basis, or I'm sorry, on over time. And further, that those measured targets are addressing, as we surfaced, equity gaps that are occurring here in the state of Utah, either between racial and ethnic groups or social classes within the state of Utah. So from an inputs perspective, these are some of the documents that really I think fed the collection of inputs here. So obviously your strategies that are laid out in your strategic plan, your state adopted standards, and your associated kind of scope and sequence that are guiding the kind of programs on a range of disciplines by subject here in Utah. But also to really match that, as I was discussing earlier, having substantial conversations with superintendents, chief financial officers around their perspectives, as well as charter leaders on how the portrait of a graduate, those set of goals, are tied to your inputs, your outcomes, and ultimately the output, what you're looking for in every student that's graduating from a Utah school here in the state. And so in consideration of all of that, that review that we conducted, further detail can be found in the information in front of you. And I'll take a moment to pause and go through those materials. But in thinking about the findings for this part of the research task, kind of first and foremost, that stakeholder expectations and the state-endorsed documents reflect a general common definition of the minimum school program. So we saw a fairly good alignment between how stakeholders, your practitioners, your state-endorsed documents were aligned to the ways in which you're currently funding schools and school districts here in the state of Utah. Social emotional learning and mental health supports are the exception. That was a gap that we saw in our research. And this was particularly true of stakeholders supporting the kind of expanded integration of both learning about social emotional learning into the kind of core academic program, but also how those resources show up in schools. So think a social worker or a counselor and their availability to schools and school districts in the state of Utah. So this just gives you a look at some of the core components as we define them in the report itself, some of the subcomponents as well. Most of this should look very familiar given the work of the board. And just to spend another moment on this idea of the kind of social, emotional, and mental health supports and some of that context. This has been a national trend where many states have gotten very interested in the work of social emotional learning and really wanting to figure out ways that it can be integrated with academic core content. And that has been an area of further development. So where we see states in kind of their early maturity on this, they typically tend to think about the social emotional learning component as a kind of separate element, something that has to happen in a separate block outside of your core academic learning. Some of your more sophisticated states in the union really have thought about that integration, so that teachers are able to build that and weave that into some of the core content delivery that creates a bit more effectiveness and efficiency in terms of delivery. And finally, that stakeholders really also highlighted the need for expanded mental health support for their communities. This also reflects a national trend that we've seen across the country in that there have been a rising series of other environmental and contextual circumstances where kids are coming to school, presenting needs that need to be addressed, and that schools in the past, historically, may not have necessarily been equipped to really handle and deal with. And so schools and school districts are really thinking about the design of the way that they want to address those challenges. So here are just a couple of the implications for phase 2. This in particular is going to inform the assessment on distinguishing monetary versus non-monetary resources and the successful schools investigation that our partners at APA will be conducting. And also is going to inform some of the analysis of variation in cost by environmental context. So the statistical analysis that we're using to look at and assess what's happening here in Utah, this gives us some very early indication of some of the design principles we want to set up in the quantitative analysis that would indicate some of the questions that we want to be asking of the data in a later phase. So I apologize earlier I didn't give you a preview of the materials that were in front of you. Each of you should have a shorter document, substantially thinner than the second. This is essentially just an executive summary of both the overall report, but also of the components that we're reviewing today. Consider this your cheat sheet, your Cliff Notes on the fuller interim report that you have in front of you. You also have a copy for your late night reading if you'd like to go through that as well. This is a kind of full detail on our work in this first phase of the report. So I'll pause there and I'll defer to the chair if there's any questions that members have, and then we'll move into the next section.
Questions from board members? I'm not seeing any. Oh, board member Lear.
I don't know if this is a question or sort of it is, because I want to know if you looked at it or if this came up in any of the research on other states. But your discussion I thought was helpful about the social emotional learning. But I've observed over the last, 10 years, even before this became the flavor of the month, that there's a catch-22 for educators given Utah law, and that is that we've got the section about what's been called Utah FERPA, or restraining educators from talking to students about many personal topics.
Yep.
And they finally the legislature created an exception to that a couple of years ago for suicidal ideation. But that's the only sliver, which is sort of taken out of context. It means if the student I read it to say, if the student does this one thing, then that could allow the educator to talk to the student more about their social emotional well-being or mindset or whatever. So I don't know if that, I don't think, from what I know and what I've read, is that the Utah law is more extreme, more limited for what teachers can say to students than any state I've seen. Although that there's a part of called the Pupil Protection Act that's part of federal FERPA, but is similar but not as restrictive as Utah's. I don't know if that came up in your situation, because I don't think we can fix that integration suggestion until that law is it unties the hands of educators, and then there's some good arguments for not doing that. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, so to address your question directly, we didn't do an analysis on Utah's student data privacy law in comparison to other states, but the point you bring up is a common barrier, challenge that other states are trying to figure out in providing these kinds of supports appropriately into schools. And so a couple of approaches have been to try and go at the law directly to say, are there places in which you could open up and have school personnel, teachers, assistant principals, principals, directly engage students. And there's been some examples of that across the country. One of the other things that we've seen emerge is the presence of like school health clinics or kind of community schools emerge, so that you're placing other professionals that do have ready access to that and other licensed training to be able to directly interact with those students. And what we see in those types of examples across the country is that the teachers or the other school personnel are not necessarily directly responsible for engaging, so they're not, breaking any kind of state or federal law in regards to student privacy, but what they receive training in is cues, like things to look for around certain behavior that might be uncharacteristic of the student as they know them coming into the environment. And so that might trigger, a referral by the teacher to the school health clinic to then have a mental health professional, for example, engage with the student.
Just a quick follow-up.
Okay.
Was there any state or program that you thought that seemed particularly successful or promising, or were you even able to look at that?
That was a very cursory review, but I can certainly take that question specifically back to the team and then provide that information to Tiffany and the staff.
I think until we resolve that in Utah, we are not going to be able to really meaningfully address student emotional health, because teachers feel like their hands are tied. And it's a little bit their perception, but it's mostly the law's breadth. So, thanks.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so please continue.
Okay. So we'll keep moving so into part two to talk a little bit about the alignment with respect to fulfilling statutory purpose and some of the evidence-based practices. This may look familiar to some of you in the room. This is a breakout of your minimum school program, or school funding program here in the state of Utah, and the proportion of resources that fall into the three major categories or buckets, as we would describe them. The basic school program, which really is your kind of regular program, your core program for funding schools and districts in the state. You've also got some restricted programs in there, some very specific activities that you as a state feel are important to ensure in that basic school program. That is the lion's share at 65%. You've got some related to basic school program elements at 18.5%. So again, these are related, tangential, may focus on certain populations. You have those designations for some of your populations, low income EL. But this bucket also supports other statewide initiatives and educator supports that you provide. And then the last is the 16.5% for voted and kind of board local levies. So obviously, by its name, includes both voted and board levies, as well as the kind of board local levy around early literacy. This is a look, a trend graph over the last 5 years of your per pupil revenue. And we broke it out into each of those three programs. A couple things to note here on this graph is that we've seen a larger year-over-year increase in your related to basic school program, particularly over the last couple of years, and your voted and board local levies than we have with the basic school program. I think it's important also to denote that for your basic school program and your related to basic school program, those are operated by the state. The state has the control, the ability to think about how those things are categorized, the amount of funding that go into each of those, which is distinguishable from your voted and board local levies. In that your localities, you have some constraints around equalization and things like that, but generally the localities are making those decisions around resources that are coming into their schools. And what we can observe is that over the last 5 years, that rate of change has been going a lot faster than those that are really under state control. I think it's also important to remember about a graph in particular like this, that there's quite a bit of variation that happens from district to district underneath of this. Like this does reflect an overall state average here in the state of Utah. And Justin will talk a little bit more about that during some of the equity analysis review. So some of our findings here is that we find that the structure of the minimum school program fulfills that statutory purpose by delineating the different channels of funding, some of it being less restrictive than others. We find, again, the kind of most significant area of misalignment is around social emotional learning, strongly represented as a priority, but not perceived to be sufficiently or formally supported in the current system. One of the things, just to preview some considerations for this, is some states have really been thinking about more cross-sector work. For example, there are sets of resources that all states, will channel towards health and human services, and they show up in communities as mental health, behavioral health supports for any variety of families and their parents and children. And so thinking about that kind of cross-sector collaboration has been something that many states have been contemplating as they're running up against the inability to kind of raise as much revenue as they would like going forward. So the impact of funding changes in other states, we want to just preview a little bit of some of the recent research that's been coming out nationally. First and foremost, we find that, the independent literature is showing that there is links between increased school spending to positive outcomes for students. You can see some of the outcomes there listed in terms of higher graduation rates, increased college attendance, and higher lifetime wages. This is particularly striking when resources are directed towards high-need populations. So when states, for example, are saying, we want to send resources to a student that is low income, or we want to send resources to a student that is EL, some of the increased outcomes for those students are coming for those special need populations, which is really validating this notion that when funding systems are designed to both fund, every general education student and then differentiate on the type of dollars that are going to student need populations, and subsequently districts and schools then use those dollars to create resources for those students, it's having a positive impact on outcomes for those students. For the second bullet there, you can see that that this also has context, right? That on average, money does matter, but not necessarily in every context, in every setting, in all school districts. This really reflects the complexity of the school environment, the fact that when students come to school settings, that they show up with a set of circumstances that are sometimes wildly different than their peers, and managing that in a complex system that is primarily driven by people. We're a people business. Is important to take into context when you're asking some of these questions. And that other kind of non-monetary factors such as family or community experience can really have an impact on that student success. And we have been able to kind of begin to pull apart those things that we're finding to be really impactful, not just with all students, but with certain sets of populations and certain sets of circumstances. So we wanted to just review a couple of the approaches to targeting these investments. So from the state perspective, how might a state think about its targeting of investments to propel practitioners at the district or the school level to think about the allocation of those resources? So one very popular one is really around categorical programs. So these are restricted dollars for designated programs that may support, and Justin will talk a little bit about, again, this concept of vertical equity through accountability. The cost on that side is not cost in terms of dollars necessarily, but what is the drawback or limitation perhaps, but you have some kind of burdensome requirements that are maybe associated with those categories and some limited flexibility in the use of discretion at the local level. One other, I would say, surging popularity that we've seen in states, but also in a subset of larger school systems in the country, is this reference to weighted student formulas. So it really provides additional funds or weights to a certain set of characteristics of students on a per pupil basis. So as I was describing, if you gave, for example, $3,000 per kid to every general ed student, a weighted student formula would say for every low income student, you would give that $3,000 plus some other marginal amount, recognizing that student needs additional resources to drive positive outcomes in that environment. And the structure of those really do vary across state to state, some of that environmental context, but is really rooted in the research around thinking about the weighting categorization itself. We have seen this emergence that when states move to these weighted student formulas, they They are wrestling with how to set up the appropriate types of accountabilities for asking school districts and schools to follow through with funds getting to those higher need populations. But some of that has been rapidly evolving over the course of the last 3 years that we're finding a lot of fairly good lessons learned. The last kind of approach that we generally see is this a block grant. So it's an entirely unrestricted set of resources that are provided to districts. Again, it may support that kind of vertical equity through accountability, but depending on the requirements that you build around it, may be quite burdensome to the locality. But one of the things that comes in this mechanism of distribution is also thinking about what are the set of supports and monitoring opportunities that the state is creating with school districts in order to ensure that these resources are used and spent well. So a little bit of the implications for phase 2. This really does set up a lot of our deeper quantitative analysis that we are anticipating over the course of the next 3 to 4 months, looking at the impact of these different programs on certain populations. I was mentioning earlier that that the weightings that would come along with a weighted student formula are something that states are using. That is something that we have built into our analysis for the cost function. And continuing to look at the mechanisms by which targeted funding is provided, including the state and local balance. We got to a certain level around that analysis in this portion of the work with you all, but we'll be going into a deeper analysis around equalization. So that'll conclude our second piece. And again, for the chair, if there's any questions, happy to take those before I turn it over to Justin.
Okay. Questions from board members? Board Member Lear?
Sorry. I really didn't read every word of this, so don't think that I'm being obsessive. But I'm kind of a fan of block granting, but I wondered if in your review you've seen, is that increasing or is that a decreasing practice among other SEAs? Do you know?
We've seen, I would say, a slight downward trend. I think the popularity really has been around weighted student formulas, in particular because what it helps to do is segment and signal to local school districts that there's a set of resources that should be used for all students. Consider that the core component that I was describing earlier. But there's also a set of resources that the state wants to ensure is explicitly going to students of need. The block grant would not allow for that kind of distinction, nor the kind of tracking and understanding of how those funding is being used to advance students with those types of background and characteristics.
Or just to follow up 1 second, I don't know if I'd say it wouldn't allow for it, but it certainly doesn't encourage that. It leaves LEAs to sort of make their own choices about.
That's true. So you could have a circumstance under a block grant system in which you said, we're going to provide this block grant and it's got your base plus dollars for these explicit 3 sets of students. You could have, dozens of different weighting schemes that may not be necessarily attached to what we either find in Utah or is tied to national research.
So for instance, in Salt Lake, and I represent Salt Lake City, a lot of the block granting funds, if it was just generally block granted, would go to those needs because that's a great need in a very urban place like Salt Lake. But Alpine might not address their lower income or more specialized needs because the general population of students probably the tax base is low and the general population of students.
Yeah, I mean, so in a block grant circumstance, you have a lot more of that flexibility for that to occur, and you really are deferring the discretion to the school district to think about how they distribute those resources. Even in a weighted student formula scheme, you've got a little bit more constraints. So maybe one way to think about it is on a continuum. Your categorical is the most constrained mechanism by which distributing funds, because the dollar is set and it's set for a certain purpose. The weighted student formula provides a little bit more flexibility than the categorical, but it still says there's a set of resources that you intend to get to a certain set of student. And the block grant is from a funding distribution mechanism, probably the most general way or most loose way in which to distribute funds to districts.
But as you noted, that's hard to monitor to see if it really gets to those specialized populations.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
Are you done then?
I am playing,
Okay.
yeah, finally.
All right. Board Member Earl?
Just a quick comment, so thank you. This was a hard read, by the way. So about halfway through, I told my kids, set the alarm for 30 minutes and I'll be back up, because I went to sleep, so. But I do enjoy the numbers. And it's always interesting when we say equity, because it depends on what we're measuring. And the only reason why I say that, I'm from Morgan, a little community up this direction, but when you look at, like on page 40, we are the bottom for funding in our community. And so, you know, we could cry, we want, you know, a more equitable distribution of funding so that we can pay our teachers more and stuff. But then there are advantages to, do you know what I mean? So it's always like, it's interesting to talk equity, because in some ways you have different experiences within your community. We don't have a lot of business. So therefore, there's some element of, you know, funding that we don't receive because of that. So it's really hard to sort out what equity is really equitable. Does that make sense? And at what point do certain communities get more funding, because maybe more needs? I don't know. It all depends on the community. So I don't know, and I even debated on saying anything, but really that idea of equity, we have to be careful that we don't use it to a disadvantage for some communities and an advantage for others, to where it does create, a disproportionate amount. I know, and like I said, just because I'm familiar with my community, you know, there's some real struggles to keep teachers because we don't get as much funding, and therefore they can easily leave, go to Davis or, you know, other communities, because there's a greater funding base. Anyway, just a general comment there. Being real careful as we do equity, that we're not creating an inequitable situation for other communities. As we're trying to equalize everything, we sometimes end up with maybe other problems in other communities, so.
And Board Member, I certainly appreciate the comment. I think it's a great transition actually to Justin's presentation. And I think for the sake of helping you all as policymakers to think about those discussions, we'll go over our definition, how we thought about the definition of equity in this phase of the analysis.
And as this is moving forward and being able to be a part of this at the very beginning, that's a really good point, Board Member Earl, about equity. But this study that is being performed is just not for our benefit. It's for the legislature, it's for local boards, because they all play we all play a role, and on this funding side, and parents play a role in it where they choose to live and that. But this is a really good comprehensive reality check that we're trying to make here, which the stakeholders are just more than just us. So I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so please continue.
So the next slide is going to look like we had an audience plant, because the first thing we really do want to talk about is what do we mean when we say equity as part of this study. Because if you walk into any room and you say, how do you define equity, and then how do you define equity, you're going to probably have, if we have 40 people in the room, 40 slightly different versions of how they define equity. But within the context of this study and school finance in general, there's a pretty discrete box on what we're looking at when we talk about equity. And so the first thing that we're talking about here when we talk about equity or resource equity is, how aligned is your distribution of dollars for K-12 ed to the legislative purpose? How well does that distribution account for the differences you see both in districts and student characteristics? And then how well does that distribution ensure that there are sufficient resources to meet really the goals, expectations within your education policy structure? So that's the kind of overarching piece. And then when we think about actually measuring it, school finance literature for 50 years has, has a construct on how we measure looking at variation in equity. And the first is horizontal equity. And so how well do we treat those who are similar? So if you have two students or districts in very similar circumstances, you would expect that they are treated relatively similarly within the distribution of resources in your system. Vertical equity starts talking about how well do we treat the differences that are faced either by districts or students. So if you have a district who is smaller or larger, if you have a district that has higher geographic costs, but more in our study, specifically on students, if you have a higher needs population, how well does the system take into account that your district has higher needs versus another district that might have lower needs? Now, of course, we'll talk about how we define student need, because that is, again, something you have to define as you start to look at this. And then the last piece is fiscal neutrality, which in its most basic sense is, as a student, where you live should not dictate the level of resource available to you for your education. So how closely tied is the wealth of a community to the overall level of resources that they have to serve their students? As was mentioned, it can get a little deep when you start looking at all the equity analysis, and we just want to frame a couple of the key terms. The first, for every district in the state, we created a need factor. That need factor basically is just a representation of the percentage of overall student need in that district relative to a 1.0, which would mean you have no students who are special education, no students who are low income, and no students who are English language learners. So no district has that. But there is variation across this state and every state when you start to look at that. And that need factor is generated by looking at what we call a weighted ADM. And so we assign an additional amount of resource need that is related to specific student characteristics. We're doing this by looking at national research and our national, having done this in all 50 states over 30 years. And so for low-income students, we're weighting those students up 35%, English learners 0.5, and students with disability 1.1. Again, to look at the additional resources that might be needed for those students to meet similar educational outcomes. And then below that are the types of analysis or statistics we're using. We're looking at the range. When you're looking at equity, larger range often suggests that there's some inequity in the system. Coefficient of variation, which is looking at how much variation is within the distribution of a statistic. In this case, and in the school finance research, if the coefficient of variation is over a 0.10, we start to believe that there is more variation than you would like to see in the system. We have the McClune and Verstegen indices, which are two professors who came up with basically the same measure. One measures the bottom half of the distribution, and the other measures the top half of the distribution, but both professors got their own indices. And then there's the correlation coefficient, which is simply a correlation. And in this case, we'll be looking at it mostly with fiscal neutrality. And what we're looking at is the relationship between wealth, as measured as per pupil wealth, and then the different revenues and expenditure figures. And if we start to see a correlation that's over 0.5, we start to think that there's some issues with the equity of the system. So the key measures we look at on the financial side are the state and local revenues per ADM. And every time you see ADM, you can also think of weighted ADM, because we're going to look at both. The total revenue per pupil, so that adds in those federal resources, total expenditures per pupil, and then separately the instructional expenditures per ADM. And then the other resources we're looking at are teacher salary and that variation. The teachers per 1,000 ADM, we use that because the higher the teachers per 1,000, the more staff you have per student. Sometimes people like to look at pupil-teacher ratios, and it goes the other direction, so it can get a little confusing. The lower the number, the better. Here, it goes the other way. Similarly, certified staff per 1,000 ADM, and then we do use that student-teacher ratio. There are limitations to this study. The first is that we are using some national weights. It could be, and we're going to learn more from the cost function analysis, what the actual relationships are or should be here in Utah. And so it could be that 0.35, the 0.5, or the 1.1 might not be the exact weights we should be using here. in the state, but they are the kind of nationally accepted weights for this type of study, so that's what we started with. As you know, there's only a handful of states who have less districts than Utah does, and you have a huge variation in size within those districts. So having few districts and having large variation, both of those make equity analysis a little harder. You have both. And one of the things we have not done yet is seeing the impacts that the board and voted leeways have on equity analysis. So part of phase 2 is we'll actually kind of take those dollars in and out of our analysis to see just how much it changes our metrics that we're going to talk about in a minute, which will give us some sense of where, if there are any equity issues, that's kind of being driven within the overall revenue structure. So some of the results. So horizontal equity. So again, examining if places that are similar, is there a lot of variation? And it turns out on the financial coefficients of variation, all of them are well above the 0.1 threshold, and they have generally improved over time, but again, have stayed over that 0.1. On the other kind of non-financial metrics, other than the average teacher salary, again, all of the all the key measures we're looking at are above that 0.10. And the McLuhan and Verstegen indices both failed to meet the threshold, though Verstegen has improved over time. So your variation in your wealthier communities is actually decreased over time, but on the less wealthy, that hasn't happened. So one of the things that could be true is that you have a lot of variation horizontally because you actually have a lot of variation in your characteristics, especially of students. So it could be that you actually have a relatively inequitable horizontal system because you just have a lot of variation in need across your districts, which would mean when you turn to vertical equity, you would actually see the system get better. That could be. It didn't happen. But that's one of the things we want to look at. And so that's why you start to look at vertical equity. Say, okay, well, perhaps the differences are because the need. Turns out that the figure stayed similar or got a little bit worse in some cases. There wasn't quite the same trend line. And so even when you take into account those student variation, you didn't see an increase in equity in the system. And in fact, over time, there's been some decrease in equity. Some of the coefficients are actually getting worse, not better. Fiscal neutrality is actually a place where the state is much closer to that 0.5 threshold in most of what we've looked at. There's some places where it's a little below, a number where it's over, but most of the time it's right around that 0.5. So you're right at the cusp generally of not meeting those fiscal neutrality ratios that we'd want to see. And that is true on everything except the student-teacher ratio. So this is just a summary, again, of all the measures that we have. Only the average teacher salary met the standard for horizontal equity. The formula does not provide the sufficient additional resources for students with greater needs, and so we didn't see an improvement when we looked at vertical equity. And you're not way out there by any means, but you're right at that tipping point. You might want to have some concern on your fiscal neutrality. Wanted to bring up a couple things. You all are probably familiar with a number of studies done by other groups who actually find Utah's system to be pretty equitable. We list this pretty clearly both in the summary and in the report. Those studies are different than what we looked at. Partly they're using national data to compare states. We're using your actual, the statewide data provided by the department. They also only look at the equity difference for poverty students. They don't take into account English learners and your students with disabilities. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison, but it's not to say that those analyses, which are good analyses, don't show that parts of your system really are doing a good job. It's just when we bring in a little bit more detail, we're finding some areas that are of more concern. So what does this mean for phase 2? First piece, and Jason already mentioned that, is that the cost functions are going to give us a little bit more detail on those actual relationships for those 3 student categories, and so that can help us refine this work a little bit. And additionally, we're going to do a little bit more, because I have an accounting degree, I'll say it this way, kind of variance analysis as we go forward, trying to think through as you put in and take out certain parts of your revenue system, where do we start to see some of these equity issues get highlighted? So we could have we now know that the we need to come back to you with what we think is the why. So we can take questions on this section.
Okay, questions or comments? I'm enjoying, I'll say that, but I've been a part of that process a little bit. Board Member Davis.
At the risk of embarrassing myself after that, all of that explanation. So back to her question. So you're saying there is a piece that is going to be included in this that looks at a variety of groups of students, but also looks at equity between, for example, a resources per student in a Daggett or a Paiute versus a Morgan district. For all students, there is going to be an equity piece assessed in that area as well. Is that what you're telling us?
Let me start, and I think Jason might want to add something. Within the report, we actually break out the information in quintiles, and so you can actually look based on, especially on wealth and need, the relationships, based on those district characteristics to what they're getting in revenues and expenditures. So we already taking a look at that sum. What we want to do is peel the onion a little bit. Right now, we're looking at all the dollars together, all the revenues together. We want to get a really specific understanding of within the overall structure. When you think of the earlier graph that had your basic allotments and the related and the leeway, what are the impacts of each of those on equity, both generally and then within those quintiles also?
Yeah, follow up.
Okay, so just, I don't know if you make recommendations or you only do analyses, but, so, for example, if there was something determined that there needed to be more resources for students with special needs per se, then what would be taken into account is the current resources that are already going to that student, the differences between a Morgan and a, Park City, and then those amounts would be adjusted, taking into account all of the equity factors, not just, every student with special needs across the board needs this additional resource, and they will be given that even though that particular student in Park City is already at a difference than a student in Morgan.
Yes,
Okay.
is the short answer, but let me unpack that a little bit more. And just for reference, page 91 of the full report has the breakdown of quintiles on the equity factors that Justin just reviewed. So, Member Davis, to go into a little bit more detail, the next one of the activities in the next phase of the analysis is what we refer to in the field as a cost function analysis. And simply, in the most simple terms, we are taking a tremendous amount of Utah's own data, very diverse, thinking about financial data, school characteristics, student characteristic information, regional variations in cost, and we're putting it into a model. And we are then assessing different relationships of those variables to spending. The most significant relationship that we're looking at in that model is between spending and outcomes for students. And we're establishing what is the relationship between an investment or amount of money that is spent on a student and what that outcome would produce for a student in Utah. And one of the sub-analyses directly to your question is that what this statistical model can do is basically hold constant other things that we know create noise in identifying the relationship, in this case, between cost and outcome. So we can ask the question, if we hold all other variables constant, what is the relationship between spending and outcome for an English learner student? And how does that relationship vary in different settings? So for example, does that differ when you have a small population of EL students? Does that differ when there's a large population of EL students? And what that allows us to understand is then to basically make a comparison of what the model is showing us in comparison to what the current allocation of resources is in the state of Utah. So naturally, what you'll start to see is some variance between either district to district or across the state in terms of resources that are being distributed to some of those populations. Some states do better than others.
Yep, follow up. Hang on, there you go.
In the state of Utah, respective to the LEA. Is that correct?
We can break it down to the LEA level. The analysis that we typically conduct in this circumstance is actually a school level analysis that gives us an even finer tuned look
Great.
at the interaction that's happening in those environments.
Thank you.
So I've got a question, and I think you've answered it once before, but I'm sure board members are asking, or been thinking of this along this way, is that within this study, and now we're going into this next phase, is this is all about funding and data, and it's not about a competition or individual performances between different LEAs. And because that's what is not part of this are the decisions that those local boards are making, and specifically that some may have superstar resources versus others are up and coming and all that. So this is, for us, it's not, when this is done, it's not going to give us the answers that we need, but it's going to give us information that we'll probably ask more questions on how and what we can do as policymakers moving forward. So this isn't going to truly show those inequitable places. It depends on your definition of equity, but so I'm just, in managing our board's expectations, this next round definitely is an eye-opener for us, but is not going to say, this is where you're broke. This is exactly what you need to do. This is just giving us data so we can make an informed decision moving forward. Is that right, Tiffany? So it's not going to really get down into the weeds to say, okay, you got to change these policies ASAP and why. Will you comment on that? I've had board members ask me, but they haven't asked in here, so that's why I'm bringing this up.
And I'm sure that they can round this out. But I think a way to think about it, the scope did request that they make recommendations based on the findings. But that being said, it is unlikely to be to step on the toes of the policy decisions that should be left to policymakers. So it may be more closer to considerations and options than do X, Y, Z.
I think that's kind of very well put by the Chief of Staff. Justin, myself, and the rest of the team at Weston and APA, I think we very well understand our role and where that line stops and where your role picks up. To the degree that we can provide through those findings and recommendations clarity about what the facts and evidence are saying, in indicating to both you and other policymakers in Utah about what action you could take specific to your state school funding formula. We certainly will deliver that in a formal report, but we have also continued to work with states informing those recommendations all the way through the policymaking process. But to the next phase of the report, to your point, we won't be delivering a written bill for you all to adopt. But we have worked with states in the past in order to arrive at some of those conclusions for their circumstances.
Okay. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so you just brought up, when you were talking just a minute ago, I just wondered, because our auditor in the state is also doing some finance things with education, are you coordinating with him at all?
Yes, in fact,
You are, okay.
some of the data that they've been collecting, the school
Is
level
used-
analysis that
okay.
I was referencing from Member Davis, they are sharing some of that
And I guess
with
that's
us.
why that popped into my mind. I wondered, I thought, this seems like we've heard this. So.
Yes, so
Yeah.
some of the there is some data
Okay.
sharing that's happening there. I will say that there are some very distinct differences
Uh-huh.
in the types of analysis that we're conducting versus the state audit.
Sure, I just wondered, because it seems like somewhat of a dual purpose. Maybe there's some different outcomes on both ends, or some different ways of going about it. But I just was curious, so, all right, thank you.
Board Member Davis?
In your data here, did you include all certified adults in the student-teacher ratio? For example, a librarian or a school counselor as a student-teacher ratio?
So remember, we had both the teachers per and then separately the certified staff per. So
Somewhere else.
there should be the two. I will go back and check and just make sure. Yeah. We had looked at both of those pieces. I'll make sure that if we didn't get them all on the table, we can get you both of those.
I see certified staff per 1,000 ADM, but on teacher-student ratio, those seem so low to me. I just cannot imagine that counselors or librarians or someone wasn't included in that. If not, then I will do a happy dance on this desk right now.
I will confirm
Can we?
and get back.
yeah,
to
I'd
you.
love to see it.
Where's that
actually
happy
in
dance?
schools.
Okay. Yeah, so we've got, I think, 3 more sections for you. We've got 20 minutes. So we're going to move relatively quickly. So I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. The next section talks about state and local revenue proportions by state and source. And effectively what we are trying to ascertain here is there a right split? You know, is there a correct split for how much the state should be paying as a total percentage and how much local should be paying? And the answer is no, and we'll walk through why. These tables show you that there's huge variation in that split. So Vermont funds nearly 90% of their educational program from the state, whereas Illinois only funds about a quarter. Utah is at around 55%, and the national average is around 50% when you think of state funding. And so Utah is a little higher than the national average on state funding, a little lower than local, and a little lower on federal. But what we wanted to take a look at is there any relationship between that state-local share and the overall equity of the system? And to do that, we turn to Ed Week's equity score. They look at every school finance formula. They give every school finance formula an equity score. And just ran a basic correlation between that ratio, that state-local split, and those equity scores. And it turns out the correlation was almost as close to 0 as you could get. I mean, I think we had to get out to like 7 decimal points to get any differential. So you can have an equitable system with the state fully funding. You could have an equitable system with the local fully funding. I actually think it's a little harder to do it that way. But in the end, that split doesn't dictate the equity, again, in the school finance lens of your system. And one of the things we wanted to talk about is that states do have different approaches to determining what is in the RFP as this idea of a reasonable local contribution. So Maryland is an example of a state that back in the early 2000s made a decision that for state funding purposes, every one of their formulas, and they happen to have 4 different funding formulas, would be a 50-50 split state-local. And so what that means very specifically is that you determine the overall funding, let's say around $3 billion. The state is going to pick up half of that, and then the locals have to pick up the other half, which actually means local effort has to float over time. If the locals are more wealthy or less wealthy in general, you have higher or lower tax rates because the amount the state is picking up is totally fixed. So that's just an approach that Maryland uses, and they did it very specifically because they had very low state share when they redid their formula, and they wanted to kind of put a marker in the ground that the state was going to pick up more. Other states are much more like Utah, where they have a required local contribution, so basically a tax effort, a level of effort that every local community has to make, and then beyond that, the state is equalizing those dollars. So as locals have more or less wealth, it changes how much the state has to pick up. Examples of that are Ohio and Wisconsin, and you can find states who have higher local contribution than Utah. That simply is requiring a higher effort locally. And then there's the question of if you have local revenues kind of in excess of that required amount. And there's really 3 approaches to that. We list 2 here. The first is what we call recapture. So if district has their local effort and it can raise more money than the formula would say they need, that money goes back to the state. Wyoming is a state that does a full recapture of every dollar. Nevada, on the other hand, has a local required effort, and the locals keep all of that, even if it kind of goes beyond. They don't set a limit of what's needed. It's simply this is raised locally, and they keep every dollar. The third approach, which many states use, is they simply say if we're requiring, let's make it up 20 mills, and you can raise everything you need locally at 10, then you only do 10. And so what we talked about this morning is the three of them basically place equity in different pots. So in a Wyoming approach, it has both student and taxpayer equity kind of stay the same, right? Everybody's being treated exactly the same. Nevada is allowing taxpayer equity. Everyone's paying the same thing, but it allows somewhat to have some issues with student equity because there are certain communities who raise a ton of money, and it stays local. And then states who cap it actually create taxpayer equity issues. So it turns out there's no perfect way to do this, and you're going to mess up somewhere, right? But you have to pick where you want to go. And I guess other than Wyoming, which is a little bit more on that equity side across the board. So in phase 2, as we've talked about before, we're going to be looking a lot more at equalization and really tax capacity and effort in the system, which will help us think through that kind of reasonable local effort as we get through with the phase 2 part of the study. So questions there, and if not, we will.
Not seeing any.
Okay. We're going to keep cranking. Methods for student count. This was another piece. Effectively, states count students at district level mostly, both for accountability, but a lot of it is really so that they can fund. They can create a state funding formula. States have different systems because they might want to create different incentives, and they might want to have a different level of precision. So incentives could be, are you incentivizing attendance or not? Levels of precision are, do you want to count students once or twice and then not worry about the flow the rest of the year? Or do you want to count students every day? You here in the state, of course, have a full year ADM. So you're really looking at the membership every day of the year. And then you also have requirements both about the number of days, the 180, and the number of hours, the 990, which are a part of your kind of overall counting and your accountability system. So it turns out every state has a student count. Most of them, there's about 3 or 4 different names you would hear, and yet every single state counts students differently. So you could hear average daily membership, but if you look under the hood, some count for 10 days, some count for 20 days, some count for 180 days, some have rules about when you're in and out of membership, some don't. Some states count attendance versus membership. A number of states use a single day count. That's usually around end of September, early October, 1 day count, that's it. You have a portion of that for your growth lens, but your overall count really is you're looking at this over time. And then some states use multiple counts, so they might just go in 3 or 4 times a year to count. And then when you talk about average, we talked about you could either be short, maybe the first 20 days of the school year or the first 20-day window, or like the state counting every day, or 100 days, something much longer. A couple implications of student count, membership versus attendance. I'd say 5, 6, maybe 10 years ago, a lot of states started thinking, well, we should go to attendance because it's going to incentivize students going to school and districts making the choice and really making sure kids come to school. What a lot of states found is that you actually just decreased funding to your highest need districts and you increased funding to your lower need districts because schools don't, or districts don't fully control the attendance in their schools. And then the mechanism piece, the single day count, it builds in incentives, and we've heard this in states, pizza parties on a certain day because you're gonna make sure everybody shows up, and you don't have a huge incentive for those kids to come back, at least in the funding lens. And then the average counts over an extended period of time generally give really that most accurate count of the number of students that districts are serving over time. Declining enrollment and growth. A lot of states have a lot of districts who are declining in enrollment. There's a lot of focus right now about how do you smooth out transitions for districts who are losing kids. It's a little different than Utah where you have a very specific piece on growth and there are just a lot less states right now who are dealing with really rapid growth than are dealing with a lot of decline in their smallest districts. But you can make adjustments into your student count either way, which can flatten out your decline, which can help just some economies of scale for districts, or ensure that you're helping districts who are having real big growth, because especially if you're using a prior year count like you all do. So I've already talked most about this. You've got your average daily membership, adjustment for growth, and then your kind of minimum 180 rule and your 990 hours. What came out of some of the study is that impact on competency-based education. You have a number of districts in your state who are really trying to think through competency-based education. So it's less about time in seat And it's more about what does the student know and how do you measure when students are meeting certain benchmarks. And the count can have a real issue with that. And so we actually held a competency-based group, but we first did some research about what's going across the country. And there's kind of 5 key elements to a competency-based system. The first is that students advance upon demonstrated mastery, that competencies include explicit, measurable, transferable learning objectives that empower students. There is timely and differentiated support for the student needs. This one's really key. The assessment is meaningful. When you talk about competency-based, you could talk about, some really are talking about completion-based or getting a grade versus actual competency. Best practice is to be ensuring students have a competency, not simply an A or B in some course. And that learning outcomes emphasize competencies, including the application of that knowledge. Utah is very much in line with other states in that states are not creating whole new count systems because competency-based is coming on. They're trying to figure out how do you take into account competency-based within their count system. Again, we've already talked about you want to ensure that you have that completion and the competency, not just getting done with the coursework. And then something that is in both your, I think, summary and in the report is that we did hold kind of a working group that's going to keep meeting on this competency-based. And the belief is that some of the restrictions districts feel they're facing on funding, which is that it's hard to incentivize a student to do something outside of the regular school day because the district doesn't get funded for that, really are more about rules that are in statute or rules that are in place versus laws. And so there probably could be some changes in rules which would free up and have some more flexibility for competency-based versus having to make a big change in your overall student count to get that done. Left you 9 minutes.
So, Chair, do you want to take any questions? Or we can round out this last piece. All right, there we go. Okay, so last component of our presentation this morning is around our review of year-round schooling. 2 of the most common approaches to thinking about schooling in this country are a single track and multi-track. Single track really being all students are on the same calendar. You've got 45 days on, 15 days off, 60 on, 20 off. And then the multiple track that basically will then stagger that definition as I just reviewed and could get up to as many as 3 tracks maybe existing at any given time. This is a sample is also included in the summary and the full report of what that single track versus a multi-track looks like in terms of just some of the ground setting here. Important here around year-round schooling, YRS, is that historically, it really, the promotion of this idea of year-round schooling has really been driven by growth, student enrollment growth. You can see in places there in the late 1960s, early 70s, kind of Missouri, Illinois, Minnesota, California, all moving to year-round schooling in multi-track circumstances in an effort to really deal with growth, population growth. So in many circumstances, like the facility creation for those students just could not keep up with the population growth, the rapid population growth. Here in Utah, year-round schooling kind of increased in the late 80s and early 90s, kind of surging in 1987. And by 1991, there were 65 schools here in the state that were year-round schools. What we find around the relevant research, we broke this out into 3 topics: impact on student achievement, impact on costs, and then local impact and support. What we generally find across all of these different topics relative to year-round schooling is it's fairly mixed. And a lot of the circumstances that you set up within those local circumstances will dictate the positive impact directly that year-round schooling has on the outcome of students, the impact on costs, or local impact and support. So implementation here in Utah, we found a couple of things that had come up between 90 and 95. A small study examined the implementation here in Utah. Though the research methods were quite limited, the authors did suggest some evidence of impact on student achievement. We'd put a footnote by that, the research methods that were used there. And more recently, a Salt Lake Tribune article kind of examined the public's reaction to a shift away from year-round schooling. And what you can see here is a bit of a divergence, quite quite stark actually, in which the author found that while 80% of the teachers opposed the move, 70% of the parents were in support. So no surprise in terms of some of those cultural expectations across that segregation of stakeholders. So some of the implications for phase 2 with this, going into some deeper investigation. So having identified and knowing the different schools that are using year-round schooling, we were talking earlier with Member Davis's question about the introduction of the cost function analysis, in which we can use this as a variable and try to understand if statistically if this is having any impact on outcomes for students in that initial phase. I'd also add a subsequent bullet if in the identification of the schools that will be used in the successful schools investigation, that one of them is a year-round school or the district operates that also creates an opportunity for us to go a little bit deeper in understanding those practices in those school and district settings. So I think with that, I just wanted to sum up very quickly the kind of phase 1 implications in thinking about phase 2. Both this slide and the next slide really just regard the different areas in which each of these early findings will be feeding into future stages of the work. And I think wanting to put a cap on a point of emphasis that the Chief of Staff mentioned earlier, that over the course of this calendar year, we really are working with the staff. We're developing a timeline now to think about being able to surface findings throughout the course of the year. So we don't want this to go kind of radio silent for 9 months, and then you see us pop back up in 10 months. Over the course of this coming year, we want to create opportunities to engage with the staff, including the superintendent, her team, and others, to present some of these findings as you think about and contemplate some of these changes. And we will say from an effective practice standpoint, we fully endorse that. In particular, as you think about some of these changes that might be coming up in the next legislative session, being able to get feedback, to garner support for some of these potential changes, and doing that early and often, I think will fit with the kind of phased approach that we're discussing currently with the staff. So with that, again, just again, a lot of gratitude for the time with you all this morning. I'm happy to take any closing questions, but I know lunch is right around the corner.
There we go. We'll take some questions now. Board Member Lear.
I have a couple completely unrelated. You mentioned that, and tell me if just is not part of your analysis, but you mentioned that Utah had a lower percentage of federal funding. Not dramatically, I recall you saying, but lower. Do you have any understanding or explanation of why?
Remember, most federal funding is student population related. And so if your relative overall student population around especially economically disadvantaged or special education students is lower, you'll tend to get a little bit lower federal funding. So that is a general statement. I'm not saying that's exactly why that would happen
But that
here.
makes sense.
But we know the overall need level is a little lower.
Okay, and then, go ahead.
Just to add a footnote on that, I heard a small snippet of the earlier board meeting, and Superintendent Dixon had mentioned the importance of the census. So those census, just to link these two things together, the census count is a vital piece of information that is used by those federal agencies, the Department of Ed, Health and Human Services, to distribute federal funds. So ensuring that that count is accurate will ensure that the appropriate set of funds under those circumstances reach Utah.
Yeah, and there are a lot, I can see there are a lot of factors that might influence why it's accurate or less than accurate in some states versus others.
And then the only other factor, so Mississippi is the state who by far receives the most federal funds. They both have high need, but they also have extremely high effort. They spend a very large percentage of their overall wealth on K-12 ed. They just have very low wealth.
Right.
And so that is one of the other factors in the federal formulas is actually a state's overall effort.
Which explains because Utah has gone from 7th to 37th. So that explains that. My last question.
Okay.
You referred a lot to districts, but you've looked across the country, and many of them have charter schools like Utah does. I don't know if many states have as many charter schools as Utah does, and I would guess, an educated guess, that per capita, we have a lot more charter schools than almost any state. But I wonder if you have any general conclusions about if states' fiscal well-being is influenced by large numbers of charter schools, any charter schools? Do you have any sense of that, or is that just something that you have not looked at all?
So I will, for full disclosure, say I'm on a charter board. So just to put that out there before I start talking about charters. But I think one of the things that makes it difficult to talk about is that the governance structure about how charters are funded differs state to state. So, for example, many states, charters are actually funded through their school district. And so it's different than if they're separate LEAs and funded separately. So it can get a little harder to make that sort of conclusion. So I don't think I could probably make that conclusion right now. Charters will be a part of our look as we're looking for those case study schools. So we're going to be looking at any school who's doing a job for students that is statistically significantly different than a comparison school. You know, it's not quite that simple, but within the analysis. So they will be part of the overall analysis as we get into this second phase.
Okay, thank you.
From a research field perspective, there's been very little actually that's been conducted. I think from an independent and objective perspective, there are some groups out there that have published some work on this topic. WestEd is going to be producing some work this year, looking at developing some designs to understand that relationship more substantially. What we can say from some of our descriptive analyses, looking at several states, that charters may have an impact on school districts' financial health, but we're largely coming up with kind of three factors that have influence over that. So the first is really about how the school district manages its own operation, right? And so this really kind of speaks to the kind of support and the expertise of leaders like the superintendent and the CFO that are really important in guiding the management of that operation in the context of charters. The second factor is really around the kind of speed and volume by which charters are introduced. So in states where over time you've seen kind of a slower growth in charter schools, the traditional public school sector has been able to adjust to those changes. But where you see extraordinarily rapid growth, those other public school districts in the region really struggle. The third factor is really about how state policy is constructed in the funding of charter schools. And so in some circumstances, there are places in which the actual transfer of resources from the school district to the charter school happen at very inopportune times within the year. One very explicit example of that is transfers have to happen of revenues after staffing has been set by the school district for the coming year. And if there's bargaining unit agreements that limit the ability of the district to then adjust to those staffing, it creates some tension with the ability of the district to think about its management of financial resources.
And just to conclude, I am not a numbers person, so I very much appreciate that you've made this understandable to me and mostly. And I really, really appreciate your seeming objectivity and again, your very eloquent presentation and helpful presentation. Thank you.
Board Member Davis?
Oh, can you add charters as a category into all of these graphs? For purposes of an overall assessment? I mean, they are funded equally, but
Sounds like a
on-
change of scope here.
Like on page 40,
Okay,
there's no mention of
So Member
charters.
Davis, I appreciate the question. I will not commit to that publicly. My staff will boil me after we're done. I will certainly have a conversation with the USB staff about incorporating, and I will say that for the next phase of the analysis, both the statistical and if they are identified for the successful schools will include charter schools as well.
And just to get an overall picture. Thank you.
Yes.
Board Member Earl?
Thank you. Just 2 comments. I think there is some integration in here, or I read some, as far as charters, some of the graphs, some of the numbers, and maybe it's not pulling out specifically all the, this and the that. So maybe Cindy's asking for just a little bit more than that. And this is just a general thought on tax effort. that, and I understand the difference between a state and a local, but really all taxes are local, meaning they come from people, right? Even federal is local. So in the juggling around of taxes, we just have to do what works for each community, right? And I think that's kind of what you said, is that each state even is different in the way they're structured. So it's interesting to try to even compare that sometimes to try to figure out exactly what is the best model, when really every state's different, and not only the culture, but even the resources available in the state, and so the way they produce. So anyways, it'll be exciting to see what you guys come up with, so.
Tiffany, can you share with the board that, I mean, this is our study, but there's some legislators that have been following this from the very beginning, and they get updates and that. Can you speak to the board of who they are? And
Yeah.
I was thinking, I don't want to leave any out, or I would do it, but
I
they were
might.
very
I don't know if-
interested and patient with this progress, or
Yeah.
with the progress here.
So we've been, obviously, in order for this to really, translate into meaningful policy, it would be in partnership with the legislature and our other governing partners. So from the beginning, we've been engaged with them on developing the scope of work, as well as reviewing some of the initial findings, and we'll continue to engage with them through this process. So it's been like the chairs of the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee, chairs of Education Interim, and members of leadership that have been involved in those conversations. But moving forward, we've talked about a desire to, as these findings are coming out in the spring and summer, to have those also go before, education interim committees and public education appropriations, so that there's very public conversations, in addition to coming before the board, so.
Thank you. So this is a little bit bigger than us, and there's quite a few eyes on this. I want to thank Tiffany for her work and patience with me on some of these things as this has been moving forward. And Jason and Justin, thank you. Excited to see where this is at as we go, even in your executive summary. Again, it's when this study is done and other states probably want to have access and look at us, it's like we absolutely are very unique. And to even go back to Board Member Davis's comments earlier, as the board member comments about moving forward, our state is continuing to even be more unique, and so we're constantly looking for those improvements or betterments. And this is what it's all about. It's not about what is broke, but it's about what should we be doing to better address the needs of our students, and also the needs of our state, to putting the right people, having the right people here to take care of the work that gets done here. So it's making good citizens and that whole package. So thank you for your work on this. We look forward to updates and then also the conclusion of this phase. So thank you. Did you have any closing comments?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I was tempted to try to squeeze Scott Jones in between us and lunch, but it wouldn't be fair, and the cameras and the press are not here yet, so we're going to break.
And I don't fit. So.
All right, so we'll Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones will have you on our agenda right after lunch. Are you okay with that? All right, so board members, enjoy your lunch, and let's try to start promptly. And here I'll try to round you up about 5 minutes or so before we start. So thank you. A little bit behind. So this is the monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, you ready to go through it? Okay, thank you.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. To my right is Deborah Jacobson, our Finance Director. This is the monthly budget report that's required as part of the Budgetary Procedures Act. And for the record, the USBE remains solvent and able to meet all of its financial obligations. I do want to follow up or expand on the recent events related to the state online education program with the private and homeschool students. On December 13th, the Executive Appropriations Committee of the Utah State Legislature made a motion to provide $2 million of one-time funding in order to basically support or sustain the program through the remainder of this school year. So I provided the backup documentation if there's any questions or concerns with that, so we're back in line. We will issue notice of enrollments and keep that program open up to or for the duration of the school year, but always within our budget limitations and appropriation limitations. Subject to any questions or concerns specific to any of the sections within the USBE, this concludes the monthly budget report, Chair.
Okay, questions, comments from board members on the monthly budget report?
Okay, next up, as part of this process or agenda item, is a discretionary funds report. We provide this to board members. These are your discretionary funds for use, either by way of suggestions of staff on program level application of your discretionary funds for specific projects or purposes. The latest update is for the action we took on, which one was that again? The green. Oh, the movement. Okay, so orienting to you up in the upper right-hand corner, there was an amount that was provided back from internal audit, right, which is we've loaded into your discretionary funds. And then the green highlighted section, or the big section, is all the actions or projects that you've identified for use or to apply discretionary funds for use towards those particular projects. Subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes the discretionary funds update portion of the monthly budget report, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Superintendent, for the update of the change. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, does this conclude your report?
Concludes my report.
Hold it, hang on. I'm looking for a light. Oh, there's a light. Board Member Cindy Davis.
I need to get back into my document. Is this the one where the movie or the commercial about teaching in Utah is this on this one, or is that on a different one?
Yeah, that's on there, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I don't know where we have an opportunity, if not now, to give input. I just want to be a little bit careful because I mean, our classes are huge, and I love education in Utah, and I loved teaching, but there are some difficulties right now too. We have huge classes and not huge salaries, and I'm struggling even trying to encourage my children to go into teaching in Utah right now. So I just want to be a little bit careful that we don't use that money to create a campaign that sells a potentially a bill of no goods. I want it to be all, I mean, whatever it's going to be, it can point out all the great pieces, but there are some pieces right now that are not great. So I just want to add a little bit of careful there.
Yes, sir.
So it's noted, thank you. Board Member Jenny Earl.
Your Honor, response. Yeah, or maybe not, maybe I'm like, careful, I'm not sure. Maybe talk to me after. We'll see what that is, because that's an interesting piece, so, okay.
Okay, I guess that concludes your report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
See the cameras, what happened?
I know.
Oh,
Well, I was
sorry.
going to show the Top Gun 2 preview, you know, because that's coming out.
Yeah, it
You
is.
know, I'm really
Accidentally
excited about
have
that,
it
right.
start off, yeah.
Of course, you know, we need the Accountant 2 to come out, you know, for that.
Accountant too, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Justin Atwater who's with the advocacy of, who is the Advocacy Office Director, if you'd please come up. This is an information item. This is our annual report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making time for us on your busy agenda. we appreciate Paula also keeping us apprised of real time so we could come right at the right moment. It's been a few months since I had the opportunity to sit before you, and I hope that my presence is welcome, and I'm glad to see you again. The intention of my report today is pursuant to the statute that governs the Advocacy Office. We're required to report to this board on an annual basis. And we have just completed the advocacy, we're calling it, just as a short term, we're calling it the Protection and Advocacy Office. We worked with a marketing group to come up with something that worked to kind of remove all the superfluous words. So Protection and Advocacy Office is what we're calling ourselves going forward. And one of our requirements pursuant to our statute is that we're required to stay informed and report to the beneficiaries. And we've, with the help of Jesse Stewart, who's my assistant, spent many hours trying to fulfill that mandate, especially this first year, to create a system of reporting to the beneficiaries, and particularly this board and its oversight of the public schools beneficiary, the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind beneficiaries, and want to provide a comprehensive view in an understandable format. So big part of my 10 or 15 minutes today, I want to show that report to you, not go through it page by page, but show you some highlights and hopefully elucidate some of the important things from the trust. We also did include in your packet, obviously not enough time today to go through it all, but if you do have time to go through it and have questions, there's contact information in the packet. Please reach out to me. We would be more than happy to meet with you individually. I commented to Paula before we came up, we tried to get the report out in as clean a version as possible to you so you could have it in your materials. We do have a few changes to it, so we'll get you the updated version by email and also a print copy so you can have that. Given that, up on the screen I just have a brief PowerPoint, and I want to scroll back and forth between that and the actual report. So this just kind of demonstrates what I'd like to show, but I do want to save some time at the end for questions. So if I can actually pull up the actual report for you here, and if you have it on your screens, if not, you can, this one. Okay, there we go. So I want to start here on page 4, 5 of the report. Okay, we've tried to, not really showing well on a full screen, we've tried to demonstrate here in a graphical format where our office fits into the trust system. So as you're all aware, and I know some of you are fairly new to this board and many of you have been involved with trust lands for a long time, but I wanted to demonstrate a holistic view of how it all fits together and how our office works. Obviously, you're all aware of CITLA and its mandate to generate revenues from the land, and CITFO's mandate, which I have in the middle, which is to generate then in turn revenues from the dollars that CITLA gives into the fund. And then lastly, we've noted, it's going to take me a minute to load, but the last diagonal there, or the last diamond there, is actually the School Land Trust Program, which Paula is the director of and overseeing the trust fund allocations in school community councils. We've shown our office off to the left because it really has a requirement from the state legislature to provide global oversight and help and assistance, advocacy, and protection to all levels throughout this process. And since we last met, we've had the opportunity to meet with all of the players here regularly, but in addition to that, some of the others that are important to you. Your committee, your Trust Advisory Committee, has welcomed us to their monthly meetings, and we've had a really great opportunity to listen to their discussions and hopefully provide some meaningful feedback as we receive day-to-day updates from these agencies and administration. So I wanted to let you know that we do participate on that committee, and they've welcomed us as an active participant, at least verbally, as part of that process, and really appreciate that and hope to continue to stay involved in that way. Before we jump to financials here, this next page, we've tried to summarize 5 things that typify our office. And I wanted to say that this report, as you go through it, I think does a really good job of summarizing what we've done in these 5 regards, and specifically in generating revenues for the beneficiaries and thinking about new ways for that to happen. I'll show you in the financials here in a moment that the proportionate share of revenue going forward appears to take a shift for a period of time between CITLA and CITFO. And I want you to critically think about that as a board, because it's important for us to then analyze ways for CITLA to be more proactive and productive in their use of lands. One of the slides you'll see in here, a small graph towards the CITLA section of this report, shows the land productivity. It's a pie chart. And on that pie chart, it shows that CITLA's productivity is only 15% of the acreage for surface acres and about 20% of the acres for mineral acres. So what that means is 85 and 80% of the lands are, I don't want to use the word, but essentially worthless in the sense that they're not generating any benefit for the beneficiaries. They're not worthless in the sense they're not capable, because they're certainly capable if we take the right approach. And that, to me, as I look at this, is a major opportunity for us to encourage and help that happen. Sometimes it moves at the speed of a snail, but even if it moves at the speed of a snail and takes 8 years to get those productive, I think it's important to start somewhere. And so I mentioned that because that, to me, is probably one of the most important things that we can look at as a protection and advocacy committee. So given that, maybe, Paul, I'll have you, while I pull this up, scroll down to page 23 of the annual report. What we've tried to do is, within our report, because we represent 12 different beneficiaries, we've tried to include a page for each beneficiary specific. And I misspoke, it's page 25. So page 25 of our annual report is specific to the Common Schools or Public Schools Trust. And I want to highlight a few of those things for you. So in this report, we're showing essentially an asset report, the assets that the School Children's Trust actually owns and has beneficial right to through the trustees. And as you'll see on this report, there are a total of about 3.4 million acres of surface within the trust as a whole, and the School Children's Trust beneficially owns 3.264, or almost 97% of the overall trust, a very large percentage. And in fact, the remaining balance there is just over 100,000 acres that are owned by the other beneficiaries. So relatively speaking, not very much. And then likewise, the mineral acreage, of the 4.4 mineral acres, 4.13 are owned by the Common Schools. I will point out, because you have stewardship over the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf, stewardship over those trusts, they have 4.7 surface acres, 4.7 thousand and 455 surface acres respectively. So very small relative to the whole, but still important to their funding. I also wanted to point out here, off to the right side, Paula, if you'll scroll down just a little bit, we have a fund return. This fund return percentage reflects the return that CITFO has achieved over these periods of time for the school fund respectively. We did not include a 10-year annualized amount here, but it does go back on their report, and I'll tell you just verbally that the 10-year annualized return is 9.5%. The reason I'm not showing that in our report is because I'm trying to reflect what the current scenario facilitates. As you know, CITFO was formed in 2014, and so anything that happened before 2014 would not be reflective of their current strategy. 5 years forward would be reflective of that strategy. You may also know, I think it's important to know what goals are and monitor those goals. CITFO has a stated policy goal of a CPI, Consumer Price Index, plus 2.5% goal every year. And the Consumer Price Index is essentially a 5%. So they're targeting a 7.5% annualized return is what their day-to-day operations are targeted to achieve. So we can see that all of these metrics, the 5-year, the 3-year, and the current year, are not achieving that standard. And I wanted to point out a few justifications from them as to why that's happening. Because these numbers here become critically scrutinized by all of you, by me, by the public, by all the beneficiaries, and we ask the question, why is this happening? And so, believe you me, I've asked the question and had many hours of conversations on why this is the case. And the justification, onefold, is that the mission of CITFO, and I think this is important for you to think about, is this the right mission? Their stated mission is that a long-term CPI plus 5 is more important than the prospect of current large gains. And so they're willing to say, yeah, market might be getting a 10% return on this investment. We're not going to invest in that investment because we think it's too risky. We want to make sure we have a steady 7.5% return. So that's number one, is they're not chasing big gains. They're not after what some investors might determine as sexy investments at the time. They are after a diversified portfolio. Number two, the time frame in which CITFO took control of the funds, they've largely been spending their time on diversification. The treasurer previously managed these funds, and they were essentially placed in a standard 60-40 mutual fund type portfolio that we see. They've spent a lot of time diversifying the portfolio over the last 3 years, and in so diversifying, caught a very strange market trend as they were coming out of U.S. stocks and into more nebulous and discrete areas to diversify. Some of those stocks that they were in before had significant gains. And so one could say, if this money were left with the treasurer, it probably would have achieved the 7.5%. But at the same time, we'd still be stuck in that scenario of diversification, and in a downturn, we would have lost more than what CITFO would lose, is kind of their argument. The second side of that is a lot of the funds they've pulled out of these things have not been reinvested due to the slow pace of private equity. And some of you are familiar with the J-curve concept, but it takes time for them to then reallocate those funds into private equity. And there are some idle funds or funds that have just recently been invested that are not starting to return dollars yet. They're infrastructure dollars and will return over time. So I don't state that as my justification or a justification that I think is sufficient, but that is the stated justification as to why we're seeing the return at 3.7% for fiscal 19 versus the stated objective of 7.5%. I've spoken with Peter Madsen, the director of CITFO, about this multiple times, and he's confident, and he gives me confidence that over time, they will achieve their policy. And we're being patient with that because we know that there are some of these limiting factors, but we hope there will become a time where we can look at him and say, now is the time. And so we're cautiously watching this trend as it goes. Before I move on, are there any questions on that specifically, or any comments that you'd like me to pass on?
Questions or comments? One thing that throws people off on these numbers is a lot of times we will do a comparable to maybe where we're at, or we might be in a 401k or something of that nature. And on these CITFO numbers, I think if I read that right, it's as of 6/30. So one period, one quarter definitely can affect. It all depends on what's happening within that window of time. And so it's hard to measure success unless you know what's behind it and what's in front of it, instead of just this one snapshot at a time. And so does the board have any questions on how that might work? Yeah.
Hey, Chair.
Yeah.
Just the individual returns for the 5 years, do we have those? We could go back and see what the returns were for each individual year?
Yes, we can get those to you. Yeah, they're not in the report, in this written report, so as to provide a summary, but we have those year by year. And we can actually bring you up to date as well. And as the chairman pointed out, calendar year to date, the fund is actually outperforming its policy metric. And so there are some good things happening. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Chair, may I ask them a question?
You bet.
For clarity, what percentage did you say 9 point? What is it? I
Yeah,
couldn't remember.
the 10-year annualized return, which is not shown on this
Right.
report, is 9.5%.
It's 9.5. Okay.
Yes.
I remember you said something. Thank you.
Yeah, and the hope and the goal is that over the next 10 years, we maintain that 9.5.
Board Member Cannon?
Yes, I have a question for you. You mentioned at the beginning about the mission of CITFO, and I'm wondering who comes together to put together that mission, or who would be responsible for changing or redirecting that mission?
Thank you. Really important question. And so let me give some really quick background because I know your time is precious. The Board of Trustees of CITFO, they really have one goal, and that is to establish the policy, the investment policy. And that investment policy is found on CITFO's website. And then once they've established that policy, they just let the staff do their thing within that parameter. And so that Board of Trustees annually reviews the policy and can change that policy at any time. It's a 5-member board, and those 5 members are selected by a nominating committee. And the only permanent member of that board is the state treasurer. The state treasurer is the chairman of that board, and the other 4 members are appointed by that nominating committee. The CITFO nominating committee consists of, I'll say this rather blatantly, a group of people that you have significant influence over, including my 5-member committee, of which Paula is a part of. And Paula's position, the director of the School Children's Trust Program, is a permanent member of that nominating committee. So that nominating committee has great influence as to who sits on that board. And I'll also further state that the beneficiaries have a pretty significant influence on that policy. I participate in every CITFO board meeting, also in every CITFO closed session, and I meet with the treasurer monthly. And he and I have had some very important discussions on policy and returns. And so we can have some outside influence as well. So if you have ideas on how this policy should change, we can attack it both from putting the right members on the board, but also attacking it informally with conversations about how we feel about that.
Right, I'm not, excuse me, I'm not saying, but I have one. I'm not saying any other questions or comments. But you talked earlier about the land that is not creating an ROI. And previously, when this board had played a little different roles than what we play today in this, we viewed that land a little differently than maybe what you stated is, because we would view that land that isn't actively producing revenue right now as a potential. It's almost like a reserve, and we viewed that land as something that we can trade later, and we left it up to the aggressive behavior of CITLA to go and try to make all of that work, trading those parcels to BLM and other places to better expand our footprint of revenue. And so it's when the previous board back in the past, we viewed that as potential revenue sources, but we certainly didn't view them as something that was, not to use your words, but I wrote it down, are these really worthless?
Yeah.
We viewed them as potential power in the future to trade and negotiate, and then sometimes situations occur in the future that we can't predict now that will escalate that, but we did have a great deal of trust, and we still do with CITLA to capitalize every opportunity they can and bringing those in. So, my question is, moving forward, is that still where CITLA is today? Is they view that as some kind of reserve potential bargaining chip to trade?
Yeah, well said, Chairman. Thank you for clarifying that. I agree with you 100% that there is extreme potential future value in these acres, the 85% that are not being utilized today. I agree with you 100%. Where I want them to focus, CITLA to focus, is, as you pointed out, Chairman, like exchanges with the BLM and others. We're finding today that those can take up to 10 years. And so what I would like them to do is to try and project even further into the future, rather than waiting for the current resources to diminish, start thinking 30 years out today, and trying to maybe participate in some of these exchanges now with some of those lands, like the West Desert, for example. There are people within SITLA that study capabilities, mineral capabilities, oil capabilities, and they're trying to determine if there's anything there or if those need to be exchanged. So we're trying to encourage them to be a little more aggressive in planning long-term. So thank you.
So if there's anything we can do to support that, let
Thank
us
you.
know. I appreciate your efforts in being aggressive, because that's what that was our trend in the past, is we kind of kept that pressure, so thank you for keeping that going.
Great,
Okay,
thank
Board
you.
Member Davis.
Could you share your conversations about what's been discussed about just risk tolerance, maybe how long you've got these mitigating factors that are causing these lower returns? I mean, how long do you let that ride before you make changes? What have the conversations been to that end?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So the Board of Trustees of SITFO is fairly convinced that the policy they instituted in 2015 needs to be given a sufficient period of time before they really significantly tinker with the strategy. And from what the treasurer is telling me, is he thinks that that's at least a 7 to a 10-year period, of which we're in year 5. And so they do look at it annually, and they do monitor trends, but they're not inclined to really change the strategy. And when they gave the 7 to 10-year window, really what they want to see, it's kind of strange for an investment group to say this, but they want to see a downturn. They want to see the market really have a bad year and see how this portfolio performs under those conditions. And their expectation is that it will outperform all other endowment type funds because of their strategy. And so the plan is to keep it consistent all the way through. If it doesn't work in a downturn, they'll have to really reconsider that. And I think that the parallel concept to that is if they're over that 10-year period, if they're not able to achieve their policy metric, they're going to need to probably take on some more risk and build their portfolio with some more risk. And I really like the question, because I'm actually advocating for something that's a little bit off the beaten path, and we're developing this with them right now. We would like to see them take a subsection of the fund, a small portion of the fund, say $100 million, and be a little more aggressive, create a sub-fund with that, and maybe be more localized in the state of Utah, and try and find ways with operating companies, rural growth, grants, sorts of things where they can actually maybe have more of a hard touch on it day to day and try and be more aggressive with that component rather than viewing everything in that same bucket. So just some ideas that we're exploring to try and improve that risk tolerance, which I feel like they're doing the right thing in terms of trying to keep it steady, but at the same time, they're probably not thinking enough about some of the safer, higher returns they could.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so
Okay.
please continue.
Where am I at time-wise? We're about out of time. Again, I don't want to take any more of your time than I needed to. The report's pretty robust. I do want to point out a couple trends just for you to think about as you think about ways to help the trust grow. We as an advocacy office, and when I say we, it's two, but the committee of 5 also has a big role in this. We want to, and I've included on the second to last page, the last page is a contact page, but the second to last page lists the agency goals and recommended actions. So we've tried to create a list of things that we want to be measured by in the coming year. So when we show up to this board in January of 2021, we want to be able to pull this list up and say, we have made movement in this regard with respect to some of these things. And one of the things that I'm really focused on for SITLA is there's 2 things, and I want you to be aware of these. One, SITLA has taken some major personnel steps in the last 6 months. They've hired 3 new deputy directors. They've also hired, starting this week, a chief operating officer, which is a position they've never had in the past. They've always relied on their director to kind of be that person. They've decided that they need that in order for them to be more actively managed and to somebody have a more broad grasp on what's happening. within the trust. And we support that. And we're going to spend some significant time with that individual and try and bring that individual up to speed so they can create goals for SITLA, monitor those goals, encourage those goals, monitor performance in each project to see what's working and what's not working, and make decisions more mobily. Historically, they make decisions based on chunks of years. We'd like to see them make decisions with respect to the land more readily, and we think that allows them to be more mobile and in return use the lands more productively. The last thing that I want to point out on this list is the second bullet point, advocating for proactive management of trust lands. That's part of that. The other part of what I suggested there is I want to point out there's a project that you're familiar with, maybe familiar with. It's 100% school-owned, and it's called the Fort Pierce Industrial Park, and it's in St. George. And it is the very first project that SITLA has taken an active joint venture role in, where they actually own, I think, 70% of the project as an owner. And they've done a pretty good job of diversifying their risk. So they're non-recourse loans on the project, but they get 70% of the revenues going forward. And of all of their projects, it's the highest internal rate of return project that they have. And including lands that they sell outright or development lands that they sell. And so I think that's a great lesson for SITLA to learn, to try and be more vertically integrated in their projects. I would like to see them sell less, generate more revenue, and keep the lands for a much longer period of time and find new ways, once those ways have diminished, to make revenues from the same land. That's what I think the founding fathers of our nation intended, was for this land to be used productively in perpetuity. And that's my goal, that's my hope, that's my expectation. So I know you are a wonderful resource in that, and I hope I can use you more often, and you'll feel welcome to call me anytime. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, and thank you, Paula, for being here, and look forward to seeing you more often than maybe just this annual report. So if you have something you want to visit with us about, certainly Paula knows how to get something on an agenda here. So
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Next, we'll want to invite Ben Rasmussen. We're on 9.1, which Ben Rasmussen was our hearing officer on R277-306, where at the conclusion of his report, I'll seek a motion. Ben.
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. Thank you, Chair Huntsman, for the opportunity to be with you today. My report's very short. We had the public hearing last month. By state law, we were required to submit a hearing report which contains the backup documentation, the public comment, basically all the information to enable the board to make its policy decisions with respect to the rule. So that hearing report is available for you on Civic Clerk, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the hearing process at this time.
Have any questions? Cindy, did you have
I
something?
just have motions if you're ready. No one has questions.
What's that?
I just have motions if you're
Okay,
ready.
well,
for
we
motions.
can take a motion. Yeah, and so I'm seeking a motion to accept the hearing officer report of the December 5th USBE hearing on R277-306.
That,
So that's her, so she's got the motion.
okay.
Okay, that's to accept the, are you wanting to accept the report? Is that what?
We can accept the report, but then I have motions.
Okay, that's in that, that's under 9.2. So we have a motion to accept the report. Is there a second? Second, discussion to the motion of accepting the report. Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Voting is unanimous. So under 9.2, Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings, are you coming up for part of this? And okay. We've had this report. In this case, we have questions or
Thank you.
concerns.
Sure. I wasn't sure if Ben was going to just cover this, or I'd be happy to.
I think
So,
Cindy has motions
oh.
to make, but
No, we don't have the motion yet.
Just the background I'll just give, and it's in the backup on Civic Clerk, is, as a reminder, R277306 was filed with the Office of Administrative Rules, and as of last month has been ready to be made effective. Staff held on making that rule effective because of the public hearing, and now is awaiting for you to take any additional action. So we provided some options for you. You can see the options 1 through 4 and some potential motions, and then I think we're ready for you to make motions.
Board Member Davis.
So I'd like to make both and then speak to them. if
Yeah,
possible.
well,
The first is, I move we make R277-306 effective. This would allow the existing parts of the rule, well, I'll speak to it later. My second motion is,
hold it. We're gonna do one at a time.
I really have to say both.
So you,
so
why don't you
people
say
know
it
how
all
to
in
vote on
one,
it first.
all in one motion? We do one motion at a time.
Say and.
You could make it a
And-
joint motion.
I move we make R277-306 effective and that we send R277-306 to committee to direct staff to draft language to amend the rule to include, 1, details for requirements for a school social worker preparation program to be approved by the board, and 2, direction for the superintendent to establish and administer an alternative school social worker preparation program designed for individuals holding a social worker license issued by DOPL. And I'd like to speak to the motions.
Okay. Did you get all of that?
I can forward it to you. I have that language, Lorraine.
I can get,
It'd be nice to have it up. That's,
I can send it.
okay, we have a second? Okay, and you want to speak to your motion?
Yes. So, just by way of a little bit of background, we all should know that when it comes to our service providers, we're really inconsistent. There is no one rule that governs all of our service providers. We don't have, all service providers have school licenses, or all school service providers are DOPL licensed. Some are DOPL licensed, some have school. So for example, why do school psychologists have a school educator license when maybe an audiologist are only licensed through DOPL? I don't have the answers to those questions, and I don't think this fixes those inconsistencies. But just in the silo of school social workers and in light of our feedback from our public hearing, what I'm suggesting in these motions is somewhat of a hybrid. So, for example, if we were to just stay status quo, then all school social workers would need a school license. If we were to take on the new rule, then that license would go away. Even if we grandfathered in those who already had a school license, the opportunity for new school licenses for social workers would go away. So what I'm suggesting is a hybrid of the two. And it would be that an LEA still would now have the flexibility of hiring a social worker that is DOPL licensed, just like they do an audiologist or occupational therapist. But the school social workers that already have a school license can keep that license, and it will be maintained and monitored by USBE as such. And those who are hired even without a school license and that want to achieve or get a license for school, they can either go to the U of U, which is the only university that has a program, or we can look at, through these motions, an opportunity for an alternative route to licensure for school social workers, similar to what we have for teachers. And then that would give them the opportunity to branch over. Some of the concerns that were expressed in the hearing were for social workers that wanted to pursue an administrative path. This would allow them to do that if they had a school social work license first. But I'm open to any and other opinions.
Thank you. Motion before the board is that we make R277-306 effective, and that we'd send R277-306 back to committee and direct staff to draft language to amend the rule to include, number one, details for requirements for a school social worker preparation program to be approved by the board, and number two, direct the superintendent to establish and administer an alternative school social worker preparation program designed for individuals holding a social worker license issued by DOPL. That is your motion, is how you stated it? Okay. Discussion to that motion, Board Member Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am encouraging you to consider voting for what she has proposed, as I had some people reaching out to me after our meetings and had some discussions and some questions answered. Really, in all fairness, which we don't have totally and completely with everybody involved in our school systems as to having a consistent status, I think that they need to be offered the opportunity to do the same as any of our ARL people are. You have an engineer that wants to come in and teach math, as long as he goes back and takes that certification that teaches him classroom management, you know, school governance, whatever, that they have the ability to learn that and understand the school systems and to be able to work in it, and also gives us an opportunity as a school system to help our social workers understand that working in the school is different than a family setting or a private individual setting. So I would hope that we could at least work in coherence with each other to help with the things that she's brought up and discussed here, so that we can do what's best for kids.
Board Member Scott Nielsen, it shows AAG Table 1, but so you haven't logged in, but so we'll go with, instead of the AAGs, we'll go with Board Member Scott Nielsen.
Yes. So very quickly, I just had a quick question, Cindy. Does this, because I'm really apprehensive about, this is my own personal opinion, but I don't like it when non-teachers become administrators in schools. I don't like it, because it's like you have no teaching experience, but then you're going to run a school. And so that's one thing that I'm very concerned with. I'm not saying they're not good people. You just haven't been in the classroom with kids. So I've had that before, where I've had experience and they're good people, but they come in and I'm like, you've never ever been a teacher, yet you're overseeing teachers, and I don't like that. So how does this, explain to me how this process is going to work itself out?
So I've had a similar question, actually.
Okay.
But I have been told in my questioning of Travis and others here that we have, that's kind of a generally held opinion, but that our university programs have like a 10% acceptance rule. And so there's, there could be perhaps like 10% of these, of service providers that could be rock star administrators. It's maybe not going to be the norm. It's not going to be a teacher who's taught for 20 years, but and so that is addressed in these kind of enrollment requirement for teacher admin licenses and things like that. That's what I was told. And then also there is a board rule that addresses it somehow, but now I can't remember exactly how it was, and I don't think Travis is here. Oh, he is here. But anyway, we had some dialogue along that same line, and I felt satisfied after I got the answers that he gave, but he could share maybe more information if it's appropriate for the chair.
So let's speak to this motion. This is R277-306. I understand there's maybe a kind of a parallel, but are we talking about principles in R277-306, or is it something else?
Well, his concern to approve this is that we'll have more and more non-teachers trying to become principals of schools.
Which, I'm going to go back to the motion. The motion is to have it go back to committee, and that's where all of this gets knocked down, drag out, fight, whatever's happening.
They are correct, Chair. I just had a question for Cindy regarding this, but.
Oh, okay. So I want to keep it right specific to the motion R277-306 and not have it take from your motion. So are you okay with that answer, Scott? Yes, I am. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Brittany Cummins.
So I'm supportive of the concept. My only question is why the specificity in bullet 2, which talks about a superintendent's ARL program, which seems to kind of be different than what we're doing in most of the other licensing rules, which is to create a licensing alternate route that's not overseen by the superintendent. And so I'm just wondering why it's so specific to that and not allowing for this program to follow the same pattern that the other licensing rules have followed. Can I ask that question specifically?
I could start to answer, but I would like to see if we could have Travis Rawlings come assist.
Travis, will you come up? So
My,
we're speaking to the number 2, why, I call it a pathway. Why is it a little different than our previous pathway to have the superintendent? I believe that is the question.
Thank you. Travis Rawlings, Educator Licensing Coordinator for the State Board. This is actually in conjunction with some of the fine tuning and revisions of the rules that will be coming. In particular, one of the concerns that has been addressed in R277-301, and this may be too much detail, but in 301 it talks about that unless it is an elementary or a secondary program, it must be a university-based program. One of the things that we're discovering is that in some of these other areas, some universities are not willing to participate in those things. And so the goal is to revise that language in 301 that would say they have to be in a university or superintendent run. So it's saying that those specialized licenses have to be either a university or established by the superintendent, and that's where that language from the bullet 2 came from. In case that, you know, the University of Utah, the only current program, and I'm not saying they would do this, but theoretically they could say we're only taking our students because we have to account them for accreditation, for our reporting nationally, you know, those kinds of issues. And so this gives us an option if we need to have another option. That was the idea behind the language.
Does that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions.
Okay.
And I don't really know, so someone's going to have to help me. Why are we moving this and make it effective, but then we're throwing it back? Is there, or do we have a sunset problem?
Well, the rule that we're making effective has the preparation program guidelines for several other license areas that aren't affected by the potential changes. So we want to make the rule effective so that those preparation programs can move forward and understand what's expected.
Thank you.
Okay, second question.
Second one, Chair. Would this, if this passes or we set this pattern, would this include that the psychologists could receive the teacher supplemental supply money? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so if, I'm going to answer that if that's all right. So yes, currently, only board licensed social workers qualify for the educator salary adjustment. If you remember, back when this issue was discussed in law and licensing, the committee and then the board made a motion for us to seek legislation to allow school social workers who are only licensed by DOPL to be able to receive the educator salary adjustment and the professional staff cost amount. And so we are working on a bill with a legislator to do that. It will have a fiscal impact, likely. I don't know how much, but I guess to answer your question, if the bill passes that we asked for, both those who are only licensed by DOPL as well as those who have both licenses would then qualify.
Okay.
But that is contingent on a bill passing.
Board Member Gravitt.
I want to speak in favor of this motion. I really like that because I'm just in favor of anything that has anybody who comes into our school has training and education. Because sometimes I don't think we talk about when somebody comes into the school without educational background, it's a burden on teachers. And when you place a burden on teachers, you place a burden on students, because my job is to teach, not to teach adults. And so I just really appreciate getting whoever comes into the school, they get the proper training before they come in.
Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. I also speak in favor of this motion. I think there are a lot of people in the district that I represent on the board who are social workers, who are dually licensed, and they have reached out to me with lots and lots of concerns. They love being a part of the school system. They love having an educator's license. And this makes it optional for them to continue. It makes it optional for them to have that position in the school that they love so much. And I think also at this point in time, as we look at 306, we don't even have the word social worker or social work mentioned in it currently. So I think an amendment is appropriate to put them back in, because as we look at our schools, we see social workers are critical to address safe and healthy schools. They're critical to address suicide prevention. They're critical for the social and emotional learning components that we want to add. So I'm very grateful for Cindy's motion and the help that the staff has given her to come with this. It allows our LEAs options. And so if you're in a rural area LEA and you have trouble providing these people, you can go another route. However, if you can get the social worker that is dual licensed, the LEA can choose that route as well. So thank you, Cindy. Cindy, I'm in favor.
Okay. Board Member Bolter?
I am just trying to, I see where in the rule it talks about school counselors. Are you wanting to add a separate thing in the rule that has to do with social workers? Or is it like the same kind of, or is that falling under school counselors?
Okay, Ben?
So with this motion, we would add a new section, bring it to law and
For
licensing,
social
that would
workers.
outline what is required for the social worker preparation programs.
That's what I was getting confused. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Lear?
I just had a question. Is this, I'm trying to figure out what this means and looks like, and one of them is, Jenny's comment just prompted a thought about, this wouldn't necessarily say that these people would have that training before they go to the classroom. It sounds like they would have it OJT, on the job, like a lot of, hang on, let me get to my other question still, because then you'll have a couple of answers. And the second question I have, is this just sort of like an ARL for school social workers? An ARL program? That's what it feels like to me, and which, I said this before, but it feels like we pass a rule that says no one needs educator licenses, and then all of a sudden this is just the first of perhaps many that we really mean they do need educator licenses, or educator licenses of some sort. So I was just, maybe the question is for Cindy and/or Travis, is this an ARL program of sorts for school social workers? And then what about the timeline?
So let's have Travis answer that. Again, this isn't the end product. This is just sending it back to committee. When it goes back to committee, these two things can be addressed and a whole bunch of others. It's not limited to this. As you
So
guys
what's their, but my point is, what's their thinking right now about it? Because that changes how I might vote.
Okay, and I just want to remind everyone, we're not in committee, but Travis, we answer that question.
Certainly. In regards to whether or not this is an alternative program for school social worker licenses, the answer is yes and no. The alternative program is because a license is required. The overarching intention here is that LEAs would have the option to require this license or not, and so therefore, again, the alternative program is available if necessary or if the district wants it, and, you know, if that's what they want to do. So yes and no, but there you go.
That's
Okay.
kind of helpful, thanks.
All right.
What about the timeline? Can we just ask, what was someone thinking about the timeline?
In terms of bringing the rule back,
No, in terms of, so when does this training developed by the superintendent have to be in place for the person to work in a school?
Again, you can, it's going back to committee to talk.
I don't know yet. I don't know the answer to
You
that
don't know
question.
the answer.
Okay, board member, so we still have a lot of lights on to ask more questions about the rule, and I would just want to remind everyone, if this passes, we're talking about sending this back to committee, and specifically talking about those two items. Board member Jenny Earl.
I guess I'm going to get the same lecture.
I'm not going to lecture. This is,
So-
you guys, this is your time, but at the same time, this is, yeah.
I
I'm
guess
gonna keep
I'm still
reminding
trying to
everyone.
understand, are we wanting them to have to get? Now I'm trying to sort it out in my mind because I'm listening to all this different dialogue. Okay, maybe this is better because I'm
The
trying.
question is, does this board want, the question is, do you want this to go back to committee and R277306 and bring betterments back to the board? And there's going to be some things hashed out in here, time and what does this really mean? And there's input and that. That is what we are not resolving. We're not doing the committee work. I mean, you certainly, this is your time, but that committee work, there's going to be work that happens in that committee. Well, that's what I'm. That's, I just want to remind where we're at. I'm not being the grumpy grandpa here. It's just your time, because because this isn't gonna, it's not gonna pass as a new rule or a revised rule. Okay, Board Member Belknap. Board Member, the AAG table seems to trump some different things here, so I'm going to get to you. Well, let's just do it now. Board Member Scott Nelson.
Yes, I moved the previous question.
Okay, we're going to vote to end debate here. I am sorry. This is where we're at. All those in favor to end debate, say aye. Those opposed? For the ayes, raise your hand. Board Member Mark Marsh, Board Member Newell, Board Member Scott Nielsen, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Lear, Board Member Gravitt. Are you in? Okay, it doesn't pass. Okay, Board Member Davis.
I just want to reiterate a couple of things. I'm hearing from a lot of people, we want our folks who are working with students to have some school training and awareness. If we move forward without the amendment with the new rule, then for any social workers coming on board, there wouldn't even be an option for us to monitor a school license. That would be gone. So this at least provides some of those folks to get what you are asking for. So that's one thing that I want to just make very clear. And the second one is, we can't just send it back to committee. Well, I guess we can do whatever we want, but there are a lot of other license areas in this rule that need to get moving.
Okay. Vice Chair Brittany Cummins.
So I'm supportive of the first part that moves this forward. My question comes up because the words keep coming back and forth. And you said optional, but Travis used the word required. And so I don't want to send this back to committee if this is going to be required. So is this license required for a school social worker or a social worker to work in a school?
May I
Yes.
respond, Chair? So that question will come up actually later today when you vote on R277309. Because there's two issues. Number one, right now, it's not required because it's not even included in 306. But let's say later on, we bring the rule back to committee in law and licensing, and in 306, we add this new license for a school social worker. We are now needing an amendment to Rule R277309, which is coming up later today, and Board Member Davis has already prepared an amendment to state that although there is a license for a school social worker that's a board-approved license, that those social workers in schools can either have a DOPL license only, or they can be DOPL licensed and have the board-approved license. So, but that's coming in in a separate discussion later on in Rule 309. And so we can have that discussion then.
What happened to our motion?
You answered it.
Oh, there it is. It's moved. It was right there. Okay, all right, here we go. The motion before the board is that the board direct staff to file a notice of effective date for R277-306 with the Office of Administration, is it on both sides now?
Sorry.
Oh, here we go. I'll restate it. The motion before the board is that the board direct staff to file, excuse me, a notice of effective date of R277-306 with the Office Administrative Rules that we send R277-306 back to committee and direct staff to draft language to amend the rule to include, number one, details for requirements for a school year worker preparation program to be approved by the board, and number two, direction of the superintendent, and number two, direction for the superintendent to establish and administer an alternative school social worker preparation program designed for individuals holding a social worker license issued by DOPL. I'm not seeing any further discussion, so let's vote on this motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So this will be going back to committee. Okay, we are now to item 10. Board member, Chair of the Finance Committee, Belknap, are you ready? Are you getting close? I'm not. I've got to pull my sheets out of my book here. Help me keep me straight here, so I'll get lost. But I should have you do it. So you guys don't have to listen to me all day today. I've asked Vice Chair Brittany Cummins to take this portion, the committee report section of the meeting. We're just going to switch. Have the helm.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Belknap.
Point of privilege.
Yes?
I just wanted to make a comment about Travis, that I've had several different districts call me and talk to me about his response time to them and how grateful they are that he is so responsive to them and their questions about the licensing. So, thank you. All right, the Finance Committee, first of all, I want to thank Vice Chair Nelson for conducting the meeting while I was on the phone. We are on 10.3, R277726, the statewide online education program amendments. There was some problems with money running out for our private and public and our homeschool students. So that was part of the discussion, but that is not what this draft is about. It's actually one change in record keeping. And so the committee's action was that Board Member Huntsman moved that the committee voted unanimously that board approve R277726 draft 2 on first reading, and the committee moves that the board approve R277726 draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is to approve R277726 draft 2 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Did you? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. 10.4, R277445, it's classifying small schools as necessarily existent schools. There is a work group working on this, but this is one part of the amendment. There will be others coming up as the work group continues to work. But the committee, it's talking about how the qualifications to become a NEST school. So the committee action is that the board member Bolter moved that, and the committee voted unanimously that a board approve R277-455, draft 1 on first reading. The committee moves that the board approve R277-455, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion for the board is to approve R277445, Draft 1, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
I just have a question, and that's, do any of the changes actually affect any of our current districts that are, that fall under the necessarily existent small schools?
I don't think so, do they, Jared? Oh, Jared gets a, no,
Okay.
I don't think it changes anything now. And the work group is all the NEST groups, and so there's still more work.
I just wondered the impact of changing of this.
I can,
Okay.
if you want to wait to vote until after we get an answer, that's up to the chair to move.
So it may, is that what we're
I
saying?
don't think it
Oh,
does.
okay.
That was not a discussion we had,
Deputy
though.
Superintendent Scott Jones, did you want to answer? Did you hear the question?
Hi.
Okay.
Can I?
Do you want to repeat the question, Board Member
So
Earl?
my question just was, okay, so the rule, the necessarily existent small schools, if this rule change actually impacts any districts currently that are, the rule change, yeah.
That's what I thought.
No, the rule change doesn't impact
current.
them.
Okay, I just was wondering the impact of this
There's,
rule.
there's future considerations, though, by the group that'll come forward to the
Okay.
board. But at this point, no.
Okay.
But there, there might be some code changes that we propose and things that might affect them. But we're really trying to make sure there's not an adverse effect by any rule or code or process change that we're doing with the work group, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion is to approve R277445, Draft 1, on second and final reading. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're on 10.5, R277114, corrective action and withdrawal or reduction of program funds. It's up for its 5-year continuation, and then there were several editing changes that were done. The one major change is on line 57, withholding authority to proceed to the next step. It said till you get to the next step. That's what was added. That was brought up by some of the associations and their leaders. So the board member Huntsman moved, and the committee voted unanimously that the board approve R277114 Draft 1 as amended on first reading, and the committee moves that the board approve and continue R277114 on Draft 2 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is to approve and continue R277114, Draft 2, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, we're on 10.6. Referred to consent was R277601, standards for Utah school bus drivers. I just wanted to say something that Carol brought up several clarifying comments, and they were included in what was on the consent calendar. I just thought that was, we should know that. So on 10.7, R277419, pupil accounting amendment. The staff reviewed amendments to the rule that would allow recess periods and alternative breakfast models to count in the instructional time that calculates a school day. So Board Member Belknap moved, and the committee voted unanimously that the board approve R277419 Draft 1 on first reading. The committee moves that the board approve R277419 Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion for the board is to approve R277419, Draft 1, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
I'm very happy. Okay. And that was all our actions. I'm just making sure if there's anything else I need to bring up. Okay. I think that was the end of our actions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then we'll move to the Law and Licensing Committee. Board Member Lear.
Okay. The first item on the agenda is 11.2, R277, R277-419-4, a different section than was just discussed in the Finance Committee. And this had to do with a waiver from Canyons School District for one school that had an emergency and sought a waiver, and the Law and Licensing Committee thought that was legitimate. The committee moves that the board approve the waiver request from R277-419-4 for Union Middle School, Canyon School District.
Okay, the motion before us is to approve the waiver request from R277-419-4 for Union Middle School in the Canyon School District. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Belknap?
May I speak to the chair of the committee?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Carol, was there any discussion on them using their own kind of set-aside days first before they did the full waiver?
Angie's remembering that. I don't specifically remember.
Okay.
I thought there was some, my recollection, or my vague recollection is that sometimes schools don't have enough days, but Angie may remember more detail.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In this instance, it wasn't just the number of days, it was actually the day definition in the rule that has a certain minimum hours per day. So what they did, because the fire burned a portion of their school, they went to split day schedule, meaning half of the student population came half the day and the other. So it was more than just whether they met the 180, but the definition of school day, they had a little shorter time, so it was more than that.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to approve the waiver request from R277-419-4 for Union Middle School in the Canyon School District. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
And the next item, and now I'm, as many times as we've discussed this, I'm kind of, because it's a little circular, I'm getting confused again about what our outcome is. 11.3, Board, R277-121, Board Waiver of Administrative Rules. The point was to not have the kinds of waivers brought consistently to the board, as we just discussed, but rather to have a process for the superintendent to make those decisions and facilitate the requests made by LEAs. And now I'm remembering that, or now the motion says that Board Member Davis moved to send R277-121 back to staff for revisions discussed in the Law and Licensing Committee and bring it to the committee. So now we are to, I think, what our draft 2 is about. Is that right, Angie? Yeah,
No, that'll be
She's walking and
committee
thinking at the
discussion.
same time.
It is going to be on the agenda tomorrow because
Right.
the motion was for me to update the rule, and so we'll be discussing it tomorrow.
Okay, so there's really no required
No
action.
motion on this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Good memory. And the next item is 11.4, R277-100, asking, or addressing the concern we had about the definition of the term suspension so that LEAs would have a clear definition and know how those should be when those should be, not when, but how, what kinds of incidents result in suspensions and numbers of students involved, et cetera. So Board Member Earl moved to approve R277-100, Draft 1, as amended on first reading. And, the motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, Draft 2, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion for the board is to approve R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, Draft 2, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we have another rather complicated item here. 11.5, R277-613, LEA disruptive student behavior, bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct policies and training. Just for an amendment and a continuation. There was much discussion and, sorry about that. And in the end, the committee moved that the board approved and continue R277-613. same title. Draft 3 on second and final reading. But now we have a substitute motion, and I'm not sure when that should be introduced.
A substitute, let's get the motion on the table and then you can
Okay,
amend the
that,
motion.
the motion is, as I just
Okay.
read, the committee moves the board approve and continue 613, same title, draft 3 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is to approve and continue R277613, LEA Disruptive Student Behavior, Bullying, Cyberbullying, Hazing, Retaliation, and Abusive Conduct Policies and Training, Draft 3 on second and final reading. Did you have a substitute?
We do have it now have-
An amended motion, or you'd like to
We-
amend the motion?
It could be an amended motion, because I guess it would still continue, no, it would not continue. The amended motion is that this rule be referred back to committee for discussion that would include a possible breaking apart of this rule into 2 or maybe 3 rules, and involving other stakeholders who had concerns about this. So the motion is to send it back to committee
Okay.
for discussion.
So just for clarification, that's not an amended motion, but a motion to refer back to committee?
Yes, that
Okay,
is.
so that's the motion before us. Is there okay, thank you. The motion before us is to refer R277613 back to committee. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item is 11.6, and it was just a discussion item, so we don't have to further discuss it. The next item is 11.7, R277-309, appropriate licensing and assignment of teachers, which is a new rule. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-309, appropriate licensing and assignment of teachers, draft 2, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is to approve R277309, appropriate licensing and assignment of teachers, draft 2, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, oh, yep, Board Member Cannon.
I believe this was the one that was, that Angie was talking about, that we needed to make a change here. And the change would be, rather than draft 2, we would move to accept draft 4.
Oh, that was this. That was, thank you, Janet. Take the
So,
village,
so
right?
maybe Angie can clarify that a little
Yes.
further.
Yes. Be happy to. So the committee approved draft 3.
Yes. So we need, Board Member Cannon, was that an amendment
This is an amendment to the motion,
to approve draft 4?
rather than draft 2.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, so the motion, the amendment is to approve draft 4.
No, I know.
Okay, Deputy Superintendent Stallings, are you going to speak to that amendment?
Actually, Ben will speak to
Okay.
You want to scan down there. Essentially, this rule contains the general requirement that in order to have an educator position, you have to have a license. What the draft 4 would do would make an exception in the case of a school social worker position, that the school social worker license area is optional. So it's on lines 125 to 127 in green on your screen.
Okay, Board Member Davis, do you have a question in regard to this motion?
Are you taking speakers?
So we have a motion on the table, which is to pass draft 4. The amendment is to substitute draft 2 for draft 4. So that's the amendment. Draft 4 for draft 2, yes. So are you speaking to that motion?
Yes.
That amendment, say, go ahead.
Yes. I just want to speak to the motion, and thank you, Janet. That was the one I was going to bring up as well. I just want to say something about consistency again. Some people have said we've got this kind of dual optional situation now, but the optional pathway is consistent because social work is the only bifurcated scenario that we have right now with our service providers, where some who are working right now are DOPA licensed and some are school licensed. So the pathway forward that we're recommending actually is consistent with the bifurcated milieu.
Today. I think it opens the door to other possibilities. which
Board
is-
Member Lear, did you have a comment
Yes, I
on this?
did.
Thank you.
Today, but not currently, but one of my reservations that I'm not sure overcomes my willingness to move, to do this, is that it just causes the same patchwork situation that we were trying to solve with the streamlined licensing process. And it's certainly gonna be my intent going forward to look for every opportunity I can to further the licensing requirements. And I just think it opens that door.
Okay, seeing no further comment, the amendment before us is to substitute draft 4 for draft 2. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that amendment passes unanimously. Back to the main motion, which is to approve R277309, appropriate licensing and assignment of teachers, draft 4 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Item 11.8 is R277929, Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, State Council, which is a new rule. There was a bill passed some years ago that gave sort of special dispensation for students in among active military families, and it included a special commission that would meet annually-ish and talk about any concerns individual states have about this. And originally, that committee was supposed to be designated by the governor's office. That this rule provides something different, which would establish that committee from the board's office. So it's sort of a technical change or a geographic change, so to speak. But right now, we have the committee moving that the board approve R277-929, Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, State Council, draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before us is to approve R277929, Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, State Council, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes
I have
unanimously.
one before we leave this committee. I think I didn't clean up 121, did we?
We're talking about it tomorrow in committee.
How many times do you have to tell me? Thank you very much. We are done.
Thank you,
Done
Board
and
Member
done.
Lear. Okay, then we'll move to our Standards and Assessment Committee. Board Member Gravitt.
Okay.
It's always America, every time.
Fun topic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so item number 12.1 is instructional materials for implementation of human trafficking prevention and awareness requirements in 53G 9207. So just as some background, this law requires that school districts and charters provide biennial training regarding child sexual abuse and human trafficking. We needed to also approve instructional materials, which we did. And so the motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve the 3 Strands Global Foundation and the Refugee and Immigrant Center Asian Association of Utah as the providers for human trafficking awareness and prevention instructional materials.
Okay, the motion before us approves and prevention instructional materials. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my document to come up. I looked down through this, which I thought most of it was really good. Oh, here we go. There was a slide. Slide number 2 that used, okay, so I think this is just wrong, and maybe I'm wrong, but it says training resources are available and digestible for adults, youth serving adults. For Utah's youth serving adults. I think that's supposed to be adults serving youth.
That's the intent.
Okay, well, the wording's not right.
We actually talked about that,
Oh, you did?
think.
Did you correct it? Because it's on here, not corrected.
Well,
Sounds really bad.
I can't remember, does anyone remember on committee? I think it was like, that's what it was called. But I thought we
Well, whatever's
cleaned
here
that.
isn't cleaned up.
Because the intent is what you said.
Right, but I think we want to maybe make sure that's clear, so. It's listed a couple of
Is
times
Jeff
on here.
Or Corby? Yeah, we have this
It's supposed
very-
to be youth serving adults?
Corby, please help us. Chair Mahi.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, my name is Corby Easton, Prevention Specialist here at the Utah State Board of Education.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and so originally, previously, it was youth serving adult, it's supposed to be adult serving youth, and that can be a
So the hyphen would clarify that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it, we're done.
Hyphen's very important. No, hyphen is good.
yeah.
But the hyphen is what makes it okay.
Yes, you're
Yes.
It's the youth
Without the
ser-
hyphen, it's
it becomes
confusing.
an adjective, youth serving adults.
Yeah.
Okay. I read it the other way.
I feel like we just had a mini conversation like we did in committee.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Corby, for
Anyway.
answering the question. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
That was a really weird process.
Board Member Cannon, you're next.
Along the same lines, and I note that it's noted here in our thing, but it hasn't been changed on our board docs. So we have a thing called human trafficking trends and best practices, which I think gives the wrong impression, you know. So we wanted to remove the word best.
We
but
did.
it's still on our docs here. So the same kind of thing you had concern about.
Yeah, it was removed, right, Corby?
It still shows up on our board docs.
Yes, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah.
Just kidding, sorry.
yeah, so it should have been two different PowerPoints, one with the old version, then one with the corrected version later in Civic Clerk. With that change
I
of,
think, just a minute.
I think the intent is that we're not promoting youth serving adults or human trafficking best practices.
Or ways to
So,
best.
is there any other comments on this? Board Member Earl?
I feel like somebody should just call Corby up for fun. Just kidding.
Okay, so my question is this actual program, what's the length of time? Is it a 10-hour workshop? What's the length of time that people need to commit to this?
Yes, please come forward.
Corby, for real.
Thank you.
Well, it's biennial.
Yes, thank you.
yes, may I? Yeah.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, so it varies from vendor, so,
But we have a specific vendor, right? Because that's what I viewed.
so it's two, Street Strand Global and Immigrant and Refugee Asian Association,
Yeah.
yeah, and so,
We're okaying a specific one, right? We're not, we're just, am I accurate in that? We're okaying two.
There are two listed in the motion.
Okay. And so do we have an idea on the two time frames on those?
so it's anywhere from hour to hour, I mean, it depends on the conversation.
Okay, okay.
And so it can be done really fast, but if it's a lot of conversation, it may take longer.
Okay,
than-
so it's just a couple of hours?
Yeah,
Probably,
it's-
okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Less than two.
So-
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to approve the Three Strands Global Foundation and the Refugee and Immigrant Center Asian Association of Utah as providers for human trafficking awareness and prevention instructional materials. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
I knew if you stayed,
Thank
it
you,
would
sir.
pass. Okay. Next item is 12.2, which is Board Policy 5002, the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. What we did on this one is, originally, we had specific associations named to be on the committee. We took those out and then directed staff to investigate access routes to individuals who could fill spots. The motion before the board is the committee moves that the board approve Board Policy 5002, Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, Draft 3.
The motion before us is to approve Board Policy 5002, Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee Draft 3. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, 12.3 was informational, so we'll move to 12.4, which is the supplemental standards. The goal of this was to create consistency and guidance for classes, for example, like yoga, that we don't have a prescribed process. So in this case, we propose the conditions for addressing an area identified as a need, whether an LEA requests it or industry requests it. And we have a motion for the board, which was the committee moves that the board approve the process for supplemental course standards development and revision.
Okay, the motion before us is to approve the process for supplemental course standards development and revision. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
So these are only done according to requests. I'm just trying to clarify, right? Only if someone requests, we do this.
So, I mean, somebody can clarify, but if an LEA requests or an industry requests, or there's course readjustments, or you have to prioritize a course number, Jennifer will continue and speak more on
Okay.
that.
Chair, may I?
Yes.
Jennifer Thronson, it's really low. Director of Teaching and Learning. This is meant to kind of prioritize which courses. We are required by statute to have standards for not elective courses, but the applied advanced courses that we don't currently have. So we have like the core standards, which cover the core courses. Then you have electives that the teachers are writing standards for, and then you have these other applied and advanced courses that we have that by statute, we realize we are required to have standards, and we don't for some of them. And so for example, in science, I think it's about 35 classes that we don't have these standards for. We needed a way to prioritize which ones we do first. So some of that is the number of students taking the class. So if we have 2,000 kids across the state taking that class, we will develop those courses first, and then move kind of down the line. We'll also use LEAs telling us which courses they would really like to see first to help us prioritize industry if there's certain courses that industry is asking for. So those are just our areas of how we'll prioritize which courses get built first, but we have to build all of those standards for those courses. Statutory requirements require that. We just hadn't interpreted it that way in the past.
Okay, well, I looked at all the
Yes.
electives, so I'm not really sure in this millennia we'll be able to do that. So, and then the other thing
We're a
is-
little worried as well.
Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering if we only do it based on a request, because something like yoga, there's going to be different philosophies, and yet you could say that each one would be as effective. So then it's like, okay, anyway, so I was just curious on trying to fully understand that.
I think the hard part is they are courses that are required for graduation, and so we needed to have some standard level of expectation of what
Okay.
those are, with some ability for,
Some
we're going to do
fluidity.
some minimum standards instead of exhaustive to allow the teachers to have some flexibility in those. But because they are graduation requirements, it does make sense for the state to have some standards in place, but not exhaustive standards.
Okay, Board Member Lear?
Just making sure I understand, Jennifer, before you leave.
Yeah.
If that's okay. You said, as an example, yoga, but that couldn't be required for graduation.
It falls into the foundational credits for physical education. It is one of the courses you can pick from
So it's an optional,
for your PE credit for graduation.
and that's why you feel like.
Yes, that's exactly.
That helps me understand, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to approve the process for supplemental course standards development and revision. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item 12.5 is the resource vetting process. This one, I hope you guys had a chance to look at how this was revised. I think in a committee, we did really good work, and we added a resource review checklist. We added a place for signatures, and I'm wondering, Chair, if I could call Jennifer Thronson up to kind of highlight some of the things we did, and we changed this, before we have a discussion on it.
All right. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. And so looking across the document, we started this back in October. It came, you may have remembered, a lively conversation in November. We went back to committee, made some additional revisions, and now you have what the committee voted on to be the next iteration. So some changes. The original resource was really written to be for any resource in the agency. As the discussions kind of evolved, we realized that might be not an issue at this time. Realizing the agency produces hundreds of documents a year, to require all of these resources to go through this process when we haven't had concerns raised in the past several years over these hundreds of documents seemed to be maybe a little too far of burden on staff. And so really bringing it back to just the core guides, which are supplemental standards supports to help teachers interpret what the standards mean so there is common understanding. And so that was the main change. So you'll see some language change in the top, in the title, in the first paragraph. So when we're talking about this review process, it's specifically just on the core guides. The conversation in committee was if we start to see other resources needing to go through this process, then we would just amend the title, core guides, and include other resources that's needed. But given we haven't had issues with other resources to this point, to the level of the core guides, we thought it might be nice just to start small and grow as needed across documents. As you kind of move down, October we had a 5-step process. We've reduced it to 4 at this time. The 5th step was around what happens if people have concerns. Even though we put it out for feedback, we've made our revisions, and we think we're done, right? And so step 5 we took off. It had a kind of an appeals process because the board already has appeals processes in place. We didn't think we needed to add layers to the processes that you already have, where people can reach out to you for support. They can make public comment. There are different vehicles for the public to express their concerns. They can come to us as staff, and we can review those as well. So those vehicles were already in place, and I think as we reviewed the document, determined to remove that step from the piece. The checklist at the end, some minor revisions of not applicable. As we started to look at some of the resources in the beginning, it was like, oh, that doesn't apply in the setting. So for example, core guides, they're meant for adults. So when you say developmentally appropriate, if the resources are for children, we would want to consider that. Given they're for adults, that doesn't necessarily apply in a core guide setting. So changes like that overall, just some minor changes. The biggest change came to documenting the review process. So on the final page, you'll notice a signature page that provides for the development team to say that they've gone through the checklist, they've reviewed the resources according to those 7 criteria, and where they feel they're supposed to get to the highest level of passing, and if they don't, then they need to review the resource. So for example, we've started this process with the health core guides just to kind of, one, see if the process works, go through the iteration and kind of learn from it. And what we've noticed is the development team using that checklist already found resources that they did remove because they violated one of those criteria. And so the checklist seems to be working, and it's definitely something when you do a development team, you find all these great resources, but you don't necessarily consider those criteria as you're going. So upon completion, using that checklist seems to be working. So that's kind of the process that we've used. At the end of that, the development team will then sign off saying they agree that those criteria have been met, but they can also say, I don't agree. So we would have that documentation of the development team on their level of agreement with that. There is a signature box at the bottom for either superintendents and or board member, the chair, to be able to also sign off if required by policy or code that says the board must approve whatever it is. So there is an additional section there. So there's a lot of kind of checks and balances on the resource to ensure that it's happening, and documentation that we would have evidence that these reviews have occurred. In the previous iteration, it was just a checklist with no evidence that that had been processed. So we now have, for the health core guides, for example, we have ones that have been signed by the developers that have developed those sections to represent that they believe that it does meet the checklist requirements. So that's kind of the significant changes you've seen. Patty, we want to add anything? Oh, template. Oh, for the standards? We added a document this morning. Board member Earl asked a question around, like, how are we defining what a core guide is? And when I was first asked, I'm like, we don't have a definition. And I'm like, oh, wait, we do. So in your resources for today, we have a template of the required components. As a team, our core guides, we've had mathematics has had them for years. Health started, science is working on theirs. And knowing that I'm an elementary teacher by trade, I didn't want to have to look at math's layout and version and then try and figure out how health decided to design theirs and how science decided to design theirs. So we came to a common template and format for staff to use for core guides moving forward. And those core guides outline what goes into a core guide and what the elements are. So we have these required components that are consistent across the grade levels, just to ease the burden on our teachers. And were things that our staff felt like, yeah, everybody can have academic language that's tied to their content area. Everybody can represent what skills did you need to be able to do this skill? What are the prerequisite knowledge? So we landed on about 8 or 9 criteria, and then there's an optional one as well. So you've got that board backup. That's how we define the elements of a core guide, if that's helpful to you as well.
Board Member Earl? Did we have a motion yet or not yet?
Was there, did
Are we
you?
carrying
I'm
on,
just
can we
waiting.
carry
Okay,
on
go ahead.
discussion first, or?
Board Member Gravitt, go ahead and make the.
So, and I
motion.
just, I can't remember if you added this. We also added the definition of, did you already say that?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay, because that's kind of, I know Carol was asking about that. We referenced the code that says this is anything that is not
Not
instructional
instructional
materials. And it's referenced in code so that people can go right there and see, oh, it's not a textbook, it's not a this, okay. That's kind of important.
Yeah.
So after that discussion, the motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve the core resource review process as amended.
Motion before us is to approve the core resource review process as amended. Any discussion to that motion, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, where to start, maybe, that's probably, I have a few amendments, for a variety of reasons, but my first amendment would be, let me go back now, sorry. Sorry, I clicked off of it. So it would be, under step 1, identified need would be request received from multiple districts. I'll put on there 2 board members, or 2 board members would be the addition or charters. Okay, so I'm sorry, it needs to go after that. So it'd be multiple districts or charters.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it. That's it. 2 board members or staff identifies an area of need. That would be motion number 1. And then I do have
Is there a second?
Oh, sorry. Second?
Oh, second.
Okay. The motion to amend is to add 2 board members to step 1. So it would read step 1 is request received from multiple districts or charters, 2 board members or staff identifies an area of need. So we're adding 2 board members in the amendment. So is there any discussion to that amendment? Okay, Board Member Lear, are you speaking to this motion?
Yes, first of all, identifies needs to be identify, and, because they're all plural subjects, but that's not my.
We can amend.
I am concerned that this, I wouldn't mind it if the whole board voted together to identify a need. I don't think that 1 or 2 board members, well, it'd have to be 2, or short of a majority of board members should stop this process at the disadvantage of multiple LEAs. So I don't know if you can propose something that makes me feel better about that. But right now, 2 board members should not be speaking for the whole board. I don't feel I can stop a process that is beneficial to LEAs.
Can I clarify real quick?
Yes.
It's not saying it's stopping any process. It's saying that if they identify a need, just like a charter or multiple districts or staff, that they can request, just like they can, as a
Request-
resource. Yeah.
I'm sorry, so flesh that out a little bit more. If-
Well, what are they identifying in the first place here? What
If
are
they
the
need a
charters
core guide.
identifying? Then staff are identifying that, so also board members would be able to identify that. It's not stopping any kind of a process.
it would identify a need
For a core guide.
for a core guide. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
it would come to the discussion of the board.
Yeah, we'd go through the regular process of anything else.
Okay, when I say stop, that's maybe not the best word, but I think it does halt the process while, I guess while that need is assessed. Would that not be true?
Are you doing that same assessment with everyone else that's requesting the need? Because then it wouldn't be any more time consuming, I don't think, than anyone else, so.
I guess I see a difference between an LEA, which is multiple people and multiple students, versus 2 individuals.
So,
That's it. I'm still wrestling with the efficacy of that
okay, Board Member Belknap.
in my head.
Chair, I think you can probably answer this. Isn't it already the case that if you have 2 board members that it already can happen? Or am I missing, is it something else?
So to differentiate these
Yeah.
2 processes, any 2 board members can request, as our bylaws, can request an agenda item to
Okay.
be placed on an agenda. So this is a process of requesting a new resource, is that correct? A new resource to
New
be
core
added
guide.
to a core guide or a new core guide. So they're 2 very different things, and so. Yes, board
I'm not done-
member.
I'm not done yet.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry, follow up?
Sorry.
I just was raising my hand because my.
Sorry, Chair. So for clarity then, could, there's no core guide here. And so I, as a member of the community, why can't I say to one of my staff, or a board member say, I think we need a core guide? So they could, so any of us could say, let's look at a core guide, and then it goes to standards and assessment, correct?
I don't know that core guides go to standards and assessment for approval, is that correct?
They would not. They don't currently, and under this process, they would not go to the Standards and Assessment Committee.
Okay.
This is creating a process for how they become reviewed. But coming from staff, we would not create a resource because 1 or 2 LEAs asked us.
Right.
Our burden of time is significant, especially in a core guide experience. We would go elicit more LEAs feedback to see if we would want to take the time and effort to do that. So I appreciate Board Member Lear's suggestion of more of you, maybe 5 or 6, saying, yes, we need this. Core guides, from a staff perspective, we are moving that direction on our own because the field has already asked us. They said, we love math, why don't you have these in the other areas? And so we are moving forward with these. There's probably no cause to have them. We are basically intending to do them for every content that comes out because the field is finding them so valuable.
Board Member Hanson?
Just a question maybe for clarification. So when we talk about this process, this vetting process, this is a resource review process. I understood that this would be conducted for each resource that's included in the core guide. So this isn't just for the whole core guide. So when I hear a suggestion from Board Member Earl that there's a resource that 2 board members want to have vetted, that's what I'm looking at, is just one link or one source of information, not an entire core guide. Am I looking at that correctly? Is that the right understanding?
So this is the identified area of need, I guess is the difference. I'm going to be quiet.
I'm sorry, I can't push
Board
my
Member
button.
Gravitt,
So
go ahead.
I think we're kind of mixing up the issue here. This step 1 is, we have new standards, we have new health standards, we have new math standards. The field is asking for some guidance, for a core guide to educate teachers. Step number 1 is, districts around the state say, our teachers really need a core guide. I just don't think it's our place as a board to say, if I got with Carol and I'm like, I really think we should have something to do with semicolons because we really like them. You know, like, I don't know that that's our position. This is to identify that our field needs core guides because we have new standards or we have new something or teachers are asking for help. I just don't know that it's the board's place to say, they need to learn this. No, that's what our standards are for. And we have multiple districts, but we're confusing, that's a different topic than what Board Member Hanson's saying with reviewing. This is a need to identify we need core guides to help teachers. I just wanted to clarify that because I think people are confused.
Okay,
Oh, well, I guess that didn't work then.
Chair Huntsman.
And I'm going to speak against the proposed amendment because if I'm already in a position to, and communicating with different LEAs and what they need or what they want, and if they're not getting something that they need or want from USBE, I hear about it, and I also recognize that they have a voice and they know how to communicate also, and I'm like, do I as a board member want to get into the core guide business and have that on my agenda? There's already a vehicle that's in place and what's being proposed here to answer the request of those that have a need. Not everyone has that need, and so I just kind of see that me getting involved in this is kind of getting into the, crossing over into operations. And so that's my biggest concern rolling into this is, so I'm against the motion.
Board Member Bolter?
So I guess I'm just trying to understand then, because we're elected on this state board, and the concerns that I've brought up or needs that have come forward have been because they've been brought up to me via emails or phone calls from the people in District 15 who elected me. And so do I just email back and say, thanks for your concern, but guess what, I'm not a staff, nor am I a multiple district or charter, so I can't do anything. And then do multiple staff members have to, or is it just one? Because if we have an issue with 2 board members, because it's not a lot of people, what are we trying to silence? I guess is what I'm trying to get to.
May I
So
try?
it really feels like we're trying to silence something.
So I think what's being confused is that this is about how we go about creating the resource. What you're trying to address is when we receive a concern about the resource created. And so that's not in this process.
Right, if we want a resource.
No.
And that part actually comes later in the steps. So
Yeah, you have to
if
go
we
down.
want to be able to have feedback from the field or the public, which is in step 3 or 4, step 4, that's the opportunity for feedback. That's when people can say, we released the guide, and they tell us, you missed a great resource, or this one's a little questionable, I'm concerned about this. That's step 4. And anyone from the public is allowed to provide that feedback. So that part is built into the process, but it doesn't come into the queuing of creating the resource, which is what step 1 is engaging with. I hope that makes sense.
Can you define for me really quickly, so I think for several of us, we see a resource as a part of a core guide. So a core guide contains resources, and yet it feels like from your title that you are using that word resource to refer only to the core guide as a whole, or not?
So no, we would analyze each resource in the core guide with these 7 criteria. So each website, each resource that's referenced would go with those 7 criteria. So it's, for health, it's hundreds, right? Hence why it's taken us weeks we're almost through secondary, and then we'll move on to elementary. It's a lot of resources to take those 7 criteria through. So what the team is doing is going through each resource and using that checklist to ensure that it meets those 7 criteria for each resource embedded in the one resource.
Okay, Patty?
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. One of the reasons why there is that differentiation is this was supposed to be about the core guides, then the resources within the core guides, instead of talking about all resources to begin with. And so that's why it's a subset of. And so originally it stated that this was a resource vetting document, but that would be any resource, from a calendar to a clarification to a definition to videos to any training material whatsoever. So that was the reason why this was changed during committee, for this to be specific to core resource guide, the core guide, and then the resources within that. So that's why this conversation is more narrow and focused.
So I'm going to ask for one more clarifying definition. So you're also using the word developed, USBE developed as in past tense, although I'm feeling like you're using step 1 as a new, only step 1 would only happen to something that is new, that hasn't been created before. And so I think there's a little bit of confusion as to what this process is and how it can be used and who can use it at what point. So I don't know if any clarification could be added there as
So
well.
we could change the title. It would be, I mean, it's developing from step one, like there's nothing yet. By the time you get to step four, there is. So it's kind of a process throughout. The intention would be that we identify this need for the core guide. We then go through developing with the team. We release the resource for feedback. We make amendments to that resource, and then we release it permanently. Not saying, again, anybody at any time can give us feedback, but ultimately, the bulk of the feedback would come at one period of time.
Also take that from the title.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Board Member Earl?
I'm sorry, but I am now even more confused because you just said resource again. So I don't know whether you're, at what point can an individual, and I'm talking about a board member, make a recommendation on a resource, however we're using that, in a core guide, however we're using that, to be used? At what, where would that
So
where
it's
would
going to
that
come in
fall?
that public feedback
So not
section.
until public feedback, can a board member ask staff to?
You wouldn't have
use-
seen it till we release it. That's why.
Yeah, but that's, the question becomes, can I ask for something to be used?
Oh, you can ask anytime. This is not about
okay.
asking for a resource
So now
to
with
be
that
added.
in play, 11/15 of 2019, I asked for 4 resources to be vetted and used. That is why I'm asking. There's not been a lot of feedback. There's not been where's that resource at? And yet there's been other resources added to the core guides. So I'm not really understanding the process in engaging, perhaps, or maybe I've missed something. And that's the purpose of adding this, so that we can also engage in the process. And I feel like there is a responsibility we owe to those people that put us in office. I don't think it's just this one individual out there. That's not the case. We all engage. We all do what we can. So help me understand, so I'm,
Well, and first, I want to take
Okay.
into account, I apologize that you didn't receive a timely response. That's something we'll work on with staff. The intention would be anyone who wants to submit an option or an idea for us to include can be submitted. I think at that point, the core guides were completed. It was not in process, they were out. And so that might be part of the problem. If you know, for example, science is being created right now. If you have resources for science that you would like considered, now would be the time for that consideration to be most timely. But when we release those for the 30-day public feedback, that would be another opportunity to give additional suggestions for feedback in terms of adding resources or being concerned with a resource. Does that help clarify?
well, yes, and I have engaged with Jody at that. She's been very responsive.
Good.
So, and all board members received my request on 11/15, because I emailed it out to them and staff. So I would encourage you to vote for the amendment.
Okay, the amendment before us is to add the words "two board members" to step 1. It would read, step 1, request received from multiple districts or charters, 2 board members or staff identifies an area of need. All in favor of the amendment, please, discussion to that amendment? Yeah.
Just a question after all of that. So we are voting that 2 board members can say, we have a new set of standards, we need a core guide.
Yes.
But I think what you're asking is actually different. I think you're asking, I'd like to submit this resource to go through the vetting process. Like 2 different things.
Correct, so that this motion, as it's stated, would mean that 2 board members would be able to request that a core guide be developed. Is that correct?
That's what it is. Correct.
Okay. That a new core guide be developed, okay, that a new core guide be developed. Okay. Board Member Earl.
I'm sorry, this is so ambiguous, the whole dynamics of this. So I'm trying to not get a little emotional here, but because things keep changing, it is unclear, as to what we're even doing here. And I'm not trying to, staff I think have been good to work with, but there is like this ambiguous nature to this, and I can't figure out why it is, or what's going on, because we should be able to request resources, and if that's not what this is, identified need, I'm not even really sure what that is right now. So my understanding is an identified need would be a request for a resource to be placed on there. Quality of resource, I don't know. So you're saying that it's actually requesting that a full core guide be developed?
Maybe it would be helpful for all of you, since you're on
Because-
a committee, to go through it, what the process is. Would that be of value?
I think that could be valuable. Can
May
I
I?
ask one question as you go through that whole
Yeah.
process? So maybe you can differentiate the difference between a new resource and an existing resource, and any processes that might be different in excuse me, and when I say the word resource, I meant the
Core
core
guide.
guide. So a new request for a core guide and an existing core guide, what is the different process? And are both of those contained in this document, or is there another document that would reference an existing core guide reference? Okay.
So I'm going to start with a new core guide. So this is, the process in front of you is for a core guide development, something that's not been created, one that's not in place, okay? So, for example, science is not done, right? They're in process. So they receive from multiple districts. They're like, hey, we know we have new standards. It'd be really nice to have a core guide. It was a resounding please. So that was step one, is just somebody said, we would like this, but it's not just like one or two, it's many, because again, staff time they're pretty overwhelmed most of the time with the tasks. Step two would say, okay, we have this request, we're gonna meet this request and create the core guide. And then step three is we do initial review using the checklist. So the initial development team in step two is developing the resource without, they'll have seen the checklist, but it may not be as forefront of their mind as they're developing. So in step three, the resource is ready, we're thinking about releasing. We're gonna use the checklist now to review all of the resources within the core guides. The resources might be websites, a book, an article, things that might be referenced within the core guide. Then it goes through that review process. We go through the checklist. We get signatures saying, yes, I agree that it achieves this level of standard of expectation. And then we release it to the field for feedback. At that point, the field is anyone, so that would include board members, could then put in their feedback, and they could come before that. But in this case, the opportune time is step four, to say, I would like this resource considered. It didn't make it in there through the development team. Please consider this resource. Or I have questions or alarms about this particular resource. Please take a look at it. And that would come from all public feedback. So LEAs, board members, parents, whoever might be reviewing the resource or the core guide. Then the development team would take the feedback, they would look at it, they would go through the resource with a more fine-tuned process and make any changes based on that feedback that they found through the process to finalize the document for release with those changes made. So that would be the process for a new one. So in consideration of this is just a call to create something, at step four is when you'd have the official call or request for resources or changes to the current draft of the document. So that is the process. Current guides, we only have math as the only current guide. Health is current. Health is going through this process right now to alleviate some concerns, to actually practice the process, to see if there's anything we would amend. This is new. We've never done it this way before. So we're using that process now, and it's working really well. Like I said, we've pulled some resources from the document, and Jody is using the ones that Board Member Earl suggested as part of that process too. We knew we were going to get to this point, but because we didn't have a process in place up until this point, we've been kind of in a holding pattern of how do we handle the feedback, given we didn't really have a process in place. So now that we have a process, it'll be pretty streamlined, at least not a hard and fast process. So hopefully that makes more sense. Not all of you have had my lovely presentation at committee. So just kind of giving the 4 steps that it happens. There's definitely opportunities, and it doesn't take 2 board members at that point. It's anybody who wants to give us feedback can provide that feedback. So it doesn't take a broad representation. It just takes a single individual to say, consider this. And then the development team would do that consideration using the checklist as a connection, and to make sure it aligns. Part of the checklist is, does it align to the standard that is being presented? Because the core guides are just the standards and resources for each one.
And I wanted to add to that, that there are 7 criteria on the checklist. It is binary, yes, no. If at any point it meets the no, then the resource is taken off.
I can do existing, but I'm almost wondering if we stick with like creating just for clarity.
However, I do think that understanding the difference, because I think that's part of the confusion right now, is people feel like, what is the process for a board member or a member of the public to say, I have a problem with an existing core guide, and if this isn't it, what is that step?
So within like an existing health, we're going through this process right now. So we'll do the checklist with the development team. We'll re-release it to the field and have that 30 days. So we're kind of, because we came midstream, health is taking this as part of their job right now. It wasn't done with health before. And then as science moves forward, science is already aware of the checklist and is starting to use that with their development team, so that during the process, it's already being considered, and they'll follow this process, assuming it's approved here today.
Yeah, so and adding to that, if we go through, it wouldn't be the first 3 steps. It would actually land just on the steps of reviewing the checklist criteria, the 7 criteria for that resource that has been given. So it wouldn't go through the convening and all of those things. It would just go to the checklist for that resource to go through.
Board Member Bolter, just as a reminder, so that was kind of some information given to us in reference. The motion on the table is an amendment to add the word 2 board members to step 1. So this was an attempt to clarify the context of step 1. Board Member Bolter?
So perhaps maybe then the title of this needs to be fixed, because when I read USBE developed core guide resource review process, I'm reading it as we've got a developed core guide, and this is now the review process for reviewing the resources on those. So perhaps it should be developing core guide or something, because when we add that developed, then that's past tense to there's a resource on there that maybe there's a concern, or we have a resource that we would like looked at for an existing core guide. And I believe that was where my concern was, and I'm sitting here like, why can't I bring forward concerns? So, so maybe just changing that, and perhaps that could be an amendment, or does that need to be an amendment, or
Okay,
is
we
that
currently have an
just-
amendment.
I understand,
so-
I'm just saying for
okay,
later on,
so
does that
let's-
need to be an amendment, or is that just instruction?
I'm happy to do it. I don't know legally what you
I
need.
just don't know legally
If
what
it
we
adds
need.
clarification to the intent, you can change, the
Okay.
title is fine.
Okay.
So anyways, so we're back to our amendment, which is to request, to add 2 board members to step 1. So seeing no further discussion to that amendment, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes please raise their hand? Most of the 2, okay, that amendment fails. Okay. Back to our original motion. Okay, so we have a motion on the table, so if you have any discussion to the motion, which is to approve the core resource review process. Board Member Davis.
Can we ask questions? Is that
Yes, you may
appropriate
ask
at
a
this point?
question.
So before my questions, I just want to say, I love the criteria. I love that you're going to create the format to be consistent across content areas. Because like right now in math, there's a list of resources, but in health, there's these embedded digital links, and who knows what science is going to do. So I think it just needs to be consistent across. Thank you for doing that. And I love that you mentioned keeping the scoring guides as documentation so anybody can access what those scores were on the different pieces of links or whatever. So I have a few questions. One is, for example, when people submit science textbooks, they get to do that annually, once a year. What is the timeline for submission for materials to be considered for this digital core guide? What is it, once a year? Is it twice a year? And then does the 30 days start from that date for the public to
Weigh in.
weigh in. That's, I guess, and then I have, and how does the appeal process fit into that? And then I have one last question after that.
May I respond? So for the review process, it would just be during that 30 days. After the 30 days, we could collect responses, and when we have enough meat to go and do another revision, then we could take that into account. To continually add throughout would be cumbersome to the field to keep saying, oh, here's a new resource 2 weeks later. So that 30 days would be our kind of core. And then as we get a quantity of resources that would be timely to kind of update, because when you put a web link on, if any of you have tried to go a year later, those may be gone already. So us keeping them up to date and fresh, but they would need to go, if we did a revision, they would go back through this process. So the core guide, we identify a need. It's been a year or so. We want to review. We've had some feedback saying, I would like these vetting, these sources to be considered. We would collect that data over time, and then when it was time to kind of do a refresh, we could add those. But that 30 days would ultimately be
After the refresh.
the meat of
And-
sending us feedback.
So are you saying you're not putting in links periodically throughout the year? You're doing a set of links,
And it's
letting public
maintaining.
for 30 days. It kind of keeps itself for a year. Then a year later, more people can say, hey, consider these. We
Yeah,
start the
we
process
get
again.
feedback all year, right? So after a month of it being released, maybe 2 months later, we get, hey, this great thing just
You
came
save
out.
it for the
Awesome,
next year.
we'll save it for the next iteration of the
Okay.
revision. But we can't keep updating it because people print these and start writing on them, and it could be an annual experience.
Right.
But it's definitely not something staff continually updates throughout the year. When it's done, they're happy to be walking away for a bit.
Okay, so, and then as part of that appeal process, just wondering if we've considered adding a, kind of like in UHSA, Utah High School Activities Association, how they have, like, they'll make a decision. If someone doesn't like it, they go back to the association. If they still don't like that decision, there's a 3-person outside kind of board. And then if they still hate that decision, it comes to us as a board and we vote. Have you considered anything like that as part of this appeal
Answer, like,
process?
what the current processes are that we thought were sufficient.
That's, but I still have the last question.
Go ahead, Chair. So as we were looking over this, we were looking at the different processes at the end of who has which signature. So right now, we're talking about refreshing the document, and then if things are objectionable on it, is that what you're talking about, to certain
Or public or
entities?
something, yeah.
To certain entities. And that's where staff has been. And so even since the November first try at this is, there's a difference between you as a board and different opinions. And we work for you, we're the staff of the board. And so in doing that, that's why this has been taken to an official vetting process in response to there's things that as a board, there's some disagreement on, and so to have that final vote of the board has been very helpful. So on this, that was actually talked about in committee as to whether or not we need to have another sort of a vetting of a vetter or some with that. And it did land in committee of having it here with the signatures. So once, if we talk about something new or something else that's been vetted or on here as pulled off, then are you saying, do you want it to be taken back through the criteria by a different committee, like a critical committee? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm saying if someone has a problem with it and you pull it off, it's over, right? But if it stays or someone wants something on that you choose not to put on and they want to appeal, is there another option?
So the way that we looked at it was the board already has processes, and they would just follow that process. So contacting their board member and getting, I think it requires 2 board members to speak on the behalf or to bring it to committee. I don't understand all of that process as a public. I don't use that process, but I know you have one, and so that they would follow that way. I think the issue we've had in this case is it's a board member asking, or a couple board members, and does that represent you as a body, was a challenge for us as staff. How do we respond to the needs of 1 or 2 board members?
With differing
Given you have a
opinions.
body of 15 of you, would their needs also meet your needs? From a public standpoint, if the public comes and they come to the board, it eventually goes through all of you. And so maybe it's the same process for a board member to kind of go through that. That's, I think, where we probably need some direction, is if it's one of you coming, what's our response versus the public has a vehicle for getting their voice heard. It's board members, I think we had a difficulty, as Board Member Earl and Bolter experienced, figuring out how to respond and what that looks like, so.
Okay, so my last question is, can you give us kind of a hard and fast definition between resources, instructional materials, curriculum? Because I have heard from multiple people, and y'all can speak up if you want, and or I'll just speak for myself, but when we say these are just for resources for teacher knowledge, but they're not for instruction, student instruction or instructional materials, it's hard to wrap your head around that because you, as the analogy we discussed earlier this morning about math, you're saying, well, a math teacher might have knowledge for so much more beyond what the actual class content is. And then theoretically, if you have a student who's an advanced student and they, could need this much more, all the knowledge that the teacher gained in the resource now becomes instruction because it's being paraphrased or taught or used in the classroom. And so my question is trying to parcel that out into separate categories, convoluting the whole process. Have we considered just saying whatever resources come out under the USBE name, we know may end up being paraphrased or used or whatever, however, in the classroom? Is there any, has that been discussed along the way?
May I respond?
Yeah. Let me
Oh,
take
you
it
wanna
for a
go
second. First, we can talk about the definitions, and second, there was a question. The question is a question for the board. So the definitions we can answer, but the second would be a question for the board and not for staff as to whether or not you guys would want to have that as the differentiation, because that's why these were created, is at the board request to do these things. So the first part of the question, then with the definitions, and go ahead.
Yeah, so I can define how instructional materials, also known as curriculum, is defined in code, because that's why we don't believe a core guide is an instructional material. Textbooks, workbooks, computer software, laser discs, yes, my friends, video discs, and communications media, which is basically tools that help to store data. And so those 5 things are how it's listed in code, and why a core guide is not or considered an instructional material is that they don't fit that definition. So we did have this conversation multiple times, trying to kind of work through what are these, do we need to define? Board Member Hanson, Scott Hanson, asked a very similar question. We really had to work through it because the communications media at the end seemed very open and broad until we actually found the definition of what communications media stands for. And it's basically tools used to gather data, which is not something that we produce in a core guide. So we don't create a textbook, we don't create workbooks. If we do create a textbook, it goes through the Instructional Materials Commission, as well as the review process. But a core guide does not fall into this description of what an instructional material is. It is a resource in that way. We're considering basically anything that's not a instructional material would be considered a resource, is how I think we would define it at this point.
Can I follow up?
One follow-up.
I think we need to revisit that.
Okay, Board Member Scott Hanson.
Yeah, just following up on instructional materials, and we have spent a lot of time on this. I don't think there still is a meeting of the minds on this. I'm looking at the code 53E 4-401. As used in this part, instructional materials means textbooks or materials used as or in place of textbooks, and which may be used within the state curriculum framework for courses of study by students in public schools. Then it says to include, and it lists textbooks, and the last one is multiple forms of communications media. The place that maybe we differ is things that are used in place of textbooks and this communications media. I take that to be media that can be used to communicate a lesson or some information, not computers talking to one another, which is a very technical. The technical definition I don't think fits with this section of code when we're taking it in lieu of the language above, or in the context of the language above. When I look at the core guide, I see things like I mean, I'm looking at the third grade core guide, and we have this document that says, Better Attitudes and Skills in Children, a collection of social emotional lesson plans and activities for K through 3. That to me looks like instruction material. I see another one that says a collection of videos and lesson plans that can be used in the classroom. That looks like instructional material to me.
So how does a lesson plan, okay, I've tried.
That's my point. We haven't agreed,
it's fine.
and we don't agree right now, but just,
When your teachers don't have the tools they need, they'll come to you. They can if they choose to, that's not our intention.
Right. So it appears that there's a lot of conversation left on this topic. Is this something that would be appropriate to go back to committee as we talk about definitions of curriculum, instructional materials, et cetera? Chair?
We had
Yes.
this, I'm just worried when it goes back to committee, because we have had this discussion so many times, and that's why we put at the top the code for instructional materials, because really, if you're in the classroom and you're a teacher, you know that anything that's not instructional material, like instructional materials are for student consumption. Anyway, I'm just worried if we send it back to committee, we're gonna go through the same circular reasoning and end up with the same thing, because for me, I feel like we have defined it. And I feel like we have professionals that know the difference, and we have professionals who know the standards. And so for me, I feel kind of frustrated because I don't know that we'll get anywhere in committee. We can try and we will do what you tell us to do, but is this the place to define everything and give like a little lesson on what are resources? You know what, I need some guidance in terms of being the chair of that committee for what you want.
Board Member Davis, do you have a, Board Member Davis, do you have a question?
Okay.
I guess my question is just, can teachers use any of this stuff in the classroom?
I will ask those guys, but
If that's a yes, then I don't think we need to have
if
this
it-
conversation.
if
I
it's
totally
legal,
agree with you, but it's
if
been so
it
confusing.
meets the standards, I think Jody would be a good person. No, never mind, Jody's not a good person.
May I?
But Patty is a great person.
If they can use it,
Yeah.
great.
So the intent is for teacher knowledge. The intent is not to have those used in the classroom. So when we're talking about the purpose of a core guide, the purpose of a core guide is for teacher knowledge. So if we talk about the intent and the purpose of each one, that goes within the definition. When we're talking about curriculum, we're talking about curriculum which is used for students and student consumption. So within training, and we're looking at core guides, within a training, it's good to do compare and contrast what is and what is not. So when teachers go through a training, they can see a lesson and say, this is what it may look like. That does not mean that it's fair game for them to use that in their classroom, because we must remember that no matter what we put in our criteria or on this core guide, it is still up to each individual LEA to decide what it is they are using in the classroom for their students, for their teachers. So this is just a big bird's eye view, and these are on here for teachers in that training purpose to gather knowledge, the intent and purpose, and perhaps we need to say the intent and purpose at the top is for teacher training, which we kind of have up there, but then we have an intent and purpose for instruction and an intent and purpose for curriculum and an intent and purpose for standards as well.
Did that help, Cindy?
The other point would be, for content areas, yes, they could use it unless policy or code does not allow, which
That's
is,
what I was
in some content, you cannot use curriculum that's not approved by your local board to be used. So the vast majority, math lesson plans, yes. Health, in some cases, it depends on what the code is around, whether the curriculum needs to be locally approved or not. The resource we provide, the intention is to show a teacher what it could look like. If they choose to use it for curriculum, as long as it's not against the law, they certainly could. In some cases, it would be against, some cases when we, because it has to be approved through their local board for health education, so that's different. But the rest of them, yes, science, we could put anything on there and it would be fine. But for some content areas, just one. You'd have the code that would need to go through the local board.
Okay. Board Member Earl?
Thank
Speaking,
you.
are we back, we're back to our main motion, which is to approve this process. So remember, any definitions outside of this aren't necessarily germane to this motion. So if you want to speak to this process.
Can I
Yes,
speak
Board Member
before I have to be germane to the motion? Primarily because I've been on here just a little bit. we have actual curriculum listed on here, full curriculums, health relationships in 4th grade and 6th grade. We have full curriculums listed on here. And we have it, that's not the only one, the healthy relationships one. There's others. So once again, we're back to this ambiguity, or the fact that we put it under core guides somehow classifies it different is not an accurate statement. And I don't know why we're having this inconsistency, because you have a full curriculum, several full curriculums listed on here. And I've indicated those months ago when I went through these. Regardless, I have a motion, so. It's my motion number 2.
To amend? A motion to amend?
Motion to amend. I would like to add a step 5, which is an appeal process. And it's up there. It says, if a concern remains with a resource, an appeal process may be requested by another, I'm putting the same thing on there that we have for our other appeals processes. A state agency, 10 interested persons, or an interested association with a membership of not fewer than 10 individuals. The concern will be heard by a critical review committee for the purpose of reviewing the merits of the concern and evaluating vetting criteria. The critical review committee will make a recommendation to the board for final approval within 30 days of the written concern. A record of the critical review committee's recommendation will be submitted to, and I'm sorry, I did not spell this out clearly, so we can put deputy superintendent, or it could be Lorraine, whatever we need there, so that the issuer of the concern is aware of the action taken prior to the state school board's final vote. And then in parentheses, the critical review committee shall consist of 3 to 5 experts in the field of study relevant to the resource in question. This independent group may not be associated with the resource standards writing committee or resource vetting process. That's my motion.
Okay, the motion is to add a step 5 to the core guide resource review or development process. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I just have a
Board
question.
Member Grevitt?
Just for clarification, my understanding, this was already something we could do. Is it redundant? I just want to clarify.
Is step 5 redundant is the
Yeah.
question?
Is this something we can already do? I don't know who can answer that.
So there are steps board members can take to put it on the board agenda, which would basically put it in the public realm. Otherwise, they would just have to contact someone from staff and say, would you consider? This formalizes a process. Am I correct?
Yeah, it would formalize the process, and it just, to some level, how many people have to make the complaint before you start entertaining these? I worry about your burden and our burden of continuing to respond to these.
That's why I'm asking you, don't we already have it in place and for rules, but.
Yeah, so the administrative rules process wouldn't apply.
Can I speak to the reason why? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the reason why. So you have individuals writing, well, a lot of the individuals, I think with the help, assisted with the standards writing. Then they wrote the actual core guides. And then they're gonna vet them. If they've already put the core guides on there, and they were part of the process of putting the core guides on there, and then they're asked to go through and vet them, I'm seeing you've got the same people doing, they wouldn't have put them on there in the first place unless they found that they wanted them on there for that standard. So you don't have a independent entity reviewing the vetting process. I think you can have the group do it the way it's set up here if you have some kind of appeals process, if there's a disagreement within the community or within organizations. So.
Okay, Chair Huntsman.
Thank you, Brittany. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to speak against it because I just don't see us getting into these operational issues. This is something that is a guide for teachers to choose. These are adults. Again, if they're reaching out and they need some help, they go to this place and they see what they see and they choose whether or not they want to not use, but learn from this and gain knowledge to be a better educator. The curriculum, again, and I don't know of a LEA out there that's not approving their curriculum, but this is not curriculum business. I also, as a board member, recognize the tremendous responsibility that we have on our superintendent, and I hold the superintendent accountable to everything that staff, you and your staff, and the rest of the staff are doing. And if I have a problem, or any board member has a problem, you can take it to the superintendent's attention, and the superintendent will weigh it out or deal with it, whatever's happening in the staff. But I, as a board member, annually have a chance to review the performance of my superintendent and also keep that superintendent employed. And if I just see us getting down into the weeds of operations, we do not have enough time. It goes outside of who and what we're all about. I think as a board member, yes, we can listen to our constituents, parents, educators, and et cetera, but I have a vehicle to address if there's severe, or if there's concerns and stuff right now with the core guide process, and I don't want to create another one. We have enough to do. We have a hard enough time staying up with the things that we've already got on our plate. So I'm not saying that we're not being accountable, but we do have a person that's supposed to be accountable and is accountable that as a board member, I'm going to hold accountable. So I'm speaking against this proposed amendment.
Okay. Any further discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, the amendment before us is to add step 5 to the proposed process. As stated before you, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes please raise their hands? Board Member Scott Hansen, Board Member Cindy Davis, Board Member Belknap, Board Member Scott Nielsen, Board Member Mike Haynes, is that right? Did I get Haynes? Board Member Michelle Bolter, Board Member Jenny Earl, and I'm a no. That passes. Okay, that motion passes. It failed. That motion fails. I think there's. Is there any other motion?
Ties fail, right?
This- Board Member Davis,
Are you back to the original motion now?
Yes.
Are you ready for an amendment to the original motion?
so we're back to the original motion. Is there any further discussion to the original motion? Okay, so then that's part of discussion, so go ahead and make your motion. Board Member Davis?
I don't know what it's called. I move that we pass the core guide vetting process. It's called with
USB core guide
the
process.
USBE core guide process with the addition of the words in the beginning, all of these materials may be used in the classroom upon approval of the LEA. Then, oh, can I speak to the motion?
Yes, you may. Oh, sorry, that motion, is there a second? Sorry. Okay, the amendment is to add the words at the top that any materials on the core guide can be used upon approval of an LEA. Is there any discussion to that amendment? Board Member Earl.
So after the last board meeting, after I listened to the standards and assessment, I thought, you know what, I'm going to go around to each of my districts, right? And I'm going to talk to their curriculum person because I want to know, you know, what's really what here? Or what's the usability of this? What's, going on? Well, first things, I think we're over baking it, number one. Can I use your phrase, Carol? Meaning, I really don't know that we need core guides, to be honest with you, because we list all those resources on the very next tab, except for a handful of them. And so we are going about doing an LEA's work in the first place. So I talked with my LEAs to see, is this what do you need? And it's interesting, the couple of comments that were said, especially in elementary school, is we have too much, you're sending too much to us, we can't stay on top of it, and we're gonna be lucky to even get health taught in the first place. We can put these little quotation mark, or these things on there that said, do not use the site, even though you're going to the site, do not use the site or reference it, which is not an accurate statement. When we send something out from USBA, whoever we are actually endorsing it. When it's on our site, we're saying, and it is our responsibility to make sure it is the most, not only up to date, but accurate and the best that it can be. And so this idea that that an LEA can approve it, well, it's our responsibility to have the best items out there. So yes, an LEA can approve it, and I've heard that said over and over again, but it just because we say it doesn't mean it is. So anyways, that's my comment. Whether we put this on or not, I don't know that it matters, so.
Board Member Gravitt?
I'm just surprised to hear that the core guides aren't useful, because as a teacher, and from what I've heard, they're very useful, and I didn't know if Terry Shoemaker would be willing to come and speak to that, if that's okay, Chair? If not, I
Yes,
understand that
yes.
too. That information is different than what I have heard.
Okay.
So,
A lot of it depends on, Terry Shoemaker with Utah School Board Association and the Utah School Superintendent's Association. You're talking in huge generalities too, okay? So the experience of a teacher, how long they've been teaching matters, but as it relates to materials specific to the core, any core guide matters. It matters a lot to them. And they'll tell you that. They're going to look at that as a reference as to what I should, not the standard will be there typically too, but they'll also see what materials are useful for them to be successful in teaching what is expected of them. So core guides have always been useful. In fact, years ago, when we started producing those kinds of things and having workshops around the standards, and whether it was for literacy programs and language arts and those kinds of things, we had huge numbers come to those courses. Not because they were required, because teachers wanted to be there. And I think that's true whether it's social studies, whether it's science, whether it's health, whether it's an elementary classroom too. So they're immensely useful, and labeling them appropriately is also helpful, but you need to understand that they're going to make decisions based on what they think is right. You would expect good teachers to do that. And we want to make sure that, I would encourage you to make sure that their decision-making doesn't get taken away in this process in any way.
Board Member Davis?
I just want to speak to the motion. I think that adding the language these materials may be used in the classroom upon approval of the LEA takes away that concern, or at least mitigates that concern that Board Member Earl expressed, that we are saying some of these will be okay to talk about in the classroom and some of these won't, and you figure out which one as you define the different things. I think this says we're putting our name on this. If you use this information in classes, you're going to use it if your LEA approves it, which we know is specific to health and not the other content areas. But I do think that language mitigates this concern that you have, that we are trying to say, this is just for us to talk about over here, and this is for us to maybe share in a classroom setting, and we're all going to figure out which is which. And it's just, if our name is on it, it could sometime come up for students, and we're okay with that because we've gone through this awesome vetting process that we've worked so hard to put together that covers the law, developmental appropriateness, things like that.
Are you done? You don't have a comment? Okay, the amendment before us is to add the words, "These materials may be used upon approval of the LEA."
I do it as the chair restates, and the chair restates. How the chair restates the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to restate the motion as, the amendment states that we would add, "These materials may be used in the classroom upon approval of the LEA." Board Member Bolter, is there a comment to this amendment?
So then it's instructional materials. Right, of course, it's in the set of what's identified by state law. So then in the core guides, basically we're putting links or ideas that can be used within the classroom should a teacher use it upon approval of the LEA. So then does the teacher need to go, I guess I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work. And in the code, 53G 10402, Prin 2, Prin F, it does state that the state school board shall recommend instructional material for use in the curricula required under subsection 2A after considering evaluations of instructional materials by the State Instructional Materials Commission. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, why would we put things on the core guide for teachers to learn from more, from, and then say, but by the way, that knowledge that you've just learned, do not teach it in the classroom. So if it is allowed to teach in the classroom, then it's instructional material. I guess we just need to say whether or not this is instructional materials or not.
Okay. Board Member Scott Hansen? Or Scott Nielsen?
Thank you.
I'm looking at you.
So the reason I'm supporting this, what Sydney said, is because if we are, well, I'm not speaking for the board, I'll speak for myself, but everybody's entitled to my opinion. If we are about local control, this is what that means. Maybe used in the classroom upon the approval of the LEA. So those individuals, those teachers that are within those LEAs that have said, yes, this is okay, regardless if it's whatever material or instruction it is, can proceed with it. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that if we're about local control, which I hope that at least I am, this would be something that I think that we should support.
Okay. I'm going to speak in regard to this motion. I'm speaking against it, not because I feel like we have this process over here and we're trying to fill in concerns with these odd patches that don't quite fit the process.
do have some concerns with how we are defining instructional materials and the differences in opinion on this, but I don't know that this process or this definition is how we get to the bottom of that concern. And so I'm going to vote no on this motion because I think there's another place and another time to solve the problem that keeps coming up as to how do we define an instructional material? What is that? What is our role of the State Board of Education of putting things on our website and saying that this is a material or a lesson plan, et cetera, for a school? And I don't think that this motion takes care of that, neither does this process. And so I think it's a separate conversation. So I'm going to vote no. So seeing no further discussion on this amendment, Chair Huntsman.
Sorry. And I'm back to the same thing as by this motion, right, by making this amendment in here, we're basically saying that we're going into the business of, the way that I see it, is curriculum. And I want to make every effort to stay away from going into that business. Because this just opens that, it's saying that we're going into it. But it does remind them that you still have to have approval. I don't think anything's going to be gained by that unless we have caution all over the whole process. As it says, anything that you glean from any of the guide, if you're going to use it in a classroom, you've got to get approval from the LEA. That is not what that's saying. This is just opening the door that we're in a different business now. So I'm speaking against it again. I'm sorry to come on so late, Chair.
Okay. Sorry. Is there any further discussion to this amendment? Superintendent.
I guess it's germane to the amendment, but overall, I've just been listening to this whole conversation, and the angst over what is an instructional material and a core guide, I don't know that we'll ever get really clean about that. So I would really, I will just take it on to get with staff and sit down and really go through our core guides and see, are we recommending a lot of materials in there? Because I will just refer to math, for example. The math core guides are used as a primary resource for understanding the standards. And when those were developed around the mathematics standards, they were new enough and comprehensive enough that teachers really need a deeper understanding. And so for one way that they're used, for example, is when they see an assessment item. And a teacher might say, well, that was not the intent of that standard. According to the core guide, that doesn't really meet that standard. So it's a way for teachers to actually vet materials. So that was really the intended purpose of core guides, was to really help teachers understand the standards. So I think we have an obligation as staff to really go back and look at the core guides and say, have we put things in there that due diligence in helping teachers understand the core guide, or the standards rather? That was the intention. If we have a lot of extraneous stuff that are good ideas, fun lesson plans, a lot of that may not be the right place to them. Because I just see you all really getting embroiled in this conversation about materials versus core guides for the purpose of vetting resources that are on there or not. And we're losing the purpose of the core guides, which was the intention, which were intended to help teachers understand the standards. Now, we've also had the conversation in the past about, well, standards should be written in a way that teachers just get it and understand them. But for some of these, they're pretty comprehensive. Health is outlined in code, and it's very specific. Math is complex, and it needs a lot of information. Maybe some of the other areas, the standards could be so clear that they don't need a core guide. But I just hate to see you spend a lot of your valuable time getting mired down in the materials. So let's, as staff, let's make sure that we go through the core guides and really take a look at, are there a lot of materials and resources on there that are not serving the purpose of helping teachers understand the standards?
Board Member Davis?
I withdraw my motion, and I can't withdraw my motion.
You can, ask permission,
Can I substitute it?
you can ask permission from the body to remove the,
Do I have permission from the body to remove my motion?
without objection, then we can
Okay.
remove the motion. Is there any objection to that?
Can you
Okay,
make us an
The motion has
alternate?
been removed. Okay, okay, so now we're back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Board Member Davis.
Just in light of those comments, which I really appreciate, because I think that process will help figure out these lesson plans, our instructional materials, maybe they're going to be on a different list. This other stuff is for whatever. But my motion is that we approve the vetting process and send the definition that they're going to work on back to the committee so we get we come back with a clear definition of instructional materials.
So is that a definition of a core guide
And core guide.
and instructional materials? Okay. So the addition, so the amendment is to add, so the. Okay. Correct. So the question is, so the amendment is to add a request to go back and look at the definitions for instructional materials and core guide. Is that your motion? Is there a second?
I'm going to change it to resource.
Resource, okay. So
Just
the
come back with
amendment,
the definition of resource.
okay, so already we have the
Resources.
motion on the table to approve the process.
This is a
So you're
resource review.
asking that the definitions of resource and core guide go to committee.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, any discussion to that amendment, which would add? Yes. She took off instructional materials, so it's resource, so define the use of the term core guide and resource. Any discussion to that? Board Member Earl? So the motion is to add that in addition to approving the process, we would ask a committee to discuss the definitions or our use of definitions for the word resource and core guide.
So is this the final vote?
This, no, we are discussing the amendment, so the addition of that request. Any discussion to that request, that amendment? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Will the nays, so is there just one nay? Okay, one nay. Okay, so that passes. So now we're back to the main motion, which would be the committee the board, the motion before us is to approve the core resource review process as amended and send to committee a request to discuss the terms resource and core guide. Is that okay? Any discussion to that final motion? Board Member Earl.
Motion on review criteria number 4. I would like added, it says the material and its source contains content that is free from bias. And I think we need to be aware that, well, all right, that's my, and its source. It's down at the review criteria at the bottom. Number 4.
So the amendment is to add in review criteria number 4, the words
And its source.
and its source, on what line, please?
Well, it
Bullet
would
one,
need to
two,
go on each one of those. The material
Okay.
and its source contains, the material and its source contains, the material.
Okay.
So all 3 of those.
Okay, so is there a second to that amendment? Okay, so the motion, or the amendment before us is to add the words "and its source" on each line, after the word "material" on each 3 of those criteria, check marks on criteria, review criteria number 4. Thank you. Yes, Patty Norman. Yep, okay.
I was just reminded that in speaking about going back to the source, it would then place an obligation on the board to state how far back you would go. You'd go back into the, how's it worded? AAG abuse, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
AAG Michelle Buse. I was just curious how far back you go. So does that mean you do a background check on the teacher that wrote this lesson plan? Or does that mean that you know, that's a very, very big obligation? You know, are you going to look at every shareholder in a company? What do you mean by look at its source? That's very broad and going to be interpreted very differently by each individual person. So I worry about that specific language, the way it's said. You may intend something specific that the language doesn't say.
So then help me. Someone, can I ask, is that all right, Chair? Help me, because many of these items come from, for example, it could be from Psychology Foundation, or it could be from Plant Love Grow, or it could be from Advocates for Youth. When we're actually citing the organization on the lesson plan, then I think we need to be able to say this organization, if we're sending them to a specific site, we need to be able to say that, you know, if they're going to weave through this, it's without bias, it's without that kind of a thing. I don't think you have to go digging deep. So what would you like the wording to be that would open that up?
I personally don't have a suggestion. It was just, that was a concern that I had with that language, to make sure that you understand the diversity of what pops into a committee member's mind when it says, I have to consider the background of it. So I don't have the answer to that. Maybe other board members could help with that.
So the amendment is to add "and its source" on these lines. Is there any additional comment to this amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of this amendment to add the word "and its source" after the word "materials" on review criteria number 4 on each of these check sentences. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, so there's 4. Belknap, okay. That motion fails. Okay. So we are back, Board Member Scott Hansen.
I think we're back to the
Yeah,
main
back to the
motion,
main
is that
motion,
right?
yep. The amended motion.
And I'm going to speak against the amended motion. As little as I want to do this, I think we should send this back to committee by voting no. And with the guidance that we received today, clean up both the process and the definitions. Once we have, this is very muddled as it stands now with regard to core guide, resource, those sort of things through this. And I think that with what we've heard today, we have maybe some traction to clean this up and come back with a cleaner version. So I'll speak against the main motion with the intent that it be sent back to committee.
And I would just make the statement, whether it passes or it doesn't go back to committee, the first sentence might need a little bit of clarification on this as well. So the first sentence, yeah, so there's just a little bit of concern with that. So all in favor of, back to the main motion, we are going to, the motion before us is to approve the core resource review process as amended and request that committee discuss the terms core guide and resource as used in this context. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay. Board Member Davis, Board Member Newell, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Lear, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Board Member Huntsman. Sorry, that's fine. Board Member Cannon, are you a yay or a nay to pass this process? This is the amended motion, yes. Okay, so So that's 6. Okay, so that motion fails. So, so then could automatically go back to committee, or it would take a motion to go back to committee? Okay, leadership can assign this to committee to address the terms and the process. Okay, thank you. Chair Gravitt, that concludes your report. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, then that concludes our committee reports, and we will go seeking a motion to go into close. Thank you. Oh. Okay, seeking a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals. Okay, it's a voice call vote. We'll start here. Board Member Cannon. Board Member Hanson? Are you, yes, okay?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we are in closed session. Okay, it'll take a minute to take this.
Unanimous. I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy on pending or reasonable imminent litigation. Second. Okay, this is a roll call vote. We'll start with Board Member Cannon.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we're back into executive session. Newell was quicker with his hand than the voice, so let's get him on the record there. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting's unanimous. Okay, we're coming out, we're pulling signs down. Okay, everyone, we're coming at, do you have that on? People are probably gonna grab a quick break. Just a reminder, we can only exit this building when? Or no, where? This is a test. No, it isn't a test. South doors, so it is after that time, I believe. Thank you. Board members, get you to take your seat. Okay, we've come out of executive session. We've got motions, entertaining motions after our executive sessions. Board Member Belknap.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Is there,
Okay, thank you, Chair, sorry. In case number 19-601, I make a motion that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
we have a motion and a second to accept on case number 19-601, UPAC's recommendation. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Voting was, you, okay. Board Member Lear abstain. Motion passes.
Thank you. In case number 19-1687, I make a motion that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, we have a, was there a second? Second. The motion before the board is that on case number 19-1687 to accept UPAC's recommendations. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent calendar.
Second.
UPAC's consent calendar, sorry.
Do we have a second? Motion before the board is to accept the UPAC consent calendar. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
As far as appointments, Miss Lorraine, I forgot the words I'm supposed to use. I recommend that we appoint, or I make a motion that we appoint to the Utah Instructional Materials Commission's Keith Riddle from Provo for a 4-year term.
Turn this on. Motion before the board is for the Utah Instructional Materials Commission to appoint Keith Riddle as the district superintendent. What's that? Representing the district superintendent. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
Okay, and for the USBE Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, there are several appointments. I make a motion that we recommend Christy Sweat, Frank Schoenfeld, Hal Sanderson, Ashley Anderson, and Sarah Jones to that committee.
We have a motion and a second, and the motion is to appoint to, what do we call it? Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. Christy Sweat, Frank Schofield, Hal Sanderson, Ashley Anderson, and Sarah Jones. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Okay. 1 nay. Motion passes. Okay. Have your light on? Board Member Marsh.
Mr. Chairman, I move that regarding appeal of the superintendent's notice of noncompliance and notice of corrective action the board accept the settlement terms contained in the confidential proposed term sheet.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, can I read the motion again? The motion before the board is that the board let's see, I'm just trying to make sure I state this correctly. That in regards to regarding the appeal of the superintendent's notice of noncompliance and notice of corrective action, the board accept the settlement terms contained in the confidential proposal term sheet. Okay, let's vote on that. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Well, the ayes, raise your hand. We have Board Member Cannon, Board Member Marsh, Board Member Hanson, Board Member Newell, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Earl. Thank you, I had to think. Vice Chair Brittany Cummins, Mark Huntsman. That's 8. You have the nays? Everyone else was a nay. Well, okay, with the nays, raise your hand. Board Member Cindy Davis, Board Member Belknap, Board Member Scott Nielsen, Board Member Lear, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Bolter. Okay, the motion passes. Okay. With the interest of time, I always get to this point. On my chair's report, I'll keep it very brief. We are right, we have a big week this week. A lot of you we've changed our schedule a little bit. There's the USBA conference and then right after that, seems like there's a lot of prep and stuff for the legislature. And so we have quite a load ahead of us. It's almost like a marathon. I want to thank you for you guys taking on your assignments and doing your due diligence and that. I think we have a fantastic board. I want to thank you for the work that you do in your committees and the outside committees. Want to give a shout out to staff of the good work that they're doing in behalf of this board. And so I guess I'm just full of a lot of thank yous and gratitude. I also want to put out there the challenge that if you have a question, and most of your questions are really, really important, that we kind of follow, if we could, try to follow or encourage staff to follow that process of I have a question, I'd like an answer, and a lot of times that this board can benefit from that process. And it does take a little bit of time for staff to say that somebody had this question and wanted some clarity or whatever it is, I needed some more information. We all win when we follow that process. So I want to encourage you to continue to do that. I think it will make for a better board. So again, thank you for your service and all that you do. Is there anyone here, I mean, we've got snow, I think it's still snowing. Is everybody good to go on their travel? Does anyone need any special arrangements for something different than what they planned on? I don't think we have an extra suitcase, but I know where I can find you a toothbrush or something, but are we good for traveling? Other than that, thank you. You can call me anytime on any concerns that you may have. That concludes my report. So board member comments. Is there anything you want to? Board member Newell.
Way much than I was supposed to. If it is okay with Chair Huntsman, can I pass out this census information that Lorraine?
You bet. Thank
printed
you.
For me?
Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I want to speak
Why
to
don't
it
you-
for a moment.
Yeah. Board member Belknap is ready to take that and pass it around.
Yeah, I split them up, so,
Is it 2 pages?
yes, 2 pages. Okay, as you get this information, one of the things that you're going to see is the breakdown of where the money goes from the census. One of the biggest issues we have here in Utah is we get very few participants in the census, and it's about a 10-question form. The impact that it has on education is very significant. You're going to see that from the numbers in this document that I'm handing out to you today. I was fortunate to go back, the Department of Commerce sent me back to Texas for some training to go and to get into the detail of this, and that's really where I really fueled my passion on understanding the census and the communities. One of the hardest demographics for the census to reach are those 5 and under. And without the information for that demographic as well as the other demographics, we just are throwing money away. You'll see the numbers there as to what we are allocated for, the possible numbers for the state of Utah if we have a full participation in the census. So I implore you to get out to your communities, talk to your friends and neighbors, get them to understand the impact of this census and to get over the fears of Big Brother, because guess what? Big Brother already knows where we are. So there is no secrets. So let them know. Yeah. Yeah, Scott, you know, they know. So talk to your constituents, talk to the people that you know, get them to participate because it means an awful lot to us. It means a whole lot of money. Thank you. It will open March 12th, yeah, and I think March or April 1st, I think it's April 1st, the enumerators will be going out. But you can do your census online, I think starting March 12th. The enumerators only go out if you do not fill out a census form. Oh, yeah, they're hiring a lot of people. Yeah. And they start, depending on the region, is how the compensation is set up. But there's office jobs are up to $28 an hour for working with the census. So I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to see these numbers, take a look at what's available. And if you have teenagers or somebody that wants to sit around all summer, this is a great job. The applications are being taken now, though, for all of the census jobs. And all I can do is say, this is a difference maker in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions or? Seeing none, let's adjourn and we will see you, it's not at 8 o'clock, it's at 9 o'clock. Some of us are here at 8, so thank you, take care and be safe.
Oh, could I see that motion?